the evidence, it's cliche at this point, but it is. It's overwhelming. So many people have been rightfully convicted with so much less evidence to this point that it's crazy. And then for everybody that watched, if you actually watched and you don't sit there and try to misinterpret what was actually said during the preliminary hearings, like we got a lot more evidence. And by the way, all this evidence that all these people said didn't exist, it exists. Like everybody would say, there's no video of him inside the Washington County Sheriff's Office. We see video of him in the Washington County Sheriff's Office, and by the way, he still has his phone. You can see the phone in his hand. And I know what they're going to say next. Like we can't even tell if that's Tyler because his head's down. The goalpost constantly shifts, and like they'll never admit that they're wrong, so they can never reassess. Like you just gotta you get just like I realize that like I don't like I get things wrong. And again, as we get more evidence, you got to break away cleanly and be like, all right, now we got more evidence. Let's put away all of my suppositions and
Did I miss the Muppet?
all the things that I believe right now. Let's reassess this with the current information I have. And by the way, folks, if I get information tomorrow, evidence tomorrow that Israel was involved, the Jews were involved, Erica Kirk was involved, Tyler Robinson's innocent. Like it's like I'll happily reassess that, and I'll be the first one to report.
I must have missed Muppet.
Yeah, I guess I would love to hear from people at some point as to why. Okay, if you do think it was Tyler Robinson on the roof, why do you think that he wasn't firing a gun? Why do you think he was on the roof at all? Maybe they've covered this. And if you think it was somebody else, again.
Because he's a patsy, guys. He was just told to be there on the roof.
He doesn't have a towel.
That's why.
What was he doing on the roof? Is that literally? Am I missing something? Is that literally like? Well,
no. I think you're getting this. Yeah, they believe that he is, and people. And again, it's kind of hard to even say who's misrepresenting what because a lot of people believe different things. So we are generalizing a little bit, but generally speaking, they believe that he's a patsy, and that he wasn't even involved, and we still have people saying like Candace that he wasn't even on campus, and we have his car, we have hit pictures.
Do they believe that there was some guy who was like actually recruited and hired to be on the roof and then jump off?
I don't know. I think they're all kind of all over the place. I don't know. It gets so convoluted, and you talk to. Like just about everyone you talk to has a slightly different take on it. But like, let's just start off with the basics of this. And let's talk about the fact that Candace Owens is still saying that Tyler Robinson was never on campus in spite of all the evidence. And by the way, the other thing, and I'm going to play this video real quick because it's worth playing again. Like, I don't understand why. Well, I do. That's not exactly true. We had Candace Owens just a few months ago saying this, and nobody's asking her why she changed her views on this, but I'm going to play this video right here. You guys are going to hear it.
Did stop the bullet without question. Okay. And this is going to dispel a lot of theories that are out there. And I'm telling you this 100%. Charlie Kirk was shot from the front, and the bullet did not exit. And at least a fragment of the bullet was recovered from his neck. And I'm going to tell you exactly where it was recovered from. I have fact-checked this information from multiple sources now. I've actually been sitting on this for a little bit over a week. Right around here. So think about almost in line with your shoulder blade right in the center. Now, why is that helpful? Because it gives us a bullet trajectory, okay? Went in here where you saw that, and it was stopped, and a fragment was pulled.
So, that was Candace Owens, 100%. His neck did stop a bullet. I confirmed this with multiple sources. And then the very next day, she flipped the switch because she knew that wasn't, as a matter of fact, you can go look at her comments. Her viewers were not having that at all. And I want to add another video real quick that's
Gary,
relevant.
I swear to God, I thought when you posted that was like a joke, like a parody. I didn't realize that is actually real.
That's from
Gary,
December 16th.
Can you actually let the audience
That's
know?
hilarious.
You're right, December 16th.
I didn't even realize that. I thought you were making a joke.
No.
Like, okay, we now have her saying this, and the reality is she actually did say this, which is Unbelievable.
So she said that in
it's not a joke. That's 100% real. That was on December 16th. The day after she came back from talking to Erica, because Erica
Harry's mic is
shared
so much
additional
louder than
information with
everybody
her
else's.
on what, and I don't know what that information was. If it was pictures, video, I don't know. But she came back. She verified it with multiple sources. That's what was said.
Can you hear me?
Here's what we're going to do, folks. I want to get as many people as we can without staying up too late here. Try to keep your comments down to about a minute or so. I know I went long with Muppet because I owed him. But Nate, go ahead. And we're just going to go down the list. We got Nate, Mitch, and then Glory B, and then Jarbot.
Well, when Muppet was up there, it's funny because you bring up the 30-06 and the human analog, versions of it. And he goes, well, that's different. But the ballistics gel and frozen pork shoulders in the backyard are not different enough for him to disregard those experiments. And it's just, it points to that motivated reasoning or, bias. And what all of it boils down to, whether they say Tyler Robinson's innocent, it's the government is lying to you, which makes me think that part of this is an operation, right? Is that you cannot trust your government ever under any circumstance.
Well,
I agree that we should monitor them and keep them in check, but also in a court proceeding where the defense has as much access to the evidence as the prosecution does, it's kind of hard for them to just invent stuff. Not possible, but it's not like to this point they're not inventing.
You know who it is easy to invent stuff. Who has it's just really easy for them to invent stuff, and that is podcasters that are making a lot of money off of this stuff. Folks, it is not popular or profitable to be on my side of this, and I do want to play. Hold on, I want to play this video. Now, prior to this, for those that you can't see this is Lance Twig's testimony. I do have the main part that's most relevant here, but what I will tell you is that he looked at a bunch of pictures starting off and said, that looks like him. I can't 100% say because he's looking down and he has glasses on, but it does look like him. But listen to what he says specifically about the last two photos.
Was there any other dissenting voices for people that have been in this space for a while? Or was it just Muppet?
Look up the word definitely. It's important that you understand the definition of that. But he says definitely do look like him.
The last two definitely do look like him. Oh, they do look like Tyler Robinson.
All right, real quick, before we go to anyone else on, let me run through some super chats. I've been ignoring these, and I apologize to everybody over here on. We got super sticker from Nita Girl. Thank you very much. Let me get rid of this video.
All right. Well, we're gonna hop into one where they're talking shit.
Do look like him is not the same as that is Tyler Robinson.
No, yeah.
He's like complaining about grifting. He's like, let me get to these super chats.
He's like, I gotta make my money right now. Well, he's wearing jeans. And he usually wears a hat. Never that hat, but he wears a hat.
Converse, sneakers.
He has shoes kind of like that.
Those are the shoes he wears. Like, guys, I can't even.
I get a little. It's like hearing the same arguments over and over and over again.
The biggest thing for me is why is there a
and I get it, like I understand.
To get us
you know what I mean?
Believe the same
but we've
story.
all heard
like,
these.
At least John's trying to. Use
I want to hear if these guys
the
are coming up with
situation.
anything
he
new.
Is the most forgiving thing, but you're not allowed to have any nuance from their narrative. That for me is the most eyebrow raising. But I will say, I do think that a lot of people on this Candace side, like if you can't tell Candace is doing this for a grift, you really need to go outside for a walk. It's just
shit.
I mean, 100% she is. I mean, she's also, you can do both. I mean, I think it might steal from her.
Listen, guys, I'm going to be real, man. There's some progress being made here. I seen Trillion talking shit about Baron Coleman, calling him out for grifting. Now they're
And to do
starting
a
to kind of
show
call
4 days
Candace
a week
out,
for
like
10 months, that's a lot
pretty good
of
progress.
content.
She's done it longer than that. She used to do 5 days a week.
No, but I'm just saying, like, to be able to continue to talk about one subject for 10 months, 4 days a week.
No,
I mean,
no.
you're
She
gonna have to
also
string it
talked
out.
about Bridget McCrone having a penis. So,
That was before, but
oh
yeah,
my bad.
I'm talking about post incident.
Talking about post
There's
penis.
there's definitely some strategy going on here. I mean, as far as making money and keeping a compelling story and also investigating, and I mean, there's a lot that goes into it.
She's a media professional. Yeah, she's definitely got a strategy. 100%. Yeah. I mean, but could it lead to something? Yeah, it could. But
Which guy I roll?
What do you guys think of Sean Ryan today on Tucker?
Does that even
I kinda
matter
thought it was
though?
a little
Like,
faking gay. Maybe
didn't watch it.
Haven't watched it.
Maybe
He looks shell shocked to me. He seems so out of it.
like maybe he really.
Yeah, he did that Ibogaine. The Ibogaine. He was tripping his
It
balls
shook
off.
him to his core, is what it looked like and what it sounds like.
Well, I wonder if.
Yep.
Yeah. I wonder if he's still like a good guy and the others are compromised. Like Candace and Tucker are the strategic opposition.
Kind of says how he says what he wants. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
What
I
up,
don't. I
Bronson?
haven't seen him put out propaganda stuff. The Sean Ryan guy.
Sean Ryan, you haven't seen put up propaganda?
I mean, well, I haven't paid attention to him. He's not like on my radar or anything. What have you?
did you guys
seen him
watch
put
the
out?
Sean Ryan Tucker Carl? Probably not. I'm guessing you guys probably didn't watch that. I watched a
Well, she's
little
probably
bit of
talking
it.
about the interview with the security guard, but I don't know for sure.
He just had one with Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, today.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely think there's stuff going on with Tucker. I mean, 100%. I mean, I haven't confirmed, but I think Shannon Joy said something about him put it in Trump's ear that he should do lockdowns during COVID. I haven't like tracked that down and confirmed it or anything, but
What up, Noah?
Tucker said that?
Shannon, you know Shannon Joy?
Everybody's an op.
No.
Well, everybody might be an op,
She's
guys.
like a media personality on X.
It
but
might all be one big
I
op.
don't.
That's what she said. Tucker said.
I highly doubt that.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like Tucker at all.
I don't know.
I think they kind of just did.
He
though.
was shilling for the Iraq War. I mean, pretty hard. So
Yeah, Tucker's like the king of propagandists, guys. We can't act like he hasn't for our entire lives been going with whatever the neocons say.
Did
is
you
the
watch it?
best pot
I
to
roll.
piss out of.
I disagree.
Well, at what
Hey,
point?
like,
when he was
I'm
on a
telling
network,
you,
and what network was
COVID
that? You got to look at
messed a lot of people up. So he's
Right.
like Sean
That's
Ryan
I
is
think
going through some shit, right? And now he's incorporated like DMT trips into his whatever he's going through, and he's doing 5-MeO. Like,
Listen, I just think it's important that we have our eyes.
I mean, he's clearly trying to find
anyone is a certain way,
something.
and I think it's in general. I think it's.
But he's like, I don't know, like I don't know if that dude was ever like a happy person to begin with, right? Do you know what I mean? And now he's experimenting and doing these like, holy shit, the guy is gonna fuck himself up. Like not everybody should be doing psychedelics. You know what I mean?
And he's very intentionally placing himself in a position to have a stance and
I mean, realistically, it probably shouldn't be doing it anyway, but really should. No, not for fun. No, he's doing like, no, he's going and doing treatments, I guess you would maybe call it, but you know what I mean? It's
to some extent, or strategically playing his power. So I just think, yeah, we can't be naive to the fact that
I
when he's
just completely
asking,
disagree with that, though. I just
I
don't.
think that's a healthy way to look at it. I agree.
He's
with
working
you.
for Qatar.
I mean, yeah, I see
I
what you're
don't
Yeah.
see
saying,
the
Quentin.
Qatar thing.
Like if he's looking if he's looking for God in DMT, he's not going to find God. He might find something that he thinks is God, or he might think he's having some type of spiritual awakening. But in my opinion, having done it and understanding what I know now, like you are opening yourself up for some serious spiritual warfare when it comes to shit like that, in my opinion. He says on Tucker he did ibogaine and 5-MeO DMT.
I mean, I guess we knew he was
And
a
it's
Zionist,
not his
but
first time doing
I don't think we
5-MeO.
knew that.
And he said he had a really bad experience. And he described what he thought was hell.
Zionist kind of just, oh, well, that's kind of what I grew up
Like
learning. And
if you guys
so
haven't
that's how
watched
it
the
is. Like,
Tucker
not an
interview, I
aggressive,
would
like,
say if you can muster up enough strength to watch it, because it's really interesting.
until
based on the
Butler.
Charlie conversation in the bathroom with the screwing over Miriam Adelson, it sounds like he might not have actually been, but he got warned somehow.
That was
Something
in the
happened.
Oval Office, right?
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Muppet, all right, a man speaking. Calm down, ladies.
This is top secret.
Did he
Top
explain
secret.
the crisis? Is it, yeah. I mean, essentially, yes. Yeah, and it pretty much all starts from COVID. Like he wasn't really political. He didn't really pay attention to that stuff, and then COVID happened. And he's like, I don't know. I think he has a lot of anger and hate issues.
Opportunity at
Like that dude is going through it big time.
shotgunning a bunch of different things, like as if it were fact, with obviously timeline.
100%. I rule.
The
Yes.
he was just
You are absolutely playing with
shotgunning a
fire.
bunch of shit, and you didn't
Yeah,
get.
I wasn't gonna try and rebuttal everything that he said. I was just gonna
DMT is
turn into a shit fight.
dimethyltryptamine. It's a very, very strong psychedelic. And there's two versions. There's I forget what the one is called, dimethyltryptamine, but then there's 5-MeO, and they're two very different
Yeah, I
experiences.
couldn't. Yeah, every time I talk, I started
But
hearing
they're
myself,
both
and then I thought,
as equally intense. One is very visual, the other is not.
Obviously messed with your mic feed because they were saying the whole YouTube feed was, you couldn't even understand you speaking at all. So we think he might have been messing with you to make you sound worse.
okay. Oh, what?
Well,
Okay.
just to report back on that, I jumped over to Gary's space and listened to the actual space and listened to
Sort
Muppet
of
there.
take a shock.
Then
girl.
I
So
jumped over to YouTube.
the
just to see,
5-MeO
how it was over
is
there.
not
And it was
shapes
like,
and all of that. You sort of just go into a bright white disappearing space.
I don't know if that was Jen or someone else.
It was
was
only way I can describe it.
on Gary's X space. There was not. I mean, this echo was
Completely
like
removed from
barely
everything.
understandable on YouTube. It was that bad.
Yeah, I couldn't even get into his X space. It wouldn't let me join. It wouldn't connect. So
the issue that I have with that, Ninja, is that it doesn't really alter your mental state. Like you are sober wherever it is that it takes you.
His co-host, I sent him a DM and got him Gary to send me a StreamYard link in DMs.
Well, maybe that was the technical thing. Maybe it's some setting through StreamYard.
Yeah.
I don't know on the back end. I'm trying to be
The podcast
honest.
I went on this morning, I couldn't join. I couldn't hear anything. My phone's playing up, I think. I don't know. I can't even start spaces at the moment. I don't even have a button to start a space. So.
Are you Android or iPhone?
Android.
I've heard a lot of people say like the
You gotta
ibogaine and stuff has
DM
helped
you.
people
You
with
gotta
that.
roll back to a different version. The newest version.
Did everybody
is
die? What happened?
He's talking to some Mitch guy now,
but there's also 12-step programs
Bronson,
that will do the
what
same.
is your deal, dude? To what do we owe the pleasure, Bronson?
What's up, Uncle Tom? I'm just chilling.
What's
I was
up?
listening to you guys talk.
Yeah, I sent
Okay.
him an invite earlier.
Oh, here,
Didn't you have
Jimmy.
a live stream,
I
Bronson,
was
going
doing
on?
I was doing a members only, but that's over. So now I'm chilling and hanging out. I was gonna pipe in when you guys were talking about the Sean Ryan Tucker Carlson thing, but it didn't sound like many of you have watched it yet.
I
Tell
did.
us. Tell
Yeah,
What
us.
are
I
your
saw it.
thoughts?
What are your
I
thoughts?
I thought it was very interesting to put it bluntly, I guess.
Say more.
Well, I haven't watched the entire thing, but when he's like it's I don't know. I don't know what you guys think as far as like his past and being a Navy SEAL and in the CIA or whatever, but to
Being
me it
caught with
sounds
being
like
a drug smuggler.
well, yeah, I mean, but to me it sounds like a dude who is like going through a very serious mental change and even spiritual change. Sean Ryan's a tough read because I feel like he's so simple, but at the same time, I don't know if I like totally trust everything he says. You know what I mean? Like I know a
I
lot of
used to, and
people
I
talk shit about Sean Ryan and stuff, especially with the Candace thing, and like I don't know. I don't know where I stand at all. Even with
I
Tucker, to be real.
I'm I'm in a different position, Leslie, than I was even like a week ago. And I think it really has to do with the fact, like, coming to the realization that, we used to be in my mind, right? We were the ones like thinking outside of the box or thinking this differently. And it was like the silenced opinion, the people speaking out against COVID are the silenced ones. And you kind of feel that way in a way about being on the side of Candace or just like
Interesting.
searching for this truth, like being a
That,
truther. But
that
the
could be blunt.
reality is we're the majority now. And now we're the
I didn't
majority.
think it
And
was
Sean
bad or
Ryan,
good. It
who
was
I
just
don't think is
interesting.
compromised, is having a conversation and he's spouting the same narrative and they're all saying it. So I'm just like, what are they getting our attention away from
What was the
that we
narrative?
all
I,
agree it's
I'm sorry, I jumped
Israel?
in late.
wait. I want to finish hearing Bronson's take on it.
Okay.
I don't know if there was a narrative. Like I said, I didn't watch the whole thing. I got about the first hour or so in. It just seemed like he was just kind of going on a rant, talking about how some of the things that he knows now and because of some of the things that he's seen, like he just basically doesn't believe anything, doesn't trust anybody at all. He didn't really elaborate too much on specifics. Like he talked about knowing some of the stuff that the SEALs have done and then what they've told the public. He's like, so they're full of shit. He's like, he was big on Trump and this administration, and then they've done what they've done. So he thinks they're full of shit, thinks the Dems are full of, he just was kind of, I wouldn't call it a meltdown or anything, but he was just like, everything's bullshit except for the Bible. And I don't know if I necessarily completely disagree with that.
No, I mean I believe that that's true, but he just has a past,
Say
and
hi to everyone.
maybe he's coming to Jesus like because he I don't know is trying to right his wrongs or whatever.
Well, I don't. Maybe he really did just take the black pill this late. Like we all took it way before, and he's just now getting it. I don't know. But Bronson, you're still on your live stream, right? Hi,
Yeah,
everybody.
well, I started a new one. So it's not members only.
Oh, now it's everyone.
Yep. No, I think COVID did this to a lot of people. I think there's a lot of people who were sort of I don't know if I would say black pilled necessarily, right? But they were just like government's corrupt, don't have a whole lot of hope or expectations when it comes to government. But I think a lot of people when COVID hit, like they weren't quite there yet. And then COVID happened, and I think it might have really fucked with people's heads. And I think we're seeing a lot of that now. Sean
Yeah, I
Ryan
think it
being an
broke a lot of
example of
people's
that.
brains.
And I think that's why we were kind of numb when all this Epstein shit got dropped. It's like, yeah, we know. Like you're just showing receipts of the things we already knew.
But I think a lot of people were complacent with that because we still haven't gotten anywhere with it.
I didn't have any expectations with the Epstein stuff at all. Like I don't know if I was like on an island by myself with that or what, but
No, I never thought anybody was getting in trouble. There's too many people
Well, to
in
kind of bring
positions
it
of
back to
power.
Charlie Kirk, they did have that Epstein failure to vote that like minutes before he was assassinated. So, and Thomas Massey was ousted for bringing it to the
Okay,
floor.
space.
So,
Okay. But you guys, speaking of hands, whose hand was up at Muppets rear end? Oh. That is that guy. He's okay.
Sorry, I thought it was gonna be Lene speaking. She's got her hand up though.
I know. I'm waiting for her to talk.
No, but that was the perfect time. Yeah.
Muppet, was someone's hand up your ass?
Muppet.
Muppet.
You're on mute, Muppet.
but them getting
Gary
us
was
away
calling him a
from
Muppet the
Israel,
other
they
day.
propagate
So
against them
He's
more than
finishing
anyone.
up.
Yeah, but it's not working.
Yeah, Bronson, that's when I lost everything for Trump was that, oh, we still care about Epstein? I was like, yeah, go fuck yourself. I'm out. And fuck all the rest of them who are okay with this Iran shit.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the war, and I thought the whole handling of the Epstein was incredibly stupid.
I mean, and I actually don't have any doubts if they did pump a bunch of like during the Biden administration, if they did pump a bunch of stuff that was in the files that would be released and obfuscated other things, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. But we all know that 15% that's not been released is the meat and potatoes that's covering everyone that's too big to fail, right? So
I didn't even know that like there's only 15% left. I thought they released like half, and there's still like 3 million more pages of documents that are supposed to be released. So if it's only like 15% left, I suppose that's better than I thought we were at.
I
There's
thought I heard
supposedly
like
6 million, and they've only
millions.
released 3 million.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
that's what I thought too.
I looked up today. I said, how many pieces of paper can fit in a 3-inch 3-ring binder? And it was like 450 to 750 pages. And I divided that by 6 million. And I think you had to have like 12,000 3-ring binders
oh my god.
in order to have all of the files. So it just like shows you like what a joke that was.
Trump presidential library is.
You need 12,000 3-ring binders. Each one of them needed to have 12,000 of them in order to have all the files. It's crazy.
But also, we have to look at the files. Like, I just think that the files that might have been considered 6 years ago are definitely different than the ones after just 18 months ago. Like, a
That's what Pam
file.
Bondi was doing. She was censoring all the files before their release. That's why she kept reneging on it.
That's a good question, Waffles. Maybe I'll try to sneak that in there.
Well, you saw where that ended up, where she ended up with that.
I mean,
I'm
she was
guessing they
always set in
probably
that
don't
position to fail.
have a good opinion.
She was
Should we take
handpicked there
some
to fail.
I wanted to get Botox
sound off in the chat?
Matt Gates in there.
One, if you think they have positive opinion of the Tates. Two, if you
Did
think
you
they
see
have
that they
negative
called
opinions of the
Muppet a
Tates.
biker babe with a voice changer?
What? Are you kidding me?
On Bronson's space, they're calling Muppet a biker babe with a voice changer.
Oh my god. Bronson, do you guys love Muppet that much?
Muppet's hilarious.
I just make fun of him because he's an Aussie.
Was it your hand up his ass? Sorry.
Was there something wrong with his audio earlier?
You
There
can
were
hear him
people
here.
saying
He
he
sounds
was
great.
like echoing or something when he was over in
When the
Gary's
questions
space.
got hard, they started messing with his sound.
Oh, is that what it was? I don't know.
Yeah.
I missed Muppet's entry into the space over there.
What told
I'm
you to
honestly
come over?
surprised that I'm honestly surprised they let him in.
Uncle Tom and Bronson, you guys work together? Like, what gave you indication to come over, Bronson?
To come over
I sent him
here?
He's
an
just
invite.
making content. No, we don't work together at all. I don't work with
No.
any Fed sloppers.
No, Wolf
He's just
Dad.
trying to make content.
Wolf Dad posted or shared the space. I don't know, shit, a few hours ago. But I hopped in Gary's quick because somebody said Muppet was in there. By the time I was in there,
He gave
Muppet
Gary
was
a
done.
quickie.
Gave him a quickie. Now, to be honest, I've heard Gary's arguments so many times. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's
Like-
not good at them. We know.
I don't understand his arguments.
Yeah, he just personally attacks and then changes the conversation.
He has all these presuppositions that says, well, if you believe one thing, then it's a lie. Like, well, how do you know if you haven't like verified it? It's just a presupposition. It's bullshit.
So who sent Verum? Which one of you guys sent Verum yesterday?
Who's Baron?
I don't know. He was we were doing a live stream on Gary's show yesterday, and there was he had a long ass name, but the first part of it was Verum. Anyway, he seemed like a really nice guy, and I was wondering if he hops into spaces at all, or for any of you guys have heard of him.
Nope.
I think I follow him, but I don't think I've ever seen him in a space.
Oh, okay.
So how do you deliver value to your audience, Bronson?
I don't.
I pay for a
Okay.
membership for Bronson.
Okay. I was going to probably say that that's true.
Yeah,
But I figured before I made that assumption, I figured I'd at least ask if maybe it's something I don't know. But
no,
Bronson, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think of Sean Campbell and him all of a sudden being on Gary's everything?
I have no idea. I don't know what to think. Like OSINT? I'm not sure. I don't know, to be straight up. I have no idea. All I know is there seems to be a whole lot of intel type stuff around this specific topic. And I don't know. Know what I'm saying?
No, I'm
least
glad
you're
that
honest.
you. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, listen.
Hold on a second.
First of all,
My
I can identify as whatever I want to be.
Oh, is he bringing something?
So I was driving up 75 in Florida when you dropped that bomb on the space, and I was like, "What? Did I just hear him correctly?" I had to look at your picture again. So thank you for that. But good stuff, good stuff. And I also just wanted to,
Gary
It
gets
was
some
James,
really
just so we're clear, it was
stupid
James
guests.
claimed that I was a black guy.
He
My
has
grandfather
guests
was
on that
black,
I
but
don't agree with.
well, I mean,
I think he has guests on
He's
that
not
he
my
doesn't
blood.
agree
He was my
with.
step grandfather, but he was the only grandfather I ever knew.
Okay, well that makes a lot more sense.
Isn't he married? What is this?
I tweeted to you and several others recently.
He's married, yeah.
To this terrain, and I really do mean that.
I don't know, but like,
It's just some girl,
like
Monica
there's so
Matthews.
many.
She sounds like a
I guess I would say anonymous accounts that are like super
got a
deep
large
into
channel.
figuring out what's going on.
Platform.
Oh, I have no idea.
Having on your show.
I don't know what Uncle Tom's doing.
But I think Lene is next.
And many of us
But
have
it
been played down
sketches me out a little bit, just a little.
X
You know what I mean?
spaces,
Like
but
Mid Gray.
it's really good
I
to have.
seem to like Mid Gray. Seems to really know his stuff.
What's
But I
actually
have
going
no
on
idea
on the
who Mid Gray
landscape.
is.
So I
None
just wanted
whatsoever.
to say thank you.
And he's
Thank
OSINT.
you for your work.
And then Sean
Thank you
Campbell.
for
I have
your
no
efforts
idea
and
who
for
Sean
bringing on
Campbell
guests
is.
that you,
Seems like a nice guy.
acquire, and also for being
Haven't had
willing
any
to admit
problems with him.
whenever you got something wrong.
But he's OSINT. Like,
Also bringing people on who do not agree with you. I think these spaces should be utilized for things like that. So I appreciate the shout out earlier, and I really just wanted to come up and encourage you to keep up the good work.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. And we appreciate all the work that you've been
I
holding
rule
down the fort.
2530.
You can go
Mid Gray
rest
does
now.
good
We
work.
got this. No, I'm just
Does
joking.
Monica
agree.
know he blocks people with opposite opinions?
But I feel like
Right? No, she
And
doesn't.
we'll be reaching out to you to make sure we
feel
get you on the
like,
show very soon. I would love to have Joe on as well. So
yes,
put in a good
Mama
word for me.
Albert,
I don't know
OSINT,
who was next.
OSINT.
I don't know if you've been watching him, Ben.
It
you
is
choose who's next.
open source intelligence.
Let's go with
The practice of collecting, processing, and analyzing publicly available information to answer
Okay, Grace.
specific research or security
Hey, Gary, can you hear
questions.
me?
Now, a lot of
Yep,
these
you got
people
30
do this
seconds
for a
left. Go.
job.
I wanted to tell you that thank you for what you do.
And generally, you'll see it. Like they'll put it in their bio.
That being said, if it were me in your position, I would not be able to do this.
No, because I'm waiting for Lene. She's supposed to be up soon.
I've worked
Yeah,
a lot
I
of
mean,
I'm just
shootings.
being a
like-
woman talking shit, Uncle Tom.
I would assume that whoever watches me decides what value it is that I provide, if any. For me to make a claim of a value that I provide to anybody, I think would be like not humble at all. So if I'm asked what value I provide, my answer is going to be none every time.
DeVry. She did the DeVry crime scene analysis school. Maybe I just aged
Lincoln
myself.
Technical Institute.
Lincoln Technical Institute. Crime scene.
For-profit college with
Crime
a
scene
30%
analyst.
completion rate.
You are
Oh,
welcome.
yeah, man. So yeah, Bronson, you were saying how you don't deliver any values to your audience.
Oh,
Most
yeah,
Fed
none.
floppers don't. So
No, none whatsoever. If anybody watches me, they decide what value I provide. I don't know if that's necessarily something I would claim to do.
well, can you? But it seems like the opinion you stand on is the opinion of Gary, right?
On what issue?
Oh my God, dude.
On Tyler Robinson?
Yes. What else would I be
Um,
talking about?
yeah, I haven't seen anything else that would point me in any other direction besides Tyler Robinson.
Okay, gotcha. Did you see anything else that would point you any different direction during COVID?
To make me take the shot? No.
No, I'm just saying other than mainstream, what mainstream was telling you.
No, but I come from an Alex Jones of 20 years ago listener. Like the minute the government decided that they were going to lock everything down and force everybody to take a jab, my conspiracy senses kicked in and went, "Nah, that doesn't sound right."
Okay, got you.
That's what I don't that's like I'm on an island by myself because I'm
I
assuming there's a
don't
lot
think
of
so.
issues.
You're not.
Oh, you want okay. I bet there's a lot of stuff we agree on and we
I'm not
just
familiar
happen
with what.
to disagree with Tyler Robinson and Charlie Kirk.
I wouldn't mind hearing what you have to say. Where are you at with all this?
With
I,
with the
with the
Charlie
Tyler
Kirk stuff?
Robinson, yeah, Charlie Kirk case.
No, he already said it. He said he fucking
Well, you
believes
told him what he said.
everything.
I didn't hear him say anything other than
No, he did. He said he believes. He said first of all, he didn't see anything that's could.
just letting me just have him tell me what he thinks happened.
Yeah.
What do I think happened?
Yeah, or just tell me where your thoughts are on the case. You're talking about
As
Spidey
far
senses. Are you not feeling any of those Spidey
I
senses here?
I am, but I don't think in the same sense that you guys are.
Okay, tell me about it. Which ones are you feeling?
Well, I am not convinced that Tyler Robinson acted alone. I'm not convinced that
Right.
there weren't people that knew what was going to happen prior to it happening. I just don't think it's Israel.
What people?
No idea. It's a good question.
Well, what do you mean? You just said it, so you must have some inclination that you think somebody doesn't believe it. What are you talking about?
We saw many posts that would appear to have been from people who had prior knowledge, right? You agree with that?
I don't know. Who are these people? That's what I just asked.
Good question. I have no idea.
Well, you don't know who the posts are?
No.
Well, then why did you say it?
No, they were like obscure, weird accounts. I don't recall the names of them. I suppose I could go back through my content. I think I covered it at one point. But yes, you would agree that seemed like people had foreknowledge, no?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you saw accounts, I would assume that you'd want to look into those accounts more, or at least bring them up the flagpole.
You
let
would want
let other
me
people
to
know.
look into
Well,
those
I don't
accounts
think
more?
it matters, Alex. It doesn't matter who. I think what he's trying to get to, though, Bronson is. So, what if there's foreknowledge as or whatever it is? What would be a motive? Like I could assume maybe like some leftist motive. Is that what you're going with, or
I
what?
have
What
no
would
idea. I don't
Okay,
know.
okay. So
Like
so you
I'm not
realize
trying to ever
so you
assume a
believe in it,
motive.
there's a conspiracy. There's a
Yeah, I agree.
conspiracy. So you believe there's a conspiracy.
I guess by definition, yes.
Okay.
Or you're open to it?
Well, so
Well,
he
by
believes it's a
definition, if I
conspiracy,
think
but
it's more
then
than
he
one
laughs
person
at people
conspired,
who think there was a conspiracy.
no, I
Like, so
laugh at
this
a
is the
lot of the arguments you guys make. That's all.
no conspiracy. What do you mean? Just because we're able to, or some people can, not like just fence it and actually want to,
Yeah, but it's all
follow up
yours
on
is all
leads.
based on speculation, and I'm not trying to speculate on anything.
Duh,
That's
it's
the
all
difference.
you're speculating now. You've speculated that there was people with foreknowledge. That's all speculation.
But
You're
that's not
doing the
my
same thing.
speculation.
Are you
Well,
disappointed that they
That's
haven't been looked
stated
into?
speculation from
what do you mean?
authorities.
It's what? Why?
That's
What?
like it's on record. Joe
What?
Kent even talked about this on Megyn Kelly's show.
The conspiracy.
That it would appear that people were making posts and had foreknowledge of this happening at UVU.
Right. He also talked about potentially foreign entities being involved.
What
But
does that have to do with what I'm talking about?
No, because you said I just don't think it's Israel.
I
But now,
don't.
but you're appealing to Joe Kent, who thinks that there's foreign
No, I'm
entities
just using
involved.
Joe Kent as an example of somebody that
Right.
I would assume you guys sort of tend to believe who had mentioned these posts,
Benny
social
Johnson
media.
mentioned there was
Well,
foreign involvement too.
you're mentioning
There's
them,
been a
though.
lot of them. Yeah, I know, but
You're
I didn't come
mentioning.
up with this on my own, is what I'm saying. So it's
I'm
not my
not. Yeah,
speculation.
yeah, but no. Yeah, but nobody's coming up with this on their own. They're following clips, tips, clues, leads, evidence. Like that's what people are. Nobody's coming up with. So you're talking about like people running through like hypothesis, which would be a theory, and brainstorming and figuring out. That's just an investigation. So you're
No, I'm
shaming
talking
people's.
about you guys filling in blanks absent evidence.
You're not talking about that?
No, that's what I'm saying you guys do that I try to not do.
You mean investigate. You just defined literal investigation. That's a definitionally investigation.
Investigation isn't you go where the evidence takes you?
No. Like
So
if
if you're
you're
filling
sitting,
in
if there's
blanks absent evidence, that would be the opposite of investigation.
no,
That would be speculation.
I will tell you how it's investigation. If you have multiple detectives sitting in a room, they would be looking at tips, clues, and evidence, and they would be theorizing things. Well, what if he went here first to the Chick-fil-A, and then he went to the Dairy Queen, and then he went wherever, steakhouse? That would be theories, be different people discussing theories that they made up because they don't know what actually happened. So that's investigation by definition.
Can you give me an example
investigation
quick
is like
of you investigating
investi
evidence and filling in blanks with the evidence that you've collected?
investigation is like checking out all the other stuff that is not on the radar, as far as like other stuff that they can be like it's looking into obfuscation is what investigation is.
So, Bronson, what was your question?
Can you give me an example
I just
of
did, but
evidence
you
that
mean
you
another.
followed and filled with speculation?
No, I'm saying I'm not an investigator. I'm explaining to you, since you clearly bumped your head or something. I mean, you're a grown man. I would think you would know this, but I'm telling you, explaining how investigation actually works.
But
When
you're not an
detectives,
investigator. How do you know?
I didn't say I'm an
How many
investigator.
investigations have you been a part of?
So you're saying that my example of what detectives do, you're saying that's incorrect.
I'm
Is
just
that your
wondering how
argument?
you
Is
know
that your
it's correct.
no? But all right. But is your position now that, I mean, I don't need you to like quiz me on my authority here.
Well,
Is this your
you're
position?
making a claim of what investigators do, and I'm just asking you how you know that.
How? Because I mean, I know, like, I just know I can say that I know what if you think that I'm wrong and
Okay,
detectives
well, I
don't do
just know
this,
that you're wrong.
no, fine. If you think that I'm wrong, you would just be able to have to substantiate how I am wrong.
No, I'm just going to do what you did. I know you're wrong because I know.
Well, no, I explained what detectives do
And
based
how do
on
you
what I
know that?
uh
You
I
just
think
I
said
you
you're not
said
an
it wrong.
investigator, but you pretend to know what
no,
investigators do. And I'm asking you how you know that.
it's not that I'm pretending. So you can I'm just trying not to point to the obvious, right? The obvious would be to look at actual documentaries of people looking into most people, how they understand how this stuff works is they look at secondary sources or additional sources that would be like documentaries, right? Have you ever watched, so you're saying you've never seen a detective on
He's a
in
big
action?
Agatha Christie fan.
Are you saying that you've never that it's not possible for me to know? I guess I don't know what you're getting at. It just seems pedantic at this.
I
It's
was just asking
pedantic.
how you know what an investigator does and what they should be doing and that they're not doing it.
Okay, well, I could just say like so if you're saying that, if you're quizzing me on how I know,
I don't know if
I
it's a
would assume
quiz.
that then you're not an investigator, so you don't know. So
Correct. I have no
just
idea. And I don't know if
exactly.
they're
So
not
you can't
investigating or if they
so
are.
again, you can't shame investigators because you don't fucking have a clue. You
I
can't
didn't
shame
I didn't
investigators. You
shame
can't.
an investigator though. That never
Absolutely.
happened.
You do it all the time. You do it with
Who?
about Candace, about
So Candace
Barron.
is an investigator?
Yes. She
Candace Owens is an investigator.
I would
yeah,
second that she is.
I
Yeah.
would say she is. Yeah, I would say she is.
Yeah,
I
she's
mean,
an
it's
investigative journalist. There's
this
all
is
kinds
coming
of
from somebody who's done
investigators.
investigative journalism and was paid for it.
All right, Lene's speaking. Hold on a second.
She was already going down narrative within days of this. Within a couple of days, she already was talking.
The video clip that you showed, actually, that was in December.
And hold on.
Pointed out. Okay.
Hold on. I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is that she already was talking about alternative narratives, including that the Israel was involved, and then we soon got the French Foreign Legion. This is all before she went on her hiatus. And then she also came out and said once the charging documents were released, I think they were released around the 16th, the 14th, 15th, or 16th, somewhere around there. She read the charging documents, but she was very selective on which. Well, she didn't read the charging documents. What she did was she actually had bullet points and she omitted a lot of the information from the charging documents. She also stated, and I have a video of this to contrast what she stated. Within the first couple of days, she said, "Hey, I have a source that I verified that has been correct, and I verified this source with another source." And she's reading a portion of the charging documents that are on a bullet point piece of paper, so you don't see the rest of the charging documents, and says, uh, "This person confirmed that it was the mother that actually identified Tyler." And then she goes on to talk about some of those things. She omits other portions of that. But then 10 days later, she says, "Hey, you know how the media came out and said it was the mother that identified Tyler? We now know that that's completely false." Well, she was the media that said this. So my point is like, I would propose to you that she was being dishonest and she was pushing forth plenty of alternative narratives long before she went on hiatus and long before December. But go ahead on the rest of the
So I
point.
have a question for you. Did
Sure.
Tyler Robinson admit that he shot Charlie Kirk?
Yes,
When did he make that statement?
that's a great question. I read it earlier. I don't know if you were here earlier, but what we have on the charging documents is we have, well, he actually confessed in multiple different formats. But right here in the charging documents on page 7, he has a full
It's a
admission
great
right here.
question.
So as
Great
they
question.
discussed the situation, Robinson implied, and he's talking to his parents. Let me go back to the top of this. Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much evil in the world And the guy, Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate. That, by all accounts, is an admission. And by the way, there's many more admissions. And if you're somebody, I'm assuming that you have not read the, I don't know, it's 9 pages and there's not much information. Have you read the original charging documents that were released on September 16th?
No, me personally, I haven't.
And I would suggest that you do. And I would say that there's a lot of information here, and also it's a longer document, but the motion to exclude cameras, that's a really good one, and the other one is the search warrant for Apple, which has a lot more text messages in there and additional information on where he was when he sent those text messages that I think is worth exploring.
Awesome. Thank you. I will definitely look into that. My question more so was, has he made a plea? Has he pleaded not guilty yet?
No.
Has that happened yet?
No.
Okay. So we're still in preliminary. The preliminary hasn't even found whether or not they have enough evidence, right? That's what the preliminary was about, just to figure out if they have enough evidence to even convict him or any of that, right?
Well, it's to determine if they have enough evidence to go forward with the
the trial, right?
Yes.
Okay. That being said, everybody in this space, along with every space I've been in, along with Candace, has been surmising what their thoughts and their theories are.
Sure.
Nobody knows for certain if Tyler Robinson did this, if there is enough evidence to even go to trial. So whether you pay a lot of attention to Candace, which it seems like you probably pay more attention to her than I do.
Sure.
At the end of the day, what I was getting to is I joined Spaces right away. I watched her video. I hadn't seen her on for a while, but in that time, the narrative was not spun because Candace had one video claiming, or making her thoughts and giving out her opinions, that one video. So where, at least from the people that I speak to, where our questions come from is the lack of, like, just the holes in the story, and just the
Like what holes? Well, let me just, for the sake of this conversation, kind of clarify my stance on all of this.
Okay.
I'm cool with. I believe that Tyler is innocent until proven guilty. That being said, we have a lot of evidence that we can make our own conclusions. That's a court of law standard. Obviously, if I think he's guilty, or you think he's not guilty, it doesn't really matter. Ultimately,
I have a lot of reason to believe that, based off the evidence they have, that they're lacking.
Okay, and I want to explore that, but my stance on Candace is this: as I go through and I look at what she's lying about, why she's lying, and proving that she's lying, and I know for a fact that what she's putting out is false, and I know for a fact that what she's putting out is fraudulent, and I also know this for a fact because I've seen her make up complete false narratives about me. I know this firsthand, so I know what she's willing to do to push a narrative over the truth. And it's not about the things that I pay attention to. Candace has nothing to do with this trial at this point. To me, it's a much bigger issue. And that is, I think there's a psychological operation taking place that she's participating in, that she started off as a useful idiot. And this was useful to a lot of people. And so then on top of that, we grew out this conspiracy industrial complex where this is very profitable to push all these things. So that's where I stand. What I want is the truth as well. And I want, when I see people lying, especially what she's doing, because she's not just lying, she's attacking Erica Kirk. She has claimed that Erica Kirk, directly or indirectly, however you want to look at it, she's definitely claimed that Erica Kirk is part of the conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk. And worse to me, more abominable to me, is that she's also claiming that he was part of a sex trafficking with zero evidence. Candace has gone 10 months, and she has not produced, and made millions of dollars. She's not produced
I can't stop yawning.
Of evidence that would be admissible in court. Not one piece. And she has destroyed lives doing it by claiming all these
No
people.
one's
And
life
long
was
before we ever got to
destroyed.
December, and long before October, she was already claiming that the French Foreign Legion were involved in this, that the Jews were involved in this, that the French put a hit out on her. We've never seen any evidence of that, that Charlie was shot from below, that there was tunnels. Like, this is all before sounds like you even knew what Candace was saying. But
Lene's
I would
about
like
to
to have
body him.
I've actually been watching Candace. I actually found out who Candace was through Charlie Kirk.
I
So I've been watching
do.
Candace.
I rule. I
holes
absolutely
do you
do.
see in the narrative?
CJ, you missed everything.
Well,
Oh, so she can't respond to anything you just said?
like the evidence, the stuff, it just seems like the stuff that they have come out with is just like I don't know the word for it. It's just
Manufactured.
You feel a certain way about it?
yeah, like the text messages, the way the text message wording is, I don't, it's just enough for me to speculate on. And once again, I'm not going to be someone that just says surmises or actually just speaks in definites. Oh, that's definitely fake.
Sure.
I just think that when I read those text messages and I read the what's the other Discord whole conversation, to me it was hard to believe, and it's not because Candace is
Yeah,
saying it. It's
no,
not
I hear
because
what
other
you're
people
saying.
in X
I
Spaces
don't
are
like
saying it.
pushing
It
the
just
whole
sounded
people are part of a
like they were
psyop. It's a
trying
psyop thing because
to,
I
like,
don't
they
know.
created a narrative. They were trying to find someone guilty. Whoever, I mean, the people in charge of trying to find the killer of Charlie Kirk. They spent days looking for him, and then all of a sudden, Tyler Robinson turned himself in. I'm sorry, yeah.
I mean, you think the FBI, the SBI,
I don't know. I have no idea,
local
CJ.
state
He just
law
we were
enforcement, the
talking,
ATF,
and then he just started playing this.
I think the marshals were involved as well. Like all of these people are conspiring to frame this one guy.
The ATF called Gary.
That they want to claim that they have his murderer.
Correct.
And so it's much easier to claim that than to actually continue to seek.
Well, I can tell you this much: if it's not a psyop,
once again, it could be.
I would imagine
Robinson.
there's a lot
I
of
just know
intel
that
people
the
paying
official
attention to
narrative
what's going on.
Does not.
Well, I
doesn't.
Just for future reference.
I don't think you really know what the official narrative is, because I don't think you've never read through
The official narrative is that he was shot by a 30-06 in his neck.
Yeah.
You've claimed you've heard of other people either A, surviving, and then B, also not having an exit wound on.
I don't.
But that was actually one of the questions I was going to
Then
ask.
they'll just
you.
ask me.
Were they shot in their
What would
neck
I
as
need
well?
to see to be convinced that he wasn't?
They were shot in the spine.
Oh,
and we even
so
have.
There's a difference between neck and spine, right?
Dude, she's bodying Gary right now.
So Martin Luther King. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you exactly. I'm gonna tell you exactly.
What's up, Jackie?
Martin
It's
Luther
all good.
King was shot from 65 yards away, half the distance with a 30.
Oh my God! This guy's sticking with this
spine, right around the same spot in his neck.
Lod.
Hit him in his neck.
It's
like Charlie Kirk,
cute
deflected
tards.
downward with no exit.
But it hit him in his jaw first.
Sure, but it doesn't matter. So
it doesn't matter.
What? He was shot from half the distance. So number one,
why is it that everyone who claims they are on the same side so shady and secret? I don't know.
If it hadn't hit him in the jaw and just hit him in the neck, do we know that there would be an exit wound?
But it didn't hit him in the jaw; it hit him in the neck.
So
that's what we're talking about.
The answer is no. We don't. I mean, that's just the answer. It could have hit him in.
I don't know how to run a psyop.
Then we also have Charlie Kirk.
She's bodying him.
And I don't know if I would be very good at running a
from a
psyop.
rooftop, right?
Oh, I'm putting this on my channel.
The angle that he was shot from the rooftop, where Tyler Robinson was supposed to be, could have shot him in the neck to where the bullet would have went downward.
Absolutely.
No.
So when we have about a 9.4 degree angle, I literally went to UVU. I actually had a 3D map. I had a drone that flew over the facility, created a 3D map, and I spent a lot of money. Me and a bunch of other people spent a lot of money to create a 3D interactive map.
Spent a lot of money that the government gave you.
The measurements on that are
spent a lot of
It was our money, Gary. What the fuck?
CJ, he should hop in there and explain the whole.
Your mic, B.
Explain the whole map thing.
Approximately,
since they think it was government.
Around, so that's going to add additional angle, and then you have Charlie Kirk leaning forward. It wasn't like he was sitting straight up, which is how all of these. This is the other thing that really irritates me. All of these diagrams show a skeleton straight up and this round going straight at a 90-degree angle to his neck. That's not what was happening. Charlie was leaning forward. He was slouched. So between the angle of the angle, the line.
So here's my biggest issue when it comes to the 30-06
this is what
thing.
He does.
This whole argument.
I gotta pause it on parabolic.
I understand them trying to explain it, But I just want to see the medical examiner's report. I would like to see x-rays. Like, I would like to see that.
Parabolics.
Get it, balls?
No parabolic skis. It's a type of ski.
Parabolics.
Yep.
Hey, you'd like this, Wolf Dad. I have a friend of mine.
Some of them in here were, I don't know who specifically
and his best friend is a big golfer, and his name is Jack. And so he created a men's clothing line for golfing, and he called it Jack Golf.
Well, if they can provide evidence that the medical examiner was in on it, then I'll listen to it.
Change my name to Mike Hawk.
But until then, I want to see the
I think
damn
a lot of
report
people-
myself.
He's still lecturing Lene.
Suspicion created out of false information.
God.
I think the well was poisoned with.
I think he has this
camera
on
guns,
repeat,
bomb
and he just
guns,
pushes
iPhone
a button.
guns, tunnels, the Jews, the French, people in maroon shirts. And they already had the suspicion built in, and they weren't willing to believe anything.
Did you hear
And
him
then they
say
never actually
tunnels
went to the
earlier?
documents,
Patriot
because
Boy
I
Mom,
think
you
the
just
documents
got to
between the
care a
documents
little
and
bit
what was
He's
less.
scrambling. Lene's
Just take the black pill.
Lene's got him on
It's
the
all
ropes.
good after that.
But if you don't know that, I
He's
think
gonna
you're
block her.
arguing from a standpoint of ignorance, and it's not your fault. I'm just saying these people are intentionally, and Candace
He
has
just
done
called
this.
her
He's
ignorant.
intentionally omitted
Exactly.
information time and time
Oh,
again.
he said
That
He
would
she's
makes
be
it
damaging
arguing
to
personal
from
her
a
every
narrative that
point
time.
of
she's pushing, and
ignorance.
nobody holds her accountable for it.
He's just condescending to everybody. That's why he's a piece of shit.
Oh, but also the FBI thing.
Hold on, guys. She's talking.
Those documents. I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's going to force me to now look into that. And I do appreciate
Wasn't
you in
maroon
good
like
faith having a
his
conversation
school's
with me.
color
I'm
or
by no
something?
means up here trying to be disrespectful or anything
weren't.
like that.
You were great. You were lovely, lovely.
I appreciate it. I can't help but, I guess, from the lens of where I'm coming from, where
Uncle
I
Tom's.
questioned the narrative absolutely right away. And if Candace was out there saying that she
Are you
believed
talking
the
about
same
the
thing everybody
government
else
being
or most
involved in
people in the
the
space believes, even though I've
putting
watched
the
your
3D
podcast
map
for
together?
a long time, I wouldn't agree with her.
That would
Because me
be
personally,
in their
I
space,
just
yes,
don't
in Uncle's
believe
space.
the narrative, and maybe I do need more evidence, and I'm completely 100% willing to just
What up,
say
Duke?
Tyler Robinson was the shooter, once they give enough compelling evidence. But I did want to ask you, because I have seen some people out there on YouTube and stuff shooting like pigs and all
I
different
thought it was
kinds
like
of
his high school's
objects
color
with this
or
30
something.
7. What is
No, it's fine.
yeah? What is your thoughts on that? And then did you do the same? Have you tried the same thing?
No.
You mentioned that you did.
No, I have not done the same, and I would not. And I would think that anybody that
Yeah.
you see taking a piece of dead meat, put in their backyard, and shooting through it, and saying with a sample of one or a very small sample, and then saying, "Hey, if whatever happens to this dead piece of meat,
It's been done 1,000. It's been
5
pounds. What an idiot.
Has fluids moving through it. If they say whatever happens to this piece of meat is exactly what would have or not have happened to Charlie Kirk, follow them immediately. They don't know what they're talking about when it comes to ballistics. Ballistic gel itself, much less dead meat, is not a good analog for the human body. And like, it doesn't prove anything. That's backyard. That's like the most redneck nonsense.
Oh my God.
You'd have to have something that was a good analog of Charlie Kirk, which is almost impossible to do. You'd have to shoot the exact same ammo, and you have to.
This guy's talking about rednecks. Isn't he from West Virginia?
Many times is that
This guy can't be.
Yeah,
He's
he
an
lives in
unserious
Harper's
person.
Ferry.
And I think
He
that
lives in
that round
Harper's
was
Ferry.
unstabilized. So that round is
He's an unserious person.
tumbling when it hit Charlie.
I'm not going to be honest.
Guaranteed.
I'm going to be real, guys. I left Gary's space because I
probably
didn't
wouldn't
want to listen to
once it's
Gary.
tumbling like that.
Oh.
And so you have to have all the
And then I come in
parameters. If you're
here,
trying to recreate something.
and now they're
to
forcing me to
pretend
listen to
you
Gary's
create
space.
Anything without, and they were doing this before they even knew what the round was. We still don't know what the bullet weight is.
Is that
now we know
irony?
that it was a Remington core lock, but we don't know if it was 150 grain, 165, or 180.
I thought it was 150.
And then the other important element of this is the rifle itself. So and we see this, like I teach long range for a living. We're getting ready to do a 3D long range course next week.
Here comes the yawing.
Yeah, I had to pause it there.
He's already said that the bullet was unstable.
Well, none.
Yeah,
they don't have any.
Bronson, these are your ballistics experts.
I don't have
Bronson.
ballistics experts.
Bronson, what are your expectations for the federal government, the local state government, to follow up on these folks that had pre-knowledge.
What are my expectations? If they haven't done it already, they fucking should have, and they better be. But what should I do? Should I go walk into their offices and yell at them and try to hold them accountable?
I don't know. I mean, I want to know what.
Like you're asking me what my expectations are of the government. Not very high. I don't have high expectations of the government.
Well, you should have high expectations. Maybe you don't believe that they'll follow through.
No, I have very, very low. I have hope.
You don't want them to do it?
Expectations. Do you
understand
expectations.
What do you expect them to do?
I have very low
Like, y'all are
expectations.
talking right over him.
I hope that they do their job, but I have
That's an
very
expectation.
low expectations.
That's an expectation.
Holy fuck.
That's what you.
He just doesn't.
Are you not?
think there's gonna be
Jerry,
an
are you just?
outcome,
Are you
is what
playing
he's
ignorant
saying.
to not understand the point that I'm making?
No. It's because you're contradicting yourself. You're saying that, you don't have any expectations, or that you don't trust them, but yet you trust them on
But
this,
then
but you
but
don't
that I
trust them.
hope
That's
that they
completely
do the right
contradictory.
thing.
I
How is
get
that
it, but you
contradictory?
already said you already said you trust the official narrative, but you're also saying
I
you
did
don't
not say
trust
anything about trusting the official narrative.
Well, then how do you then? But that's what you're basing
Because
everything on. You're saying
everything
I
I've
haven't
seen with my
from
own
the
eyes.
official narrative. From the official narrative.
Show me something else then. Can you show me anything else other than what we've gotten from the official narrative? I'd be more than willing to take a look at it. But you
it's
can't.
everywhere.
Nobody
what
can.
What do you want to? Okay, hold on. Do you
and I know
wanna
people in
see,
this
like,
group are even talking about Candace Owens being a grifter. So I'm glad we're at least making some progress there.
Well, we can talk about her being a grifter, but have you seen, let's say, the SUV, for example, that Charlie was in? Have you
What
seen
about
that?
it? What about the SUV?
So is that a yes?
What about it?
Is that a yes?
Would you just get to the point?
Have
What
you
about
seen?
what about it?
Okay, I guess I'll have to assume you've seen the SUV. Okay,
Well, let's
so
pretend that I
then,
haven't. Tell me about it.
okay. So if you hadn't seen it, well, that was brought to. I can let you know that the pictures are out. That was brought to you by independent investigators, the same ones you shame and laugh about and post about and suck Gary's dick about. But that was brought by independent investigators. Hold on, Lene's talking.
The same way that I would look at any other true crime story, except for I feel like, it's a little bit more traumatizing with the situation because just like all of you, I watched it happen. And on top of it, I loved the person that I thought Charlie was.
Agreed.
And it's just heartbreaking to witness something like that happen
There's
to him.
nothing
So
in the
to me,
SUV but
not even knowing who
speculation.
he is personally, I just think if there is any
Hey, look at this picture.
ounce
This could
of,
be something. Hey, look at this picture. This
without
might
a
be
fraction
something.
of a like, if there's any doubt in that whether Charlie Kirk was the shooter or not, to me, I just think it's important to find Charlie justice, and that's where I come from. And I'm not going on the line to surmise that it's any group or any other person. I just want concrete evidence that it's Tyler.
I think everything that you said has been reasonable and moral. So number one, I appreciate the good faith discussion. And if there's any other documents or anything else I can point you toward, be happy to. I don't know if you're.
I don't even know where to look for that.
So I would follow. Yeah, so I would follow. If Michelle has a pinned to her comments. There's and by the way, I had her on. We went through the case. Andrea Burkhardt, who is a defense attorney. We went through the entire case. She talked about. I would watch that.
I'm good.
She talked about like the possibility of certain evidence being fabricated. Why that is unbelievably not likely and low. But she has a link that's pinned to her profile, and she's actually purchased all the documents along this for this case. I would start off with the original charging documents, the affidavit of probable cause, and go from there. But the motion to exclude cameras is a really great one, and the search warrant for Apple, they submitted to Apple to get all of his text messages and everything else. So thank you for a great discussion, Lene.
Thank you. And I do want to just say,
We didn't care about Apple. We care about the cell towers.
Once again, I don't really pay attention to that, or even like any of her personal thoughts on Erica Kirk and all of that. To me, I just think that's her personal opinion, and it's personally what she's going through. But I am in the same way that she's going through whatever she was going through with Blake. I just feel like I wish everybody could kind of get along and just try to really get justice for Charlie. That's where I come from with this.
Go Max, Lene. Justice for Charlie. Love it.
Let's see.
Oh, what a faggot that guy is. Yeah, so there's the SUV. You got all there's photos again brought by independent investigators. Okay, fine. There's evidence in there. That's a crime scene. It's a crime scene because hey, Charlie was in there. A bullet fragment could have come out in the SUV. That's a crime scene. You have potentially viable evidence inside there. That should be secured. That vehicle should not be auctioned off. I know you unmuted. Hold on a second. That vehicle should not be auctioned off within like I think it was 14 days was the time frame. You don't just auction it off and then, the public doesn't know, mainstream media hasn't talked about it whatsoever. No media's talked about it. Only people in here actually have talked about it, and independent investigators, and Candace, and the same people you're shaming and shitting on. That's who's talked about it, and you're not in the know. So that's compelling. That stuff's compelling. Does it point to any one person, or does it point to conspiracy? No, it points to definitely mismanagement of the case, I would say. And when you mismanage a case, people need to be held accountable for that, in my opinion. Uh, but it shouldn't instill more confidence. That's what it definitely shouldn't do. It shouldn't make anybody, including you, Bronson, say, I'm really confident. I haven't seen anything else that could change my mind. Well, uh, that shouldn't be where you stand on this. That shouldn't be where anybody stands. We're missing information. We're missing shit. So as far as Candace being a grifter, and are the things we were talking about before about her being an investigator. Let's just say she's not an investigator. Let's say she's the worst
Well,
fucking
can we
investigator on
stay
the
on the
planet.
SUV for just a minute before we move
Yeah,
on to
that's fine.
Candace?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Was the SUV ever treated as a crime scene?
The prosecution has not said anything about that.
Okay.
Has not
Has
been.
there been any public statements from anybody about that SUV being detained and
Yeah, it wasn't.
investigated as a
Mhm.
crime scene?
That would have helped with probable cause, right? Because if you're trying to convict somebody, you want probable cause. You're going to
What in the
get
SUV would have helped with probable cause?
bullet fragments.
Were there bullet fragments that were found in the SUV? I thought those were pulled out of Charlie Kirk.
That I'm saying additional bullet fragments, maybe ones that weren't corrupted, maybe ones that you can get striations, actually tying it to the weapon, right? We don't have anything. These bullets aren't tied to that weapon. These
So
bullets
you
could be from any
okay,
30-06.
but are you saying there are bullet fragments in the SUV?
No. I'm saying it's a crime. I'm just telling you what I'm explaining why there is reason to believe that, or reasons why you shouldn't be confident
Well, he's
that
saying
they
that
have
there
DNA.
potentially could be, and that's the reason that the SUV should be preserved.
Well, I'm just asking, was it investigated as part of the crime scene?
It's a great
No,
question.
no, it
Well,
was
Okay.
not.
How do
was
you
it?
know that?
Because it's been sold.
That
So
doesn't mean that it wasn't investigated.
here, can I explain why we know it wasn't investigated?
Sure.
Because the picture, so we have two sets of pictures.
Mm-hmm.
We have pictures that somebody took while it was at the hospital
Okay. Was that before or after the
before
police
it was
released
picked
it?
up. Before it was picked up.
before it
Okay.
was picked. So after the police released it?
No, there's still junk laying all over the inside of it. The police have obviously not gone through it at this point. So
Why?
it's in
What?
this.
Why?
It's in.
How can you make that claim? How do you know that they didn't go through it? You think they would have cleaned it?
No, no, no. It's not that it's not clean. It's that everything is laying like in a way where you can tell. You can tell if somebody's gone through a car or if the
How?
stuff is just
How?
laying.
Explain to me how you can tell.
Okay, you would have to, I guess, look at the pictures. So,
Well, you've seen them. Just explain it to me.
okay,
He's just appealing to ignorance right now.
okay, so
He's just coming
No,
at
she's
it
making a
as if he's a
claim. I'm
five
asking
Well,
her to
Bronson,
five.
back up her
I'm.
claim.
Well,
I'll,
no,
no,
you're
no. It's
coming at it
fine.
as if
I'll
you're a
explain to
5-year-old
him.
child.
It's
why don't
fine.
you, Bronson, tell us if you've seen the photos so we can understand, like, so
Oh
we can
my God.
actually have a
Why can he
communication.
answer one thing except without everybody coming at him?
I don't. What does it matter if
We're
I've
not
seen the
trying to be
photos or not?
Gary.
Why can't you answer whether you've seen the photos or not?
Because I don't think it makes a difference. It's not relevant if I've seen them or not.
It's what
Yeah,
we're
see,
this
this is what we're
this is
here.
what
Crime scene.
this is why Uncle Tom is saying that you're basically pleading ignorance because you won't say whether you've seen the photos
No,
or not.
PTS is making a claim. She's making a statement that by looking at these photos, you can somehow tell whether or not somebody has gone through things. And
It
I'm
just.
asking
So
You,
so
how
so
she
you
could say
can
that.
you can tell because they put evidence markers by different elements that they so that is one way. But the point is, I mean, the main there's some we don't know everything. PTS don't let me put words in your mouth. If you have some additional information, you can provide that. But I'm just saying that uh they would have that would be something that would help in a probable cause hearing. That would definitely preliminary hearing. That would definitely help if the more you want more
If
data points,
there's
more
no
information.
evidence that they found that's relevant to what we saw happen on 910 in the SUV, why would that help with probable cause?
I guess how do we
Yeah, I
know
mean,
what's relevant? Like whenever you have something like this and then the victim's phone wasn't taken by police and went with whomever, and you look at multiple pieces of video footage that could have been obtained that day that wasn't obtained that day, it's just it leaves room
yeah.
for.
No, sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, so Bronson, what she's explaining to you now is she's making some correlations that, okay, if we don't have, like, if it's being allowed for, let's say, allegedly, Terrell Farnsworth can take an SD card from that crime scene, which we know is a crime scene for a fact. He can take that video. The crime scene's not secured. The other thing that she mentioned there, if we see all these different things happening, then yeah, people are making assumptions that hey, that they didn't look at the vehicle, the SUV. I didn't say necessarily they didn't look at it. I'm more pointing to the value of having independent investigators be transparent with the public about, hey, here's what's going on. I think that's better. And if it was my loved one,
Oh,
that's what I would want. There's
okay. No, I would definitely concede that. I'm all for people finding information and making as much of the information public as possible. Yeah, for sure.
There's
I don't
even
disagree with that at all.
but yeah, that's great. But why publicly on your platform and just why publicly is like shame that? You're saying one thing now, but yet your platform is all about kind of laughing at that investigators and shaming them. And so, but you're saying now,
I don't
like,
think
so I guess you're
I don't think I've shamed anybody. I think I've listened to alternative theories, and then I laugh at some of them that make absolutely no sense. But I don't
okay.
know if I've like publicly shamed anybody.
Okay, got you.
In fact, I
And I
think
think I think I
most of the
actually did
content of the
challenge you
people that
to
I've
a
made on,
debate.
I actually kind of like. Candace is just the only
As a
one
matter of
I'm not a big
fact,
fan of.
as a matter of fact, we went back and forth in on the timeline about Candace because I think I was calling you out for shaming her. So let's set the
No,
record straight. She's a net positive, correct?
I don't know. I would not make a claim either way with Candace
But
Owens being either a net negative or a net positive because it's still going.
What do you mean it's still going?
Has she solved the case?
You just
No,
said
it's
that
still
you want
going.
more transparency. No, but she's provided more transparency than the feds, which you already said you have a low standard for and you don't trust.
You know,
You didn't
I
trust them
guess
during COVID.
okay, it's fair. I guess at this point, I would make the argument that Candace Owens is a net negative for the investigation because I feel like you people do a better job than she does.
We didn't get the pictures
Can
of the
I just
SUV. Do you know that,
Well,
right?
if Candace wasn't there,
She
somebody else
did.
would have got the pictures sent to them. Candace didn't go out and
can I
find the
just jump in
pictures.
for a sec with the SUV situation with it not being treated
Yeah,
as
that's
a
fine.
crime scene?
Go
Okay.
ahead.
So, I don't think it was treated as a crime scene simply because if you listen to what Frank has to say, he said that he went to the SUV at the hospital and was able to get his bag out, and Charlie's necklace was draped over his bag. Now, if it was treated as a
After
proper,
they released it, you should probably go back and listen
correct.
to what Frank Turk
No,
said.
no. He
If
said the
if
cop
if it
asked
was
him. He
After
said the
they
cop
released
asked.
it.
He said the cop
the
asked him
police
for the
officer off,
necklace.
yeah. So if it was treated as a proper crime scene, the police who were investigating it, they should have found that necklace. It was draped over his bag. It wasn't like it was underneath his bag hidden. But I mean, that bag should have been, not released. Everything in that SUV should have been put in an evidence bag.
Why? For what? If they did not think any of it was relevant to what happened, there would be no reason to preserve it. They can
Well,
take
how do they
pictures.
know? How
That's
do
all
they
they
know
would
if it
need to do.
wasn't? It was
Profile
literally hours
assassination.
after it, not even hours after it had happened.
I
Like
I
it was,
understand that, but as I'm sure Uncle Tom would be able to tell us how investigations work. Uncle Tom, do you think that they're going to preserve something that they view as low value? You think they're just going to hang on to that? Or do you think they'll go through it, take some pictures, move along?
No. Let's keep Keats. You can keep going. I mean, I do have an answer for you, but I don't want, I don't want to take his time. He was going
okay.
somewhere
Well,
with
yeah,
this.
that's my viewpoint is that it wasn't treated as a proper crime scene because there was still evidence in the van or in the SUV when
Okay.
Frank went in there to get his bag.
Okay.
So,
all right. Let me
yeah.
To answer
fine.
your question
Okay.
about,
I'll just no, forget it. I'll cede that. I will concede that point to you, Keats. Let me ask you this. What difference would it make? Would it make you feel more confident that it's not a cover up if they had, I don't know, taken the SUV and kept it?
Yeah.
Would that make you think that it's more likely that Tyler Robinson did it?
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
but hold
matter
on,
if Tyler
Okay,
did
so
it
then
or
why
not.
does it matter
What
if
I'm
it was a
getting
few
at-
hours or if it's been 10 months that they've held
it would help you, Bronson. It would help your narrative because then we could be sure that we could collect more information, so that way we put Tyler Robinson behind bars, and so he can get a life sentence or death penalty. That's going to help you, Bronson. You
But
want
you
more
guys
information.
don't
You want
believe the
more data.
evidence that
what
they
I'm getting at,
presented. You would
Bronson,
make
is the
claims that
fact
it's
that
been manufactured. They could cover it
it's
up
not
just
it's
as
not
easy
being
by keeping the
it's
SUV.
not being treated as a proper
God,
crime.
why do you
Like
guys keep
it's not.
talking over each other? It's fucking annoying.
They're not. The investigation isn't being done properly. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay. Back up that claim that it wasn't treated as a proper crime scene.
Okay, listen, it's the highest profile. Oh, go ahead, Keith. Sorry,
Sorry, but yeah, to carry on,
Amy, what's up?
It's
How
the
long do you think that they would need to take
Paramount,
to process the SUV?
Yes, I was. He's an idiot.
Yeah, second that.
I got cut off and blocked, apparently. I tried to get on there and listen and blocked.
Not surprised.
I
wasn't even like, I was just trying to come at it from like a moral thing. Like literally, I'm sitting here. Sorry.
Yeah,
Today's
look,
been
I'm
9
not going to
years
get
since
through
that.
to Bronson. I've had conversations with him about it, and yeah, it's like talking to a brick wall.
Hold on. I think
Seriously,
Amy, did Amy get dropped?
Can you hear me?
They
No, I
didn't
don't
treat
think
it as
so.
a proper
Oh, okay.
crime
I thought she
scene.
was
I can
telling
hear
How do
me
you
you.
know?
something.
Can y'all hear me?
Oh,
Sorry.
Eco's entered the
How
chat.
how long should they have
Yeah,
taken
what were you
to
saying,
process
Amy?
the SUV as a crime scene?
I'm just saying, like, I wasn't gonna even say anything to him, but it's been nine
Like
years
they're
today
just
since I
making
lost
claims. They
lost
just
my
made it up.
husband,
Just making
and
shit up.
obviously, I'm just disgusted by Erica. But I just wanted to, and I'm dumb for even thinking that he could have a good faith conversation. But I just wanted to ask him, like,
Let's
what do you
see.
say to the
Fat
other widows
Samurai,
out there
thank you for
who
the $5 super chat. And I see
aren't
that you sent
believing?
another one, so I'll get to that quick.
You're like,
Tom is
I'm
the most
questioning it
disingenuous
for that
person. He
reason.
constantly
Like,
puts words in other
and
people's mouths.
it's like
Yeah, and
it
it's
just
always with like
mentioning
ad hominem
Candace's
attacks
name,
too.
like not even saying that I was on Candace's
But
side or
whatever.
anything. Like he just went off. Like he's just like,
Fat Samurai with the other
oh,
$5
because
super
y'all she
chat.
threatening her of
These people
sex
think
trafficking and blah
CSI
blah.
is
And I
real
was like,
police
I
work.
didn't say anything about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about her behaviors, like her behaviors now. And he just kept like gaslighting for sure. And then so I was like, well, what about, you talk about all of Candace's lies. I was like, what about Erica's
No,
lies? You
none of them
don't,
have, but they've
say
watched
anything about that.
documentaries,
Well, Erica
guys.
hasn't
They
lied.
watched the
And I'm like,
documentaries.
yes, she has. And then I brought up her going on TV and saying she hadn't
Well,
dated.
she hasn't told the truth. Like, meaning I don't know anything that's come out of her mouth that's actually been true.
Exactly. So listen, here's gaslighting. Here's the perfect example. Said, what about when she went on TV and said that she hadn't dated anyone for 5 years before she met Charlie? But oh, wait, no, no, no. She didn't say she hadn't dated anyone in 5 years. She said she hadn't dated anyone in New York in 5 years. I was like, okay,
These
Gary,
people are
like,
ridiculous.
Yeah, but Paramount Tactical proved his point today on his live stream, coming out and said that TPUSA, he supports TPUSA, he's on TPUSA's side, and they haven't lied at all. That's just clear evidence of him knowing that he's not going to switch up his theory going against anything what the evidence has shown or not shown.
yeah, I guess I just, like I was listening to Allie and them on their Face or YouTube, whatever, yesterday, and several of them were talking about how they had talked to him off. Louisiana was saying, he was a good person aside of that, blah 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 blah. So I was thinking, like, okay, let's see here. Like, I'm literally like coming at him because I'm still dealing with my grief 9 years later, and I just want like a genuine answer about that side of it. Like, why can't you see it doesn't have to be like one extreme or the other. It's like either you support TPUSA or you're on Candace's side and you're demonic and blah blah blah. And he's like, nobody ever said demonic, da da da. And I'm like, yes, they did. But it's like he just went straight in for that and just like mm, over the top.
Pierce
It's like,
Morgan did it today. He said, I think it's evil he's doing. He said Erica was there with her kids and just saw her husband get killed right in front of her kid. Like he got killed right in front of his kids and her, and that's not even true. And like he broadcast to tens of thousands, maybe millions of people. Yeah, it's definitely millions of people. And so it's kind of crazy, this narrative or just how these lies get propagated. But my condolences to you. I'm sorry that that
well,
you
thank you. I mean, I'm not like, it's not for sympathy. It's just like not to have this anger and I try to like have some sort of understanding, but it's like anytime you hear from any of their mouthpieces, like they make it worse. It's like I don't know. I mean,
yeah. Well, I'm actually glad you're here because I was talking to Bronson here and he asked me a question about Candace being an investigator,
Fuck, I was not listening.
and he was asking,
What'd she
well,
say?
how do I know how investigations work? And he was asking me some good questions in good faith. And he was asking, and I said, hey, look, Candace is an investigator or investigative journalist, whatever you, however you want to say it, independent investigator. But let's just say, Bronson, she was the absolute worst investigator on planet Earth. She's an amateur investigator. And your loved one, Bronson, this happens to your loved one, and you don't know, they're a political figure, so you don't know, they've got a lot of enemies. You don't know what happened, but it's your spouse, significant other, and you have an option. You got 10 investigators to choose from. Five are amateurs and five are experts. And so your choices are, you can take all 10 investigators, or you could just take the five experts. Um, asking you, Amy, what would you choose to try to get to the bottom of what happened?
Well, and that's a point I made to Gary. So expert is a word that can be whatever meaningful to you. Like I said, why is it that the experts you bring on are experts, but any other experts aren't experts? Like they were talking about I don't the guy who killed Osama bin Laden or whatever, he like that he's stupid, he don't know what he's talking about or whatever. Like how come Gary can be an expert in ballistics or whatever, but this guy who did that, he's not. Anybody else, if they're even if they are expert in their field and they come on and have any kind of different narrative than that, then you're not an expert. You don't know what you're talking about. You're stupid. It's like they just use that term so loosely. And so it's like, I don't know. I would want to take someone who is genuine in what they're doing and they're not out there calling people names and, trying to, it's like they have their end result and then they want to find the narrative to make that
Yeah,
end result happen. They're not coming at it
exactly.
from, and
Conclusion. They've already got the
exactly.
conclusion. They're trying to fit the evidence in there.
And I came into this completely like I can't stand politics. Like I've never even registered to vote, have nothing to do with it. I came in this from a spiritual aspect. Like, I saw that obviously it affected me. And sorry, my son woke up. I'm probably have to get off here. Um, just like the reason that I was drawn to Charlie was hearing him speak about his faith and stuff. And so that's why I was like, I'm going to look into this. And then I see his wife and I was disturbed. So then I looked even farther. So it wasn't even political at all. And it's still not. But it's like these people can't even like wrap their mind around it. They're just like, they can't even be objective whatsoever. And so, um,
Yeah, no, I agree. And we got another one in here. His name's Bronson. He's another one of those types.
Yeah, like I'm
And the
coming
point
at
I
you
was,
telling you I'm a widow and you can't even be a tad bit sympathetic whatsoever. And like you just attack me because I said Candace's name. Like, how
What?
can you sit there and say you're genuine and you're coming at it
and
in good
Candace is
faith?
pregnant. So they're attacking a pregnant woman. But
Oh,
Amy,
yeah.
the point I was getting
A
at,
What the
Amy,
black
f-
pregnant woman,
what?
Uncle Tom.
the point I was getting at, Amy, is that if I was in this situation, I would want all hands on deck.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't care if you're
absolutely.
slow, stupid,
And I
whatever.
asked him, I said, anytime someone else is murdered, the first people they look at are the spouses. No, that is not true. That is not true. And I'm like, okay. Like, he's just like living in upset. But that's another thing is she has no interest in investigating whatsoever. You look at the guy that got killed at
Yes.
Butler, his wife
Uh-huh.
came out with a video two
Yep.
years later and she is asking questions and
Yep.
she's still grieving. You can see it in her face. And it's like, no, 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 we don't want to talk to those
Forget
widows.
about
Like
the
they don't
guy on
matter.
the
So
roof
like,
that took a
it's just
shot with a
ridiculous,
firearm. Forget
honestly.
about
And it's
him. Go
just
talk to
pushed me
Erica
even more
right now.
towards the
Go
candy
talk
cult,
to
I
his wife.
guess you could say, because it's like they are the ones making the separation like that. Like it's either us or not. And like they are pushing everybody farther and farther apart, and they're making no room for
Well,
any kind of
I
like
don't know
middle
if
ground
Tom's
there.
going to
Even though he tries
ask
to
me the
act like
question
that's what he's
again, but
doing, it's absolutely not it.
I have an
Don't
answer.
But
worry,
So
yeah,
Erica.
no, I agree.
like to
Uh,
what end are they trying to do this? Sorry that happened, Amy. Thanks for sharing. I love your
I would,
Louisiana drawl.
thank you.
yeah, no, I appreciate your contribution. So, we do. I mean, I don't get to. I've spoken to a few widows on X, but not many. And again, sorry to hear, but it is a good. It was good information. So, is my hypothesis accurate? You think? Would you want
Well, yeah,
all
but
hands on deck,
I
even
don't
if
really care.
even if it's an amateur investigator?
Take a shot, girl. I don't
You
really
wouldn't
care.
talk shit about them, right? You wouldn't deny, even if they brought bad evidence, you wouldn't deny those clues or tips or information.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And that's the thing is like the only way you would do that is if you didn't want them to find the truth. And that to me says, okay, what are you guilty of then? Because there's no reason why you wouldn't be doing everything you could to find the truth. You wouldn't just someone just say, "Oh, yep, this is what happened." Okay. And I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah." Like no, you want to have anybody out there looking for it. And just the fact that
Exactly.
they want to shut everybody up like that's a big red flag there. So she's the one making herself look guilty, and Gary and all those little, I don't even know what to call them. They're only making it worse.
They are. And actually, I love what Barron says. It's my favorite statement of 2026. They are genuinely uncurious. That's
Oh
how he
yeah.
describes it. Genuinely uncurious.
And it's
And
more than
I just love that
uncurious.
statement.
They are like,
Oh, and antagonistic on top of that. But
yeah, it is yeah. Just I don't know. Anybody would want everybody, like there was a local murder in my town last year, and there was a lot of weird things with the sheriff department, and her family came out. They're still like I see posts all the time where they're like, we want answers, like we're looking into this, like what happened, it doesn't make sense. And then it's like, you know oh, shut up. Don't question the sheriff's office. How dare you? Like, no, that's just not how reality works. But apparently, these people are living in an alternate reality or something. And I don't think that any kind of talking or anything is going to make any difference whatsoever. Like, just yeah. So I would just say for people on here, like quit wasting your time with people like Gary and them because they're feeding off of it. I mean, I was looking the other day, I don't remember if it was his or Blake Neff's, it's one of them, like their feed, and it was like their posts about other stuff, their views are so far down. But as soon as they post about Candace, it's like, way up there. So it's obvious what they're doing. And I think us going in their spaces is only feeding into it because it's not going to change. He's not going to. Yeah.
yeah, no, 100%. I agree with you on that. Their views shit. And if you look at the replies on some of the stuff he posts, it's all people saying like, "Hey, you're a shill." Like it's like
Yeah.
90% negative. So Bronson, there you have it, buddy. It sounds like your stream. You're gonna have to go to a commercial break, buddy, because you got bodied. Candace is a net positive, so you're gonna have to go to a commercial
I
break
think
and
it's
figure
just
that one
like
out.
more of a fight for like humanity, like just basic morality at this point. And they try to make it all about Candace. They use Candace to attack you. He couldn't even have a conversation with me about without talking about Candace and Candace, Candace. I was like, I'm not trying to talk about Candace. I'm trying to talk about Erica. I'm trying to talk about, like what my concerns with you. Like I want to ask your opinion on this, but he can't. It's like
Yeah,
his
he
automatic reaction is to attack Candace and attack you for, even I don't know. It's just crazy.
Don't forget
yeah, I
the
noticed him
racial
doing
slurs too. That
yeah,
blatant
and I noticed
joke.
him doing that to every person he brought up that he didn't agree with. He would try to find a way to navigate the argument to box them into Candace or to Baron or to, he couldn't just listen to a person and let them be a person.
Yeah,
He's
because you're not a
obsessed.
person.
He's 100% obsessed with Candace. I mean, you look at
It was funny because
his thing.
I
It's
think it
just
was Luna. Maybe she was like talked before me, and oh, what was it? She's sorry. I just lost my thought. My goodness.
She had him on
Yes.
the ropes.
Words are
She
violence.
like
Words are violence.
yeah, he could
Remember?
not handle that. She made a lot of good points. I'd have to think of some, but I'm definitely gonna clip it. But she got him to concede
I got bodied.
that
I got
we
straight
don't,
bodied.
or maybe
Absolutely.
that was Muppet, but she did too. But she got him to concede on some things. But one of them was, hey, we don't know who, if I guess if it's even going to trial, right? And so he was forced to agree. Uh, and
Or
so
that
that
it was
she,
still in the prelim, or he
yep,
hadn't admitted guilt, or
correct, yeah.
yeah.
Well,
And
the
so,
prelim is over.
so then she was like, yeah, so I'm, wanting to keep an open mind about what it could be. I want to get, the information so we can find out what happened to Charlie. And so, yeah, everything she said and what you said tonight is spot on, you know.
He will never be
Eco, you joined the
like Andrew
chat.
Wilson.
What did you
I'll go
want
ahead
to
and get
say
my
something?
kid, but thank y'all for
Okay,
letting me
no
talk. I
problem.
just needed to vent. I was just like, oh my gosh, this is
Go
ridiculous.
to
Like, is
is she
this
pregnant?
reality? Like, y'all
Go to
remember
bed.
that kid at the
Aren't you
it
worried
used to
about your
go around a long
kids?
time ago. He got his wisdom teeth cut
Shouldn't you be
out. I
worried
was like,
about
is
your
this real life?
unborn child?
I don't know if y'all remember that, but that's what I felt like at the
I don't.
moment. It's like,
I don't like that.
His wisdom
anyways,
teeth?
yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I had one of those moments back in the day when I got my wisdom teeth out. They said, "All right, when you're done, uh you may not be able to walk very well." Or
I
they
mean,
said they were done and they're like, "You may not
it's
be able to walk very
it doesn't go
well."
to trial. It's
And
because
I
they
was
reach
like,
a
"What did you do
plea,
to my
and
legs?" And
I don't think it's gonna
it
happen.
was
So
I guess that's what I said, because that's what people who my friends that picked me up said. But it was I guess the
Eco's
anesthesia,
here.
obviously.
Actually,
But
curious as to what
Eco,
Eco has to say.
what you got? You grabbed a mic. Or, have you been listening or no?
Yeah, no, I've been listening for like 15 minutes or so.
Oh,
Leslie
okay. So you
invited
just
me to
got in.
speak, so I
Oh,
jumped
okay.
in.
I
Yeah,
gotcha.
you want to fill me? I'm still recovering from Bronson saying that everybody in this space is doing better work than Candace. So I appreciated that.
You're welcome, Eco.
Hey, but the real question is that a net positive or a net negative too? I guess.
With trying to find information, I think trying to find information is a net positive.
That was so
More
hard
like
for him
the
to say.
more like the cumulative effect of this space in general and spaces like it.
Oh, I think they're good. The whole idea that we should not talk to each other because we can't change each other's minds, I don't agree with that.
Have you witnessed somebody's mind changed?
I've had people say that, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna like it. It would be, you know what I mean. I wouldn't say yes, this for sure happened. But regardless, I don't know how important it is necessarily that we change each other's minds. But I don't think we need to close off discourse. I think that's a really bad idea, personally.
That's fair. So we just like body each other and dunk on each other
Yeah, for sure.
and
Well, it does.
basically repeat the talking
Yes.
points over and over.
Well, no, because as time goes on, there'll be new talking points. You know what I mean? It seems every week something else gets recycled or something comes up to where there's new talking points. But yeah, no, I don't. I'm not of the camp that we shouldn't talk to each other just because we disagree. And it would seem disagree specifically on this one subject to where I think we probably agree on a lot more stuff. So no,
Well, we don't disagree
don't think-
anymore, right, Bronson? We agree that you want more information, not less. Independent investigators provide that.
Yes, I want less speculation. I just want the information. I just want data. I don't want speculation. I think that's dangerous.
Do you feel like Fed slop is kind of speculating?
I think that I try not to. It could be. Definitely could be.
Would you highly dispute a claim if I made the claim that Fed slop is pretty much all speculation?
No, because they have physical evidence.
But aren't they speculating that it's Tyler Robinson based on that evidence for the most part?
Sure, fair point.
That's their whole case, or their whole argument that Tyler is the suspect.
Correct, but it's based off of physical evidence to where I can you show me some other physical evidence that would lead to speculating that Erica Kirk is involved, for example?
Well, I think Erica Kirk is involved in a sort of a different way.
Well, yeah, I know. I know where you go ahead, but go ahead. Sorry.
Do you feel like Erica Kirk is a trustful person, Bronson?
Is a what?
Trustful person.
I have no idea. I do not know Erica Kirk.
Do you think her behavior is indicative of her being a grieving widow?
Her behavior in front of the cameras, I don't.
Her behavior since the day that Charlie has.
But the only behavior you've seen from Erica has been from a camera, right? From an event or something along those lines. I don't know how Erica has behaved behind the scenes on a day-to-day basis. So I don't know that
she went on a shopping spree within 24 hours.
I don't know that I would want to speculate.
Do you believe that Erica is being a good mother to her children?
Can you tell me what a good mother is?
Somebody who doesn't leave their kids when their father's dead to go run an organization. Somebody who puts her children's needs
so that
first.
Makes them that would make her a good or bad mother.
I always put I'm telling you, with my children, children, I have grown children. I always put my kids first. There's nothing that can come between me and my kids. If that happened to my children and they lost their father like that, you best believe I wouldn't be doing any of the bullshit that she's been doing.
You wouldn't try to carry on your husband's legacy?
It's not carrying on. There's other people who could be doing that right now.
The kids are the legacy. What do you mean?
Even though it seemed to be Charlie's wishes that if something were to happen to him, Erica take over?
Okay, you're just making this up. This is Fed
slop. No,
I said it would seem.
I
didn't state it as fact. I said it would seem.
No, I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you. But maybe you can't understand because you're a man.
Being a good mother, effective. Take your
good
Fed slop.
mothers.
Well, that's not Fed slop. That
children.
was a video that they played. The feds didn't have anything to do with the video.
Good mothers do not leave their children when their father has died. They would be there consoling their children.
Okay, how much time is she spending away from her children? Do you know?
I don't know. Like Leslie,
at any point, do you know how much time she spent away from her children?
She's been spending plenty of time away from her children.
How do you know?
I mean, where are her children? Do we know where her children are?
Well, she doesn't put them in front of cameras. And when she does,
unless
you can't
it's
see
for
their faces,
photo op,
right?
Because she's going to have them in
unless
Vanity
it's for
Fair
a fake alibi.
But no faces, though, right?
No, in Vanity Fair, she's going to have their faces.
I just feel like you're making a lot of assumptions with not a lot of information.
I'm not making any of assumptions. I'm saying based.
You don't even know how much time she's had apart from her kids. So
based on a women's intuition and a gut.
Based on feels
that she's a shitty mom. No, not at all. She's a shitty mom.
You just
Well,
said.
no, Leslie already pointed out you can't run an organization and be a good mom.
Why?
That's it right there. It's it.
Do
I
you know
mean,
how much stuff
Candace is
she's doing
doing
on
that's
a
a
it.
day-to-day
checkmate
She
right
has,
basis?
there.
you know what? She has small children. When you have children that are 3 and 1, you need to be a good mother and be with your kids all the time.
Okay.
That's
Again,
part of
how do you
being a
know how
mother.
much time she's being
We
separated
shouldn't
That is
from
see
her
her
part of
on
kids?
camera at
she
all.
shouldn't be running the
Why?
organization.
Why shouldn't she be on
She has
camera?
I don't
enough
think I
money.
agree
She
with
has
this,
people running
Leslie.
that.
I don't think I agree with you.
Do
Like,
you
I
have
hear
children?
you.
Do you have
Even
No.
children?
even if
Okay,
she's a
well there you
bad
go.
mom, what
Okay,
does
well,
that
then
have to
that's
do with
fine. But
anything?
hold on real
No, you
quickly.
don't. You don't get no.
Hold on.
If you're not a mother, you don't get to say. I'm sorry,
I'm
but you
just
don't.
saying, okay, I don't get to have an opinion. Got it.
No, you
Understood.
don't. If you
So
do
I'm
not
just
have
saying
children,
in
you do
general,
not to get to make. You don't get to say anything. You
okay,
do not.
right. That's like, no man's allowed to have an opinion on abortion, right?
Amy's back.
I
Amy.
mean, get over yourself, Central,
Amy
for real.
entered the Amy entered the
I was
chat.
just trying to get to the point of
No,
there's
you're not. I
other
don't need you to
ways
get to any. I
Erica
don't.
is
I don't.
I
failing.
was trying to be a mom to my kids.
I was
See,
just
Oh,
saying that
okay.
exactly. That's what happens when
Erica,
you're a mother to your children.
I'm
So what
just saying
happens
that
with moms who
I
have to
think that
work full
Erica is
time?
failing
Are
She
others
they
by
doesn't
bad
need to
speaking
moms?
work
for
full
the.
time. She doesn't need to work full time.
So because she doesn't need to, she shouldn't.
She shouldn't be. No, she should be
Exactly.
raising her children.
Not only
Okay,
that,
so there's another
if she was
point where
trying
for
to
Erica.
carry on Charlie's legacy, Charlie spent years and years saying that
Saying that
the
women should
women
be in
should
the home
be correct.
She's not
raising
carrying
their
on
children.
Charlie's legacy. She's carrying on her own legacy.
Why isn't she
Exactly.
But
not
I
okay with
think
people asking questions? That's the point that I think is actually matters. Like, we can speculate about how good she is or how bad she is, but we don't actually know or see any of the real details. But
No,
if you
none.
look
And
at her
I
not
don't
being
know
o-
what it matters.
but my point, what does matter, Bronson, is why is she not being so open about having other people investigate what's going on, or answering questions, or having Terrell turn over the video footage sooner, or being a part of it in a meaningful way versus standing in opposition? Like, why is this a battle?
Or release the actual video of Charlie appointing her CEO, not an AI cut and shut bloody thing.
Well, you're just assuming that's AI. You don't know that's AI.
I mean,
Well,
they
and
pretty much.
Bronson's
oh, it's edited. I
Bronson,
don't know if it's AI. It's definitely edited though. 100%.
but
It's
Well, that's what
edited.
I meant.
But
but
didn't Candace
Bronson's
say that she has
idea,
that? Why doesn't she put it out?
but Bronson's
Well,
idea of
oh, so
Charlie's
you mean you
legacy.
need Candace now? Oh, that's interesting. You need the net negative woman. Oh, wow, that's odd.
Well, if she's withholding things, that kind of makes her a net negative, no? I
No,
would say that makes her just as
You
bad as Turning
notice how
Point
when we
then.
were talking
I
about
don't. I
Erica,
don't
he
think
switched the
so.
conversation to Candace?
Hmm. So back to Erica. Bronson's idea of Charlie's legacy is not his children, it's TPUSA, but Erica's not even carrying that on well. They canceled the campus events. They're not taking questions. They're bringing people that they knew he hated in. They've got
They're
Nicki Minaj
lying.
on. They're lying. They've got Nicki Minaj on stage. They're lying to people about Superman necks and all
Bronson
kinds
likes
of.
Nicki Minaj.
Wait
We
a minute,
can't do any
Charlie
Nicki
brought
But
Minaj
in people
shit.
but
that he
Charlie
didn't
did not
like.
like Nicki Minaj. Charlie specifically called
Charlie didn't
Nicki
like Ben
Minaj.
Shapiro either, and he had Ben on plenty of times.
Exactly. And that's
So
my
what do you? So
point. So
that's what Charlie did. What are you talking about?
she's carrying on neither legacy.
He would not
She's
have Nicki Minaj
He
on.
would not have
Stop, bro.
Nicki Minaj on
So you're
stage.
gonna speak for Charlie Kirk. That's what we're
Charlie
gonna
Wait,
do.
Kirk
hold on.
said
Let's
that
get back to that.
himself.
Charlie
Let's
Kirk,
Charlie
get back on
Kirk
the point
said
not
that
Nicki
here.
Charlie
You're
Minaj
gonna
was
Kirk
a
say what
said.
bad
Charlie would
role
do.
model.
He
My
literally
wife
said
should be
that.
at home raising my children, not running organizations.
You have no idea what her day-to-day life looks like.
Charlie Kirk said my wife should be at home raising our children.
Again, you have no idea what her day-to-day life looks
Okay.
like.
I don't give a fuck what her day to day. I know what she's doing. Everybody knows it. She's gallivanting across country. She's in fucking Australia right now. She needs to keep her ass at home and raise her fucking kids.
You don't think her kids are with
Wait,
her?
what? She's in Australia?
I actually,
Hell no.
Muppet,
I don't want to hear. What
Muppet
the
and
fuck?
Matthew.
She's coming to visit you, Muppet.
Regardless,
I mean, I honestly
how
think
you think
Charlie's
that
parents.
because
I
of
actually
these
don't want her
things,
raising the
Erica did
kids. I want
something is
Charlie's
insane.
parents raising the kids. I actually don't want
Charlie's
her
parents,
raising the kids.
absolutely. Yeah, it's like she has
Yeah.
no business fucking raising those kids.
Yeah,
But
I
like
have
wait,
I have one
we need to
question
go
for
back.
Bronson.
Yo,
Where's what makes you think that she's in Australia at the moment? Where's that come from?
Ask Matthew and Muppet. They were talking about it earlier.
Well, I'm really kind of bothered by this. How do you
Muppet, you need
know
to
if
DM
she's a
me.
good mother or if Candace is a good mother? Like, we don't know these people. We can't say anything about these people. It makes me upset that you feel that way.
no. I think the point that Leslie was trying to make was
I know
more
what
of.
being a good mother is because I am one. I can tell when a mother is not a good person. Erica Kirk's the
Um,
fucking
Leslie,
devil.
I think
Leslie,
it's
can I?
easier to look at it. Hold on, Adam, real quick. I think
I
it's
was like,
easier to
you
look
guys can
at
sit
it
here and
from a
fucking try to bash
spectrum.
me. You guys can sit here and try to bash me as well. I don't give a fuck what any of you think. So there you go.
Nobody. I don't think anybody's
I
bashing
mean,
you.
I agree with that.
Just to the audience, thumbs up or thumbs down if the kids are real. Thanks.
If the kids are real.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
Hold on,
like,
hold on.
if you look at
I
it,
will humor you, Eco.
uh, uh, if you look at it on just like mathematical, I guess, and you have 7 days a week. I think for every day that you're not with your children, like someone could argue it's worse. So like 6 days is worse than seven, and five is worse than six, and so one day a week would be the worst parent, right? So now it's I think that goes for the mom. I think the dad would be different because if you have a young child, especially a young son that sees their father is out of the home every day, he's going to work, he has this routine, and I think that's actually better for a child. But it's hard to say. It's I don't know if there's a exactly right answer. But I think more times definitely better than less time. So I think that's the overall argument that's trying to be made here. But yeah, Bronson, what you're witnessing though is you're witnessing real moms taking and wives taking up and widows, I should say, all of the above. People who don't even like Candace, people who like Candace all across the world just find it taking up issue. There was who ran the poll recently? What's her name? Ash ran this poll today. I have to check back at that poll. And
Who?
something Ash. I'm trying to think. I'll give you the gist of it. It was, is it Candace causing is it Candace causing Erica to be suspicious, or is it Erica's behavior? And it's like 97% of people. I think it was the last time I checked, it was at 600 people. Um, I wonder if I bookmarked it. I gotta find that. But uh, yeah. So it's her behavior that's causing the distrust. It has nothing to do with Candace. It's 100%. It's just people are noticing the behavior.
Hey, it's Honest Ash. The
Honest
poll I
Ash.
can, yeah, I can send you the poll. It's who is to blame for the distrust in Erica Franzfey? Erica's behavior, Candace pointing it out. 833 votes, 7 hours and 50 minutes left. So I'm sure that the people over in the other chat will run over there and try to outvote. But
I doubt it.
it's currently 96% to 4%. Erica's behavior is winning for the distrust, 96% to Candace 4%.
Cool.
Thank you. I'm gonna put it in this chat as well. So yeah, it's got nothing to do with Candace, in my opinion. I mean, that's just one poll, small sample size, but I just like the question because um obviously if her behavior, I mean, obviously if she was just at home and nobody knew who she was, like because they didn't know who she was, then there wouldn't even be a poll. There wouldn't even be any question about any of it. But she chose the limelight and the fireworks. So kind of comes with the Terry. Now, Bronson, going back to Adam, get a couple hands up. Going back to the speculation thing though, Adam, because that's I felt like that's unresolved. Matthew, I am trying to give you a mic. Let me see. There's room, Matthew. I don't know. Maybe I have to reset the space to get it to work.
It said that the space booted me for some reason, and I had to like come in on a different account.
Oh, okay, Nicholas. Okay. Oh wait, is that true? Okay, I might reset it and come back. But Bronson, I think that you're wrong about the. You said I don't like speculation. Eco pointed out how well, actually, if you don't like speculation, then you shouldn't like the official narrative because it's mostly all speculation. I think that
It's
your
based on
position about
evidence, though, not feelings.
right.
For
No,
somebody
I
who
hear.
says they don't trust the government, you sure are trusting the government.
Wait, Uncle Tom, can I ask Bronson too on this? Do you leave room then for speculation leveraging the physical evidence that we have and leaving it open that Tyler Robinson very well could be a patsy? Like his DNA is on a piece of
So
that.
here's where I struggle with the Patsy theory. Is first of all, is he a knowing or an unknowing Patsy?
I don't know. What does your physical evidence tell you about him being the one to shoot it?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, the physical evidence tells me he more than likely took the shot.
How?
That's the physical
Wait,
evidence from the government, mind you, but you
what
don't
puts
trust the
him on the
government.
roof? Like what DNA, what gun? Like it's all this stuff that's circumstantial and spread out everywhere. So what makes you so
Not to
certain that
mention
that's
that,
your line of speculation to follow?
not to mention his furry boyfriend that doesn't seem furry or gay at all. His DNA is on every piece of the evidence as well.
Not on the
More so
firearm.
than Tyler's is.
Lance Twig's DNA was only found on the screwdriver and I believe on
That
the
didn't
Dremel
exist
tool.
up until lately.
And
No,
the
that was announced
towel.
right away.
No, it was on the
It was on the
screwdriver and the
screwdriver.
towel, and there were.
Yeah, and
And it was on the Dremel tool.
But hold on, you haven't answered my thing.
Yep.
Don't believe in the government, and you think the government's sus, but yet you're believing everything the government's telling you
Why
right now
I
for your
don't
theory.
think that everything the government says or does is a lie.
You said that you don't believe most of it, and you question it at all.
I do question. Sure.
Okay, so why are you not questioning? I mean, you're just a hypocrite,
He's
basically.
he's having cognitive dissonance. This is what cognitive dissonance looks like.
It's called being a hypocrite.
He's battling. He's having internal power struggle. So just to back to the speculation, and Adam's got his hand up, so I'm gonna let Adam speak, and then we can go to whoever. But the speculation thing, it exists literally in 100% of every case ever on planet Earth. It's speculation. You have somebody, if
Well,
you
right up
find a
until it's
firearm,
proven though, right? With evidence.
until
No, none of that
yes.
evidence is proven.
Well, I
Well,
said
yeah,
with.
yeah. No, but until yes, it's speculation
Mhm.
until you get to the bottom of it. That's what investigators do. So if
Mhm.
you find a firearm in somebody's house and then you see a guy outside laying down, there's blood, right? You have evidence that there's blood. You have evidence that he's dead. You have evidence of a firearm. But now everything around that is speculating. Did who did it? What, like, we got to get the prints. We got to match the bullet. Now you find out the bullet's not the right size, so it wasn't that actual firearm. So now somebody planted
No,
it.
that's incorrect. The bullet was the correct size. They just
No,
couldn't
no, I'm
match
sorry.
the
No, I'm
bullet.
sorry. I'm giving just a hypothetical of a random homicide. Is what I'm sorry. to confuse you. I'm saying at a random homicide, a random crime scene, you will have, let's say hypothetically, you have a firearm, and that you show up, you're the investigator, detective, you show up to the crime scene, you see there's a firearm, you see a man outside dead, obviously he's bleeding. So you have your evidence all there, but you're speculating the entire time in order to try to get to a resolution. Then you have to talk to witnesses. You have a lot of steps to take. And part of that
Well, it
is
doesn't sound like I'm
chain of
speculating at all at that point. It sounds like I'm collecting evidence.
Well, yeah.
right,
Well, I
but
think
you don't
it's
have
an
you
it's
don't
an
actually have the shooter.
inference.
You don't have the person who did it. So you have to speculate. Did he go in this direction? Did he go in that direction? Did he use his credit card? Was he at a restaurant? Did he it's all speculation.
Yeah, and speculation is really important. Just because you can come up with more than one hypothesis for a particular, event. But I think the issue is that, if in your example you had a cop, right before you looked out the window, plant a gun, in this area, and that gun was tied through the evidence locker to, another homicide, whatever, you are putting into place the so-called evidence that is there to make you infer a very particular conclusion. And it's justified and it's plausible and it's consistent and like all the things that you can say, but that's not what happened, right? And that's the issue with what's going on. uh, there's a lot of evidence that suggests, one thing. But if you can be okay with speculating, like what are other ways of explaining the evidence, then you can come up with different theories of the case. And so I think that's what is, on the one hand, missing, on the other hand, doesn't really matter, and on the other hand, like absolutely does. And just to say that, investigators do not get to the bottom of things all the time. The court is not the arbiter of truth, and the limited resources that are devoted to, an investigation like this, which may also be manufactured and falsified in different ways. Um, may have the appearance and plausible deniability and compartmentalization and this, that, and the other. But, the question is like what actually happened. And yeah, and we can speculate different explanations for that based on the same evidence, but also based on other factors as well. So just throwing that out there.
You
And
brought up
what makes this so
manufactured. How
I'm
would
sorry.
we discern what is and what isn't potentially manufactured evidence?
I think you were the one who mentioned conversation and rooms like this and spaces like this, having conversations about, any particular piece of evidence. So, for instance, the screwdriver you mentioned was brought up by Cash, then it sort of did not get talked about for a very long time, and then showed up on the exhibit list. And also, you have this body camera that sort of goes out at the opportune time that it's alleged that this screwdriver is on the roof. So, again, you have like explanations from people who, it could count as evidence to suggest that this was true, but that same evidence could be used to suggest that it's not true and that this is kind of fabricated. So that conversation would be part of that, I suppose.
So what makes this so, and I promise I'm going to get to Nicholas and Adam. Sorry about this. But what makes this so, I guess, thought provoking, Bronson, is the fact that Charlie was a political figure. He was a public figure, and he was also in the political sphere. So that's what makes this one where you have to kind of put a little bit more thought into it. I'm not
No, I
saying that
understand. I
people.
completely understand why it's shrouded in conspiracy. I
Okay,
totally get
okay,
that.
okay. Yeah, I think that's the case with this one is because the nature of it. That does set it apart. It's hard to quantify how much, but it's substantial in how much it sets it apart because I will probably have to concede that if it was like a random homicide that didn't involve a public figure or a political the guy wasn't in politics or whatever, um then and there was you were interviewing a suspect and that suspect had some kind of note or met text messages, then I would probably concede that that's pretty he probably did it. Because that's how it would be in most cases. I would if I had to guess. So there is that. And I think that matters. I think it's it's the political nature of this, and it is important. He was loved by a lot of people. I think it should be more scrutiny with this. We see a lot of scrutiny with just the average homicide, like the day-to-day homicide, whatever. There's a lot of scrutiny. They're pulling cell phone data. They're really building strong cases. They're obviously interviewing many witnesses. They're just there. It seems like there's a lot of that happening in regular cases. So for this to not have that same attention, seemingly, that's why you're gonna have the conspiracies and speculation. But I think and which I think is warranted. And I think that's the difference. It's like you don't think it's warranted. But anyways, go ahead, Adam.
Oh, I had to unmute. My audio check is good, I believe. Bronson, I wanted to jump back to what Leslie was saying regarding the children. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Alrighty. So I wanted your take on this. So a user on X a couple weeks ago, uh, mini and lots of ones underscore, says that someone reported instead of Erica going home to her kids after 5 days after the preliminary hearing, that she flew to Virginia, which we know was for the conference. And then Andrew Colvett jumps in and says, "This is our word. She had her family with her all week." And then the number 2 point was she flew to the TPUSA students for the chapter leadership student like conference, I guess. So my question for you is, based on the claim that this Mini 1111 said, and then Andrew jumping in saying she had her family with her all week, does that mean that is Andrew saying that her children were with her all week in Utah and then flew to the conference with her, since Leslie was talking about being a good parent and having your kids with you and things like that? Do you have a take on that based on what Andrew Colvett said with her family being with her all week?
Andrew was saying that she had her family with her all week while she was at the preliminary.
That is correct. And then she flew direct from the preliminary to the conference in somewhere near DC for the
Okay.
weekend.
And you're
from
asking if I think Andrew is telling the truth?
No. Is Andrew saying or implying that Erica had her children with her, since Leslie was talking about being a good parent and spending time with the children? Is it your belief, based on Andrew's statement, that the children went with Erica to Utah and then went to DC?
I guess I have no idea. I mean,
Or you
family
didn't hear about
could.
any of this?
No, I must have missed it. Family could imply her children were with, but it could also imply that her parents were there.
Well, yes, because we do know that I think a sister and maybe the sister's kids or something like that. So the direct claim that M on X said is that Erica, went to Virginia instead of going home to her children. And directly in response to
Okay,
that,
and in response, Andrew said this is incorrect. She had her family with her the whole time during the
But also, who
preliminary in Utah.
cares? Why is this even a
Then I would say, yeah, that would probably mean that she had her children with her.
yeah, that's what one would think. But when you're dissecting the words, it could be a tricky wordplay saying, well, she was with her family because she had her sister and some other people. So that the viewer, the reader would say, oh, family, that's probably the children, because this is in direct response to a claim that she was not with her children. And he jumps in talking about that. Okay, but you don't know one way or the other, but you would agree that having her family with her all week in a direct response, a threaded response on X would probably, one would assume that he is talking about children, not just, relatives.
I would say, since that's in a direct response to a message that referenced specifically her children, probably yes.
Okay. It sounds
Her
like
sister doesn't even talk to her. She doesn't even
well,
have a relationship with her sister.
yeah. Well, my point here is Andrew is implying, based on who he is replying to and it threading underneath, that no, that's not true. She had her children with her, which three different Turning Point insiders said, no, that is not correct. The children were not with her at all, in response to if her kids were with her or not. Okay, now that that is done, the other question I had was jumping back to a detective or an investigation. This was some time ago. The claim was that you need to have some evidence to track down what is an investigator. And you guys went back and forth being all technical and things like that. So my question is, and this could be to Uncle, or it could be to Bronson, or both, and we don't have to stick here too long. If something bad happens, a burglar breaks into my house and there's some evidence of a break-in, but we don't know who done it at all, other than the door is broken open, how do you find the evidence when there is no evidence at all? Like, this is a kind of a leading question. Don't you have to create a hypothesis of some possible scenarios that you start poking around to find any shred of evidence in the beginning? Isn't that like the nature
are
of...
you asking what happens in an investigation if there's no evidence?
Yes, like
sounds like
almost,
the person got away with it. I think that's how that works.
Okay, so there's a mass murder or this or that.
And for example, right? Like let's say we'll just use your example. Somebody broke into my house, right? And they didn't leave behind any evidence. Should I go over to my next door neighbor's house and start saying he's a bad parent, and then I think because he's a bad parent, he's the one who broke into my house with no evidence?
Well, I'm not really. That would be you, the person that was the victim. I'm more focusing on, let's say, the detective or the guy that writes a report that comes. He's probably going to ask me some questions like, when were you home, and did you leave the door open, and did you see anyone suspicious hanging out around your house before? Like, the claim isn't you're going to go and bug your neighbor. We're talking more about the police officer that's showing up. Now,
Right,
he
but
could go talk to the neighbor, right?
Sure, but the premise you left is that there was no evidence. So without evidence, they're not going to have anything to go off of.
Well, there's always
so they're not just going to run around.
right. There's always evidence. If your home was broken
there
into, there's
isn't
stuff
always
missing.
evidence. A lot of crimes go unsolved in this country every day because of lack of evidence.
Well, what I meant, I guess,
they just have lack of finding the person, but there's evidence.
What? No.
Well, when I said evidence,
like if you see someone on camera that somebody got mugged, and you see the person on camera, but they get away with it, they're not caught. There's still evidence. They're on camera.
What if they're wearing a hat and sunglasses?
Yeah, it's still evidence.
It is a lead. It's minimal evidence, but there's evidence. When I said evidence,
how would we identify this person that was caught on a camera with hat and sunglasses?
You're talking about proof. Evidence is things or things that could be compelling in helping you come to a conclusion. I'll pull up the definition again, but it's just essentially something that.
Well, this wasn't my hypothetical. This was his. and it
No, I
involved
know. I
no
was just
evidence.
pointing out he did say no evidence. I don't think he meant it that way, though.
Well, what I
Well, can I just to
meant,
throw it out
what I
there?
actually meant is there's evidence that the break-in happened. This wasn't a lie. Like the door is broken down. That is evidence. It just doesn't. It's not a fingerprint. It means I'm not making something up, claiming someone broke in so I could do insurance fraud. That was what I
But
meant. I
but
wasn't
but
clear.
but to your earlier point, Adam, like it's only evidence because there's a hypothesis that sort of turns any information into evidence, right? So like if you heard, from somebody who lived there, like, oh, they had broken that door last week because they couldn't get in, then it would stop being evidence, right?
Correct.
Uh,
Correct.
so
Well,
it just
it seemed
depends
we
on
were
what theory or what
no
hypothesis you're kind
right,
of looking for. And if you don't even have an hypothesis, you're not going to look for certain things. So there is no evidence, especially when any information has been suppressed and can't turn into evidence because it's not being considered as part of the theory.
right. But now, and you would agree that a part of an investigator or a detective, or when you watch any of these whodunit shows on TV, the NCIS or whatever, that they have to have some sort of speculation for them to think about why and how, especially in the very early stages, as far as what would the motive be, where should we look? Like, isn't that by
Well,
nature what a detective does? Is they have to
what
speculate?
Adam, what's interesting is that in those things, those are like written scripts that are produced. And so I think that's a perfect simile to what just happened, because it is a script written that sort of leads to one particular thing. And no, that's not how typical investigations go. And I think that was part of what the defense was saying at the beginning, that you basically chose one particular theory, ran with that the entire time, and did not do the due diligence that a real investigation would do, which is potentially look at all of these angles. Now, there are arguments against that by saying, oh my gosh, there was so much, like yada yada. And then the judge ultimately ruled that that was the case, that there was a lot of evidence that pointed to a particular thing. But all of that evidence sort of factored into the initial judgment that I think it was Ballard or Grunander made after the kid, or the adult child sent him a message, which was, shot from a roof, basically, from above. And that became the sort of leading theory that all of the evidence or all of the information became evidence to support that theory. We, on the other hand, have multiple theories to explain, all of this evidence and more, and so that becomes the issue. Why did the investigators not look at any of this stuff? They only looked at this stuff, and one team will say, oh, because they had everything they needed and everything else is superfluous. The other people will say because it's corrupt as fuck, and maybe it is.
Right. No, I agree. And what I would actually find interesting is, in clinical trials, they do these meta-analysis and they look at a whole bunch of things. It would be interesting to see of the people that do the exoneration cases, not necessarily death row, but like when DNA comes up and they exonerate people that were wrongfully accused, it would be interesting to look at like a dozen or so cases and see how many times are they looking for a wide net, looking for something, and then as soon as someone gets a lead, like we've heard of, that later gets exonerated, somebody gave a statement, and then the detectives ran with it because it was a big public case, and there was a rapist or some serial murderer. How many of the times of the people were exonerated did they focus in based on this evidence and they quit looking anywhere else because they had a lead? It was probably this lead. The public wants some sort of closure, and the DA and the mayor and everyone like that really wants to fight crime, and they just need a win.
I'm gapping out, guys.
It would be
big
interesting, and someone could look this up and tell us how many of the times in these cases were they looking and looking, and as soon as they got a moderately credible lead, they just shut everything down and they went with that because sounds like they had it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not suggesting that this is a rare occasion that happened.
Well, I think like 1% go to trial, right, of all the cases, and the other 99% sort of plead. So you could also, you know, survey all those people too and ask. You know what I mean? Like it's probably very difficult to do that math, and the sample size keeps getting smaller and smaller because of the. Anyway, but yeah, no, that good. I agree.
One quick thing, and then I'll back out. Bronson mentioned something about the SUV not being in the crime scene, and several people suggested it was.
Well, before you get to that, let's go to
I think
Nicholas.
it's the opposite of that.
Yeah, go for it. I'll back out. Thank you.
I had a question for Bronson about something you said about Tyler Robinson being a witting or unwitting accomplice.
Patsy, I think.
I'm just wondering why would it matter?
Knowing or an unknowing?
I fail to see the difference, but I'm just wondering why would it matter?
Whether he was a knowing or an unknowing, I think it would matter depending on the story you come up with.
Is there anything more?
I don't know. That's not my hypothesis. I forget who it was. Was that Quintessential maybe that brought that up? That he might be a patsy or something? So I'm just curious where she was going to go with that, but I don't think she's here anymore.
Well, I don't understand, like, why couldn't somebody be a patsy whether they were knowing or unknowing? You could still be a patsy.
Well, you could, but that's two very different scenarios. Wouldn't you agree? Like for example, Nicholas, a knowing patsy would be well aware of a plot, of a plan that he's participating in voluntarily and is now taking the blame for it. An unknowing one would mean that he was tricked into being some. Okay. I mean, well, you could understand then how that's like those are two very different theories that would involve very different scenarios for that to play out.
And Nick, just one example would be like the text messages. If he's an unwilling patsy, those would be, you know, that would either be concocted, you know, without him knowing, or you know, put onto his phone. Whereas if he was part of the op and was the knowing patsy, he could have written those himself.
Don't thank me. You deserve this and so much more. I admire your patience and ability to do things like this. Please don't ever change.
I just thought you.
Well, thank you.
I was expecting more pushback, honestly.
And thank you.
I mean, maybe for me, because I don't see the difference between the conclusion of the event and a unwitting or witting patsy. I fail to see how that's.
Well, if he's an unknowing patsy, don't you think he would, like, you know, want to try to tell somebody that he's a patsy and not be sitting in court looking at getting the death penalty? I feel like he would be trying to talk to anybody.
Right. I guess what I'm getting at is like, I mean,
how do you know that he's not?
Still be involved either. I mean, a conspiracy could still include an unknowing or knowing patsy. You see?
Yeah, I wasn't making the point that it couldn't. I wasn't making a point at all. I was wondering what point whoever it was going to make, going the patsy route.
It does change the conspiracy, and it does mean that certain things have to take place for those things to happen. So, for instance, we just talked about the like text messages, but
like, am I crazy?
But that would
be two
lead
very different
to
scenarios.
The question: okay, how are we going to authenticate this? And then it either becomes
and I would be curious
real
how
company
they would
on the one
explain
hand,
that.
or Twigs sort of showing a picture of a phone that gets photographed, and so is that
quintessential contrarian? Hey, thanks for the super chat.
Get
Ask Leslie if she dropped me because I pushed back about why Erica being with her kids matters.
The cell provider.
Well, I'm guessing that's probably why.
Not
or she
if
just
that stuff is
decided
fake, right? So it just
you
changes
aren't a mom,
the conspiracy.
so therefore
it changes,
you can't
how certain things
speak
are
on
needing to get
what
authenticated.
being a mom is like.
Communication, and how all that stuff is deployed, I would think.
Is Quintessential still in here? Maybe she could clarify.
I think she rage quit 'cause she
She's
was
not.
having a feminist moment.
I mean, I guess if he was a unwitting patsy, and we'll steel man it and say that, let's assume that Tyler Robinson was the guy on the roof, and he did take the shot, and we'll even go say he's at 306, whatever. If he was the unwitting patsy, if we accept that as a premise, it still doesn't absolve the idea that there was a conspiracy that took place.
I don't think this guy knows.
Just say he's an unwitting patsy.
I don't think he knows what I'm talking about. No,
Right, but the
unknowing
issue is you
or
have
knowing.
The issue is also like, in the same way that you're telling the police to, find evidence that it's Tyler, the question is, what
I
is the
think
evidence
so.
that
There was your
there's a
answer,
larger
Quintessential.
conspiracy? And everything that people will point to
He's making it sound like you
be
rage quit
interpreted and explained away and all of this
you're
stuff.
a feminist.
So then it becomes, oh,
Is that
there's
what
no
she said?
evidence to support that.
So if I asked why she
and
kicked
that
you,
becomes the sort of
she would say she
we're-
didn't.
We're accepting the
That you
and
rage quit.
proposal. So we're accepting in terms of logic, that we're steelman in here. I'm not saying this is what happened, but we're steelman in saying that Tyler Robinson took the shot from the roof with the 306, and
Rest. I just want you to know, I've seen. I haven't seen all of your comments, but I've seen your comments. I just want you to know I'm not ignoring you.
That people conspired to murder Charlie Kirk.
Fuck, I want to listen to this.
I think that's what Bronson thinks, right?
I'm sorry, what?
The whole
is that your conclusion, Bronson?
Yeah, isn't the Fed slop kind of position
that Tyler
now,
Robinson
like,
did it? Is that my
Tyler
conclusion?
Robinson did
That's definitely, yeah, for sure. That's where I lean. Absolutely.
But also there's this like wider network that like there's no actual evidence to tie him to, but like, it's likely, right?
There very well could be. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not closing the door. I'm not closing the door on other people involved. I'm not even closing the door on I could be wrong. Like,
no, not that you're not closing the door, but that you're happy to leave that door open, and other people are like running through that door and being like, oh, look at what's on the other side of this door, even though there's not necessarily any evidence.
Yes, 100%. And to be honest, like most of you guys are doing all of the work for that.
I mean, I think it's the people on Gary's show, but I was thinking of Stealth Medical and
I don't know. You probably know more about Stealth Medical or pay more attention to Stealth than I do. We didn't.
Well, I mean, the argument
we butted
that Gary
heads like 6 months
doing,
ago, and
right. The argument that Gary has been doing is something to the effect of like Tyler did it, but he was like, with the Turkey Tom thing, probably radicalized by Lance. If not, it was Lance, not Tyler.
No, I think they were going as far as like
radicalized by these leftist groups in the Discord and this and that and the
other.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't even that. Like I think Stealth took it even further with, was it the SL? What are they called? Was it the SLC?
Yeah, I mean the SLC armed queers.
Them. Yeah, that's where. Like, we butted heads on that because I said, "Where's your evidence for these claims?" Because she was going off on it, and I was like, "Wait, hold on. How do we know that they're tied to that? What's the evidence?" And I mean, I don't want to like dog anybody here necessarily, but kind of gave me the same answers. It's like, well, just look at it; it makes sense. It's like, oh, okay, and I was like, no, show me some fucking evidence. And then that Josie chick just fucking went off on me. So I was like, all right, well, I'm just not going to talk to these people anymore.
Yeah, no, I hear that, and that was a bit ago, so I didn't know if you changed your stance on that. But no,
I'm open to it, but like
that message is going on Gary's stuff, and he's all about it. So I just find it interesting that the Fed slop is all about being against the conspiracies, unless it's their preferred conspiracy, in which case Yeah, like skepticism up until this point, and then it's speculation the whole way beyond.
I mean, I could try to speculate. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I got something I want you to speculate on real quick. Um, if if we're going with like the Fed slap narrative that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk in the neck from the roof with a 306, 308, and a conspiracy was involved, and I don't know. You haven't really said like what part of the conspiracy you think. I think this group leans heavily that there's malicious components of TPUSA, possibly even Fort Huachuca, and other government entities involved. What do you think is the connective tissue, speculating between Tyler Robinson and all those elements?
I don't know, but I would push back on the Fort Huachuca thing. Like, I would agree with Valhalla on the absolute lack of credibility when it comes to Mitch Snow. What? I'm sorry. What else did you say? I apologize.
I'm just wondering, like, what do you think the connective tissue is between the official, Tyler Robinson taking a shot from the roof, Tyler Robinson being a person of perhaps interest to the feds and the feds themselves? Like, what do you think is the connective tissue between Tyler Robinson and those other malicious actors?
I don't know that I've seen any connection between Tyler Robinson and potentially other
Bro, you got to
malicious
speculate.
actors.
Yeah.
This is your time to speculate here, Bronson.
All right. We'll play a little thought exercise, I suppose. So let's just say that there was absolutely people who had prior knowledge to this event and were posting about it on social media. Okay.
Are these TPUSA interns?
I don't know if they are. They're using strange accounts that look like potentially people of LGBT whatever.
What about Harrison Smith?
Hold on,
I didn't think Omar
the
was
football
a
player.
LGBTQ name.
Just let him speculate. I want to hear what Bronson says.
I don't know.
I
the only thing I could think of is I'm not even sure what they would help him with. I speculated
like,
early
I'm kind
on.
of curious, how willingly are you to travel into archive.org and read CIA documents? Are you MK Ultra deep?
Do I think MK Ultra is a thing?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you think it's possible that Tyler Robb, and we don't know
yeah, no,
obviously
listen.
the specifics of the
I
program,
would
but
say plausibility, probably not. Is it possible? Sure.
I mean, without knowing the specifics, I mean, can we really say?
Can
we really rule it out?
Could we? No, that's why I said it's possible. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's a high probability. I'd say it's probably
Right, but
a
it's
pretty low probability.
It'd almost be like if a brain surgeon and me were having a conversation. It's like, do you think it's possible to you know, fix this person's brain, pull out this cancer? And I'm like, well, I'm not a brain surgeon. I don't know. But speaking of somebody who has experience in brain surgery, they would be like, well, absolutely. And so we're kind of looking, obviously it's been this way for decades. So we're looking at kind of a one-way mirror where we don't know what's on the other side. Only a couple of people do. So I just don't know how you could rule it out.
Yeah, no, I'm not necessarily ruling that out. I just, like I said, I don't think it's a very high probability that that's the case.
What do you think it is the case?
I really don't know. Just going off of what evidence we've been shown, I have no idea.
Would you accept that there's more afoot than just a shot taken from a roof?
It wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Okay.
So it's more probable that the cops are not fucking around and they're like legit making it happen than it before. Like no funny business. That's what the odds you're playing are.
I would say right now, where we are at this point, with the information that we have, it's more probable that Tyler Robinson was on the roof and took the shot.
If
Anything
that kid took
beyond
a
that,
shot, that would blow his shoulder out.
not at all.
Plus-
And I can
plus,
clearly
Bronson,
tell by
you're-
what you just said you've never shot firearms. So just relax.
I've shot firearms. Nice try, though.
Well, okay.
Try not to be such a male chauvinist pig like fucking get your hero, Gary.
Well, I would have said that to a
You're
dude if they said that too,
overlooking-
just to be clear, Leslie.
No, you wouldn't have.
I absolutely would have and have. Go ahead. What, Ego, what'd you say?
I was saying you are overlooking the person who are playing the odds are sort of overlooking this 1 in a million chance that the body cam just sort of goes out on top of the roof.
Yeah, but I don't know how. Okay, I tried to give me an example, Eco, of the body cam going out. What it is that we're like, what are we missing from that body cam going out, or what did that allow them to do?
His face.
Well, it's. I mean, I think it. First of all, it sort of contradicts the original probable cause affidavit. In the sense that like there was another story that sort of came out.
Hold on,
which
we're talking about the officer that went up to the roof after everything happened.
Right. So
right?
this is that officer. But so
Okay.
after this kind of detour that we didn't get we didn't hear about, go to the roof. I think at that point the body cam goes out, and so you can't see anything that takes place on that roof. Right. That includes the person who had a badge and a gun, but like the person didn't know who it was. So that person could have sort of staged the scene while that other person was sort of going on this detour. It also eliminates the evidence that the screwdriver was on the roof in the first place, because that was claimed by.
He wouldn't need to close his body cam off and do it at that point. There was a guy on the roof, right?
If the body cam is going to die, it beeps before it does.
I mean, I don't. I'm not sure how.
I have two cousins that are detectives that have told me the same thing. They said that's bullshit.
But the point being is that he doesn't need to do any of that because it could have all been done well prior to him going to that roof, because there was a guy.
Right, it could have been, but we don't know because there's no video. Because the body
and
cam
he said he
shut
was
off.
up there not even 5 minutes after Charlie was shot. So, or supposedly shot. So, and he had only been on duty for an hour or so.
But what I'm saying is I don't understand what is he staging up there? There was a guy on the roof. He's on camera.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know if it was staged or not because
you don't know.
No, I'm asking.
You don't even know if they were on the roof, right? Because there's no body cam to establish that he was on the roof, right?
Who? No, we have there's video of allegedly Tyler Robinson, somebody on the roof, running out. Right,
there's a suspect. There's a black blob that sort of we're told is what the prosecution believes is Tyler.
Yeah, there's 3 pixels in the top left corner.
Moving.
I think like the significance of the webcam going or his body cam was that's where and that's
cut out.
the only thing like DNA wise.
Wait, she's talking again? Hold on, she's on again.
She's never claimed that Erica Kirk was involved in sex trafficking. She said, "Yes,
I gotta
think it
pee
is when you say
so
what is
bad.
When a woman says that woman over
CJ.
there, you can make your own
Did I just click? Okay. Oh, it's so small there. Wait, I gotta wait. Okay. CJ, thank you for the $20 super chat. This shit, Leslie blocking me from Unk Space and kicking Quintessential out is next level retarded. And throwing Fed slop around every 2 minutes is so disingenuous. Mad respect for you, bro. Keeping your cool. Tell Leslie to go check on her kids. Jeez.
Okay. Could be.
Is that cutting out for you guys too? Uh-oh.
She strings together a bunch of lies and it says these lies are true.
Is
And those
Gary
lies
still
point to
going?
one thing, and that is either she's involved in the
Is this
death of
live?
the murder of Charlie Kirk, or that she's involved with child trafficking. And when you go and research these things, it's lies, it's made up things. And she
Okay, I'm
does
gonna
this
pee quick. If they
maliciously.
start
And
talking
I
to
mean,
me, you
quite
guys are gonna
frankly,
have to fill me in the chat
it's
on what I missed.
sadistic what she's doing.
Said that Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk was involved with Charlie Kirk's murder, and she's never said that she's involved in sex trafficking. She said she's never ever, that Candace personally has never been around and involved or around people that is involved in sex trafficking. And
Hold on.
The tapes might disagree, contradict. The tapes might agree. No, I did. You absolutely. And then just to mention real quick from what Eclectic just said, when I said so it's against the law or she should be arrested, I said she should be arrested for stating that Erica Kirk's a black widow. The only reason why I said that was because you said it's against the law for her to make the claim that Erica Kirk's a black widow.
Yes, against the law. It is against the law. It's against defamation. We have defamation laws. Defamation laws.
So freedom of speech, because she called her a black widow, she should be able to be sued.
No, it's
Hold on. You guys should take this for what it's worth. And Lene, what's crazy to me is you said that you don't actually watch Candace Owens. You don't really know what she said.
I said I've been watching her since Charlie Kirk, since she was with Charlie Kirk. I've never made that.
Okay. Anyways, so what I did was,
You guys watch her more thoroughly than I do. I do think that.
Okay.
Anybody that's watching.
Did I miss anything?
And as long as you have,
it sounds like
turning point. I don't watch her actually. Ever. I stopped watching.
Then maybe that's the issue. Because you're getting
back when they were defending Andrew Tate's victims, or when she was defending Andrew Tate and smearing his victims. That's when I stopped watching her. And if you continue to watch her,
this bitch is on
All right, everybody, mute. I want to go through this, and you can take this for what it's worth. But this is a Grok assessment of what's going on.
Grok.
So what we have here is oh my God, series Bride of Charlie, which was just disgusting. She has advanced a pattern of insinuations, associations,
guys,
and questions about inconsistency
who were
and
they
broader
talking
conspiracy framing that many, including Erica Kirk herself, interpret as accusing or strongly implying involvement in Charlie Kirk's assassination and or traffic-related activity.
That didn't support the claim.
Said that she does not believe that Robinson acted alone. She has suggested betrayal by people close to Charlie Kirk.
It just said people like you guys are assuming.
And floated possible involvement by foreign actors, including Israel, France, Egypt, and others, or a cover-up by those around him. She has focused scrutiny on Erica's post-assassination behavior in a role of TPUSA CEO. Playing leaked audio of Erica.
It's all opinion.
I fucking hate Grok. I hate Grok. I hate all of these stupid AI things. Can't stand them.
In the Bride of Charlie series and related commentary, they focus on Erica's backgrounds, associations, and conduct is presented in a way.
Especially when people like bring him into arguments. I've seen people get owned so bad trying to use Grok as evidence for their claims. I don't know why people still do it.
This is just testicles for the investigation skills.
I think it's dumb. I think it's right up there with just like saying everybody's an op.
Commentary as raising questions or pointing out what doesn't add up. Erica Kirk has publicly stated the opposite, that Owens is claiming she murdered her husband or played a role in the assassination. States referencing Candace Owens claiming I murdered my husband. Owens has tied Erica Kirk's earlier charity work to Romania and related activities to child sex trafficking scandals via association, connections to or things directed toward individuals later accused of trafficking or prostitute underage Romanian orphans. Partnerships or appearances involving pastors, churches, facing lawsuits over alleged trafficking or abuse of minors from Romanian orphanage. Suggestions that Romania and earlier China sex
Riss, I must have missed that. Well, you called Gary out? What'd you call Gary out on?
trafficking adjacent patterns. She's also speculated about Erica grooming or sexually harassing a 15-year-old.
That happened.
Multiple fact checks,
It did
including
happen.
Snopes and lead reviews of Romanian records and reporting, have found no evidence that Erica Kirk or her charities were accused of, involved, or banned in child trafficking. So that is just
Don't forget the Epstein ties. Don't forget the Epstein ties for the mom.
Yeah. So if she doesn't think, if she doesn't think, and again,
Yeah, Urban, that's like, yeah, that's okay. I mean, using them as like fact checks and shit.
She's just sitting here. Lene is just gaslighting us.
Who the fuck is this dumb bitch talking?
Her name, I'll find it.
Can we let Gary finish his thought, please?
The eclectic journalist.
In every single episode, and look at
Well, she's a
99%
fucking
of what the
Well,
people
he's
down
like
there
a
are saying
child.
and the conclusions that they come to. This is classic information operations behavior. They lead you to a conclusion. They make it you feel like you're coming to your own. But the problem is that multiple times Candace has said
Journ.
and she has said direct things, including the
No, she didn't say direct things. You just pointed
In
out
fairness,
how
Gary gets a lot of shit on X. So might have just caught him in a bad moment. I don't know.
That's
But
what Gary does. And too bad
Wow.
Erica's
that's a
a lesbian.
lot of shit.
Wow,
That's his
Lene's in the
very
hornet's nest tonight.
investigation.
Lene's
Lune's handling it too.
And for her, there's no way I'd go back in there.
and she's making it hard for me to clip because she keeps going in and out
She's a boss.
different times. Now I'm gonna have to look at the
right. But what she doesn't have
Is not gaslighting.
she doesn't have the right to do. She doesn't have the right to do in the same way that I don't have the right to accuse you of murder.
Why doesn't Gary
or
understand the
continue
First
a
Amendment?
long history.
But
A long history of insinuating.
as well, that would be
But-
you.
But you don't get to have 50 episodes leading people to a conclusion because the court is not going to play these games like you're playing.
Gary, didn't you talk to Beard Lawyer and ask him about this? And didn't Beard Lawyer and other lawyers say, yes, this is actually defamation, what she's
This
doing
bitch
here?
is fucking.
Because you don't have
this
to
is
actually
fucking
come out and
fucked
say, I think Erica Kirk murdered her husband.
CJ, who's talking
But
over
the
there
things
right
that
now?
she's
Do you
saying
know? Are
and
you
doing
in there?
can lead to insinuation, and that would be used in court and is allowed to be used in court.
Can I give Lune an example of an opinion?
Jenny.
Okay, so an opinion is, I think.
That's Jen the Swinger talking.
An asshole. That's my opinion. That's protected speech.
Jenny.
I can't say I think Candace Owens eats her babies. I can't say that because that's not an opinion. That is coming to a conclusion.
I don't
about
think
a
Gary
action
cares.
that the other person did. So that's completely different than my opinion. So when she claims that Erica Kirk, which you admitted, you said she hangs out with sex traffickers and she's involved in it.
That she surrounds herself by those people. She has.
That's just not true.
That's 100% true.
So it's not true. Right, Gary. That's first of all factually incorrect. It's not an opinion. It's a fact that's not correct. So she can't say something like that as her opinion if there aren't convicted sex traffickers.
There were
surrounding.
I don't mean to interrupt you.
Excuse me. You are interrupting me.
Sorry.
So. If
Damn, it's getting
Erica
spicy
Kirk
over
is
there,
not
huh?
surrounded by convicted sex traffickers, then Candace cannot say those words.
I'm so confused.
Without
Are we
being
Do you have to
discriminatory.
be
This is not an
convicted to
opinion.
fit
When
that
she-
category?
When she
Victor
made that
Marx is a
statement,
sex
she was
trafficker.
speaking about people or a specific person that was actually convicted of being involved in those crimes. So that's when she.
Who was convicted? Who was
I
convicted?
can't remember off the top of my head. I don't watch her videos with a fine tooth comb, to be honest, but I can go back and try to find it and tag you or
So-
whatever.
So it goes from surrounding herself with people to one person.
It's several people
So-
that
You
she's
know,
accused of it, but
funny
there's
you
just
should say that.
allegations, like the past.
I think that's common.
It's like, sure,
Adri, I don't think that's uncommon.
Although she justified it when she hung out with the Tates, but okay, or close with them or whatever, hasn't spoken up on that. But like we're talking about the pastor has allegations of it. So I mean, that's not really a convicted person. And also, like, how are you using that to substantiate that she is somehow protecting or also engaged in it? I'm not sure. Or if you worked at a modeling agency, that
Marks is
she
not a
could
human
have never
trafficker.
met Epstein. She could have never.
If you haven't seen my video where I covered Candace Victor Marks episode, I don't know if Victor Marks is a human trafficker or not. I don't really care, but I'm not a big fan of Victor Marks.
Most of the stuff is not true, and it doesn't have the full, like,
This is
the
the
scope,
Holly
the
Hands
relevance,
lady.
like it's crazy. I can't even.
So, Lene, let me ask you this. So, would you agree that the vast majority of her
Isn't it funny
followers
that Gary has
believe
himself
that
like having
Erica
women
Kirk is
fighting his
involved in the
fights for
death of
him?
Charlie Kirk?
I would
He's a
say
bitch
that
too.
the vast majority of her followers have come to that conclusion well before Candace Owens.
That's a really good question, Noah. I don't know. It's a good question.
My reason saying that is that they didn't have to form that opinion from Candace.
I
They made
mean,
their own
somebody's
opinions based
watching
off
her.
of the stuff.
She's still pulling like 1 million 2 views or more a video. Like somebody's watching her.
Go
They're
in
going to
and
go
back her
through
up.
all the different things that Candace Owens has said. And it's not going to be over 6 months. They're going to show this all in a
Thumbs
very
up
quick
or down if
fashion
you think that
of
goes to
how,
trial
because what most
or
people are
goes
doing, they're
to
being
a decision.
indoctrinated slowly through incrementalism. I think most people that started
Well,
watching Candace
I
on
reckon he's
September
got
10th,
most
if
of
they
us
could see
blocked.
their current self now, I think they
Dude,
would be
Gary is
disgusted
obsessed with
because they've been
Candace. Like,
slowly
it's scary.
indoctrinated over this time. And now they will say things about people that are
Like, she needs to
just
get a
disgusting,
restraining
to
order
include
against him.
when again there is no evidence of this. So first of all, these people that have come to this conclusion without Candace, and I disagree with that, because there's millions of people that have. And
You can look at the evidence. It was all
She's
over
in
X. It
Tennessee.
was all
He's in
over
West
everywhere
Virginia.
before she said
I don't
one
know.
claim or one
I feel
statement.
like,
Erica Kirk. So
feel like
you can.
he's pretty
that's fine,
restrained.
and that's fine.
Why do you care so much?
I don't know if I have like reservations. I just don't like him. I don't like his personality. I don't like his face. It's really petty shit. It's nothing like there's nothing deep there.
Both of those things, and we have a large.
Than making that
I don't like how he talks.
No, it's not actually.
That's
You're
it.
about ready
Super
to hear the
petty,
satire.
Ninja. Super petty.
When I sit here and I say, if I spent 6 months just.
It's coming. Wait till you hear it. I'm gonna go in there.
Good. Fuck him up. Dude's a piece of shit.
They actually.
Victor Marks. We're talking about Victor Marks.
But I'm pretty sure he's blocked.
Jackie.
He's got me blocked,
I
and
want to
there's no
make
way he's going to
sure
allow
how
me.
you guys can hear it. Oh, you'll be able to hear it. You'll be able to hear it. Jump in real quick.
The dictionary, the American Heritage Dictionary. There's two definitions for what a Blackfoot is.
It's quiet right
One is
now.
talking about the literal
so quiet.
poisonous spider, and one is a woman who kills her husband or.
Ask Gary why
I'm sure he's gonna let me out.
Ask him why his pussy hurts.
Ask him what?
Why his pussy hurts so bad.
No, it's okay. You don't have to pray. You don't have to pray for me. It's not a hate thing. I don't have resentment towards him or anything like that. I would just be totally fine going the rest of my life without ever caring about what Victor Marks does. That's all.
I don't know who killed Charlie, who's involved, but in the case that she has zero involvement, I feel absolutely fucking terrible and would hate for anything to happen to her. But like I mentioned before, Candace's views, just like your views.
I wish I had like some like awesome reason as to why, but sometimes I'm just petty like that.
Different opinions and listening to different.
Okay, but I mean, not most people are not like you. And here's the other thing that Candace is going to get herself into a lot of trouble legally.
Oh,
and that's when we're talking about like the exploding mic.
He didn't approve it yet.
Well, in that case, I mean, if you want to throw some prayers my way, feel free.
Everybody around Charlie Kirk had to be part of that. Somebody had to set that off. Somebody had to set it up. And she has insinuated that, and so has Baron Coleman. And so, like, those people are being defamed and slandered by the.
Have a good night, Quintessential. Are you going to try to hop back in the space?
my understanding is what
Thanks for stopping by, and thank you for the super chat.
they're claiming to be doing is researching into different theories. So researching like a murder, that's also making claims. And I'm not being a smart ass asking. I'm just trying to understand if that's what you're saying.
So what I'm telling you is, if I just started like again, anybody out there, if I'm like, you know what, I think that it's possible that, you know, Erica Kirk did X, Y, and Z, and it's so ridiculous, and it's so improbable, and there's
Victor
no evidence for it.
Stan's funny. Is that who you're talking about?
Continue that
CNT Bear.
Straight. It like
I guess I never really paid attention to that.
You're going to get yourself into a lot. And by the way, it's just morally and ethically wrong. We don't just get to sit
Gary's
around.
like, quit talking about my handler.
I wonder if Lene is a devil worshiper. Like I could have a space every night.
You feel like you're being stream sniped and want to rage quit?
And you're going to be like, Gary,
To just tell you, I'm not.
Well,
And
it's cool.
believe in Jesus and God, and that's it.
Gary, part of it is though also her.
Yeah, I'm kind of right there with you on Jack. Most of these people, guys, I don't really like. Feel like a lot of them are fake as shit.
Had like 5 followers and was saying this stuff. That's not the course.
No, YouTube's 6.
The same way as somebody's like, I'm an independent
I think
journalist. I have
it's
6 million.
Oh, maybe I think she has 7 million followers on X.
on X. Yeah, maybe on X.
When you're
It's only a crime if you have a lot of followers.
Gary,
apparently.
quickly. So
Yeah.
Lene just said something that's important here. She just said, well, I'd probably just hop on the space and say, I'm not a devil worshiper, right? Okay, that is great. That is what people have tried to do with Candace.
No, Erica needs to hop on and talk.
Andrew Colbert, whether it's Erica.
Quintessential.
Like,
CJ is good people.
It's
See, I mean, I feel like everybody in my chat is pretty solid people.
And then somebody clipped it, or the person who took the footage from behind. People have tried to
I don't even think
provide evidence
necessarily like.
Even though that's not their
I mean,
job.
there's definitely some douchebags on the other side, but I think there's some decent people. I like Eco. I like Eco.
Making the claim has to bring the burden of proof and
No, he said earlier.
engage with her, and then she just makes a
Hold on. Let me quiet this lady down. This fucking lady.
I mean, if maybe it wouldn't surprise me if they're popping in and checking it out, but they're gonna get bored. They're not gonna watch very long.
Gary's shit list.
No, he was just saying earlier. I like Uncle Tom. I want him to come. He was trying to bait me in there.
Nice.
Are you gonna go in? Go in,
dude. I'm in. I mean, I just don't have a mic. It's requested.
Oh.
Yeah, he won't allow me to speak.
He'll prove it soon. He's hashing it out with Lene.
But yet won't let her speak. He just has all those fucking psychotic bitches.
Oh, she's speaking again. Hold on.
Hey, Uncle Tom.
I don't know. I'm not really here to try to defend anybody. I promise. I know it sounds like it. It seems like it. I really am here. And I appreciate asking you the question.
Eco gives you time to check the chat when he talks.
Let me ask you this final question, Lene.
Yes.
Do you think it's morally
That's
wrong
legit.
what she's doing against Erica Kirk?
I would say it's just as morally wrong as
so Stream Snipe is sort of a gaming reference. So like, let's say you're playing a first-person shooter game and you're playing against a streamer. You can watch their stream and you'll find their location, and then you can find them and kill them. So it's just somebody pulling up somebody else's stream for intel.
I believe that you think she's lying, and like I
he's
said,
doing the same thing that he's accusing Candace of doing.
This is unequivocal. Like
he's had a lot. This space did not go well for him. Lene fucked this space up.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's absolutely owning him. She's wiping the floor with him.
She is.
Well, yeah, no. I don't know if she had the intention. My point is, I can't speak.
So only intentions matter.
The intentions of.
Yeah, but
so did she?
It'd be different, CJ, if I was like trying to be covert and had something to hide. I don't give a fuck.
She had it well after. When she sits there and says,
he's coping.
Hey, I've had multiple sources confirm that the mother was the one that spotted Tyler. And then 10 episodes later, not even, it was 7 episodes later, she comes on and said, hey, that
I mean, I'm sort of like stream sniping the stream sniper.
Tyler from the video that the media was putting out. Don't you think that's a lie? When she doesn't claim that she was actually the one that did it, and she knows she did it.
Wait, so what is
He's
she
watched
saying
hours
that
and hours
did
of
the
Candace. He
mother?
loves
He
it.
has. They all have. Yeah.
She said, "Hey, when
He's
the Charlie documents
obsessed.
first came out, she said, hey, I have
Imagine if he just sat with his popcorn. He loved it. He was just only doing this for the paycheck.
I trust,
But he just loves watching Candace.
Candace. All he's doing, you know, he's doing it for
Oh,
the
that
page.
the mother spotted Tyler, and by the
him
way, this
and
is
him and
exactly what this
Snappy must
document
get on
is saying.
a
That
live and
that the
watch it
mother
together.
identified Tyler Robinson.
Oh,
And
sneaky.
then, just like 10 days later, she actually comes on and
That's
says,
fine.
hey, you know that whole narrative that the media was trying to sell us, trying to tell
That's
us
your
that
guy.
it
You
was
know
the
what I mean? I am
mother
not
that
responsible
identified
for
Tyler.
your guys'
It
opinions.
was the media that did that. Don't you think that's a lie?
Oh, I
They
don't even
can
know
read my
if
chat all they
she
want.
was
I think
exactly
I
how
leave
she
it up
handled
too. I'm
it.
pretty sure I put live chat replay on.
I guess so. I don't have a
Look here.
I have nothing to hide. I'm pretty open about my opinions.
I'll play it.
Pretty
Oh my God,
straightforward.
he's got random clips like ready to go. This is crazy.
He's so psycho.
Moral when she
Do you
makes
think
fun
it's
and mocks Erica for crying.
no?
If she does that, I would think it would just be if she feels comfortable doing it. I personally wouldn't. I wouldn't involve. I wouldn't say I would handle things exactly how she handles things. But yeah, I mean, she feels like I also wouldn't
They're
have.
talking about morality. Half these women have had like 6 fucking abortions.
There's tons of clips of her making fun of Erica crying and mocking her and going, Dab. You don't think you think that's cool? You like watching stuff like that? You
False
like
because
watching
Erica
videos like
doesn't
that?
cry.
No, I mean, once again, you're in
Right.
Candace talking shit about Candace
Not
Owens.
real
I
tease
don't
anyway.
think you're any
Nope.
better.
No, we're not talking shit about this.
Oh, they're saying they're not talking shit
Dude,
about.
Noah,
We're going
bro, you need a camera,
Okay.
dude. Do you have a personality? Because you say some base shit all the time.
Very genuine. Everybody else that's come up here that didn't have thoughts have.
Trash Candace Owens. Fuck it. I gotta go back in. Hold on.
Did I not write like info talking about the text messages you were talking about?
Quote unquote family
Yeah,
friend
sorry.
informed the
Yeah, I don't know if you've listened to
It's gonna be a nothing burger. He's
Andrew
terrible
Wilson
with the
debate these
clips.
guys at all, but
he's
he
terrible with this.
I feel like so
That's
much of the
how
conversations
most
get derailed from
Americans, how most
semantics and
executive
definitions of
leaders
words. And I understand where he's coming from, but this isn't like, I feel like this is not the people to do that
told
with,
me that has happened.
if that makes
That's
sense.
fucking retard.
I know
As
how that
much as he
dude
says
sleeps
he
thinking to
hates
himself at night.
Baron, he pulls a Baron so often.
I'm gonna go back eventually. I just am making sure that it's working properly so I can get a mic. Oh, Lene brought an audience because it was like an additional like 100 people joined this space.
CJ, is Ben still up over there?
Until she got there.
by other people.
He's
Let's
not
see what the source
responding
actually
to
has
my
to say.
messages.
They released the photo. Then we are told, as my source initially told me, that it was the mother.
Yeah,
recognized Tyler,
100%, John. 100%. Like he just, yes, I agree. Just way over their head all the time.
I'm going to skip ahead here. This is episode 244.
He told me that it was the mother who recognized Tyler, or the media.
All right, so here we are. This is episode 244, September 29th. 12 days.
Did this amazing story. The father realized his son was guilty, so it goes, right? And then he phoned over a friend. I was told actually that it was kind of the opposite. That quote unquote family friend informed the family that Tyler had been
he's
identified
responding.
as the
CJ must
shooter.
have-
He recognized him. He knows Tyler.
It
CJ
was
must
the
have got
media
him.
that created that story. Actually, the story wasn't created by the media. The story was, so now she switched it in 12 days. In 12 days, she switched it to the family friend identified Tyler Robinson, not the mother. that she confirmed, and it was confirmed through the charging documents as well. So do you not think that is a lie, and never came out and like corrected any of that? Like just
The
completely.
first clip that you kind of like ran over and skimmed over, that was her stating that the mom noticed that was Tyler Robinson.
Yes, and the father. And the father. So what we're changing here is we're going from the parents identified. That's why the parents identified Tyler Robinson from the video. And then what she's saying is, no, it wasn't the
That's not true.
parents. It was the
There's
family
no
friend.
context to what
It was created by
clipping.
the media. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
That the family friend is the one that turned him in, or
No,
that
that's
the parents are the one.
It's
Does
a
that have
word.
anything
It's
to do with
Also
Inception.
it?
not true.
that the parents originally it was the first source to confirm that the
Fucking clicked off. You know how it does it on the fucking browser. Fucking bullshit.
I hate that shit. I will
He's
agree
clipped that
with all
so
the
out
time
of
there.
to
context.
tell them that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying
course.
to get to. I feel like there's a little bit of context missing.
She pointed out.
Tyler Robinson to at all? Was it the
authorities?
The authorities. So her first claim is that it was the parents, and then she's saying a family friend reported
Yes.
him to the authorities.
No, not reported anybody that identified him from the video. They both identified him from the video.
Well, welcome,
You
our
understand what I'm
house.
saying?
If you were at Gary's
So
live,
how
welcome back
could-
to
How
Gary's
could
live.
both of those things not be
I
true at the
guess.
same time?
What do you mean?
Cash Patel was the one who
Okay.
said,
Listen,
recognized me, and then also my
hold on. Listen very closely again. So, and I want you to compare and contrast these two statements right
When was this video taken?
I
What the media's been telling us. Remember, the media presented this amazing.
This is September 29th, episode 244.
So
story.
days after it
The
happened, right? When
father
nobody knew the
realized
narrative.
his son was guilty, so it goes, right? And then he phoned over a
Adrian gets it.
friend, that quote unquote family friend informed the family. It was that in between person that informed the family that Tyler had been identified as the shooter. It's a far cry from what the media has been telling us. Remember, the media presented this amazing story.
All right, so who was this media that? Okay, here's September 17th. 12 days early.
Amazing story that the media brought up.
no context.
No one knows.
No
one knows because
she said it's the amazing story. You know what? I'm just going to send you the link. You can watch the video.
Cite the media. She doesn't cite the media, and she immediately, within like a week and a half, completely discounts the previous. What she said previously was, "I have a."
It's this Holly Hand lady. She's
was turned in by
she's the toy. Yeah.
my source. My
I don't know if I know who that is. Is she
She
in
was in
Gary's
one of my
Spaces a lot?
spaces with Andrew Wilson.
And then she turned around and said it wasn't the
Speaking
parents
of
that
Andrew, does he have
identified
any
him.
more stuff coming
It
up
was
with
a
Andrew?
family friend that identified him.
Or is Andrew tired of Uncle
That-
Tom?
that's
was lying, meaning her, because she was the only media that claimed that the parents identified him.
Okay.
I don't
he
even know if it
wasn't.
was
Cash Patel was the one
Sorry,
who
so you
said
said
that.
the first clip was September 17th, and then the second clip was September 29th. So
Yes.
yeah, I have no problem going and looking, and then looking, because you're kind of just throwing clips. I'm not really a big person of things out of context.
I don't think so.
I have no problem looking at that and hearing exactly what you said.
So you've been
watching
Eco has,
Lene,
for
you've
sure.
been watching Candace Owens since she was with Charlie with Turning Point USA.
I was watching the stuff that I saw on Facebook back then. That's how I found Candace Owens back then. Yeah, through Charlie Kirk.
Okay, so you were okay when she like smeared victims of Andrew Tate.
Oh my God! This whole Andrew Tate thing.
Prison for.
That's Erica's friend.
The women who've come out and said, "Yeah, we were doing play. We do this
And even if I did, if
sex play or whatever it is."
that she came out with, that has nothing to do with whether or not I agree with everything.
Why do we care about the Tate brothers at all? Why are they relevant?
Completely ruined her life and made up all those lies about her being a stripper and using cocaine in bathrooms, and it turned out all that was a lie, but it totally destroyed her.
Is eclectic
Oh
in
my
there?
God, this lady's.
Oh, I remember that girl Kim didn't. Okay, so once again,
Oh, is that who's
So
speaking?
you
Is
can
that
be
eclectic?
okay with a woman that has a history, a career of doing nothing but tearing other people down.
I can. You can be okay with Trump, and right. So I voted for Trump. And that doesn't mean that I have to be involved with every beef he has with every single person that he gets involved with.
Okay,
So
why are you
Oh,
so like weirded
that's
out
why.
that we'd
Okay.
all be upset with her? Maybe we know
I'm not.
what she's
I'm not.
about.
I'm just saying it's no
We don't like
different
that.
than
Like
I mean,
people
this bitch is
saying
projecting
she
big
has
time.
like
views on Erica. You guys have your views on her.
it's
and
not just Erica. She's done this too.
No, we have evidence for our views. She doesn't have evidence for her views. And again, to continue to imply for over 10 months that she's been involved in the Charlie, or at least since January, that she was involved in his
Well,
conspiracy
the
to
night's still
murder
young,
him,
dirt bike.
and that she was involved
Night
in
is still
child
young.
trafficking. There's a big difference. And the false comparison, like, that's not even close. What we're saying is, you know what, she's lying. Candace Owens is lying. That is very different from what we're saying, or what she's saying. That
investigating. And
she's not investigating. She's not investigating. She's been proven to be a lie. It's like she hasn't produced a single,
Yes, she has.
piece of
Fucking
evidence,
retard.
a single piece of evidence that would be admissible in court in 10 months. Feel free to look that up. In 10 months. So she's either the most incompetent investigator. And by the way, she happens to be making tens of millions of dollars doing this.
It's funny
Tens of
Jerry
millions
would
of
call
dollars doing
anybody
this. It
incompetent.
was estimated somewhere around $40 million back in like March or April.
Hey, good
that
for
she
her.
made on all of this with the views.
Without
the
Candace,
Hell yeah, you should say
Paramount wouldn't be
something.
making shit.
sponsorships. Like,
Exactly.
He's so
He's
jealous.
Yeah,
ripping
say
off
something
Candace.
Either
about
the most
Uncle Tom.
incompetent- either she's so incompetent or she's a fraud. And by the way, she's going to end up like
That'd
she
be
already
funny.
has one, she has 2 lawsuits for defamation.
They're trying to Alex Jones her, basically.
Let's go there and
That's
be
what
like,
this is
Yep,
about.
that's
hey, that Uncle
exactly.
Tom guy.
So if Candace is so
I think he's
talking
probably
incompetent
gonna lose
shit.
that
and
too.
stupid, why has
But
she got
she accused
6 million
Brian
followers?
Harpel of being involved in murder and being
Because, well,
And
he
why
would
is
tell
Gary
you,
being
obsessed
involved
with
and
her?
having foreknowledge.
he would tell you everybody because everybody's stupid that
Oh yeah,
watches her.
that's right. My
There's
bad.
a lot of stupid people.
I think
And this is what I'm trying to tell you.
Do
I
we know
think
how many
that
he's got
sounds
following
right,
him?
but
This is what I'm trying. I literally went over the entire lawsuit with a lawyer. What I'm trying to tell you is the things that you're justifying are exactly what the court's gonna be like.
well,
No,
not where I
this doesn't
am.
happen.
It's only almost 2 a.m.
she didn't make an actual.
You are justifying. You're saying that like if she didn't really state this. What
So
I'm
the
trying to tell you is that
He's
285,000
fucking,
that are following
he's
him,
actually angry. He knows
I
he
know,
looks
he's
stupid.
big mad.
I would say it's
he only has
so
245,000 following him.
here's what she said about Brian Harper.
He's big
She
time
said
jealous.
that she starts off the episode
I mean,
like, "Hey, by the time I'm done with this episode, the
I
only
don't like.
conclusion
He
that
only
the
has
federal government is gonna-
285,000.
have to come to
Like,
is that they were
I would
involved.
take
They're
that.
going to have to
I'd be
admit
cool
they
with
were
that.
involved
I'd
in the
be cool with
assassination of Charlie Kirk. And who else is involved?
100
in
would
this,
be
by the way, is
crazy.
we have Brian Harpel at that location. He was allegedly involved in this meeting. I have the lawsuit right here. We can go over. There's like 80 freaking paragraphs of substantiating these different elements of the things.
No, it didn't. No judges wanted the case. They actually recused. All the judges in Tennessee recused themselves.
Child trafficking and the actual, and again, she's claimed the same thing. Brian Harpel, that he was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. She's going to lose. It's immoral. It's wrong.
No, she just wanted an
Well,
alibi, you idiot.
He gets frustrated
This is
of
like lawyer
making the same
politician speak,
arguments
where you
every
make these
day,
claims, you make
again and
promises,
again
like,
and
but you don't actually
again and
make them.
again.
Like, I would have a lot more respect for her if she just came out.
Like,
Look, I think
it's probably a good thing he's taking a vacation coming up.
My satire is about to be on a level 10 here when I get it.
I'm not sure about that. I think she wants other people to believe.
He might end the space. If I can save it anyways, I'll do it another day if
That's
he
what she's
doesn't.
saying, and that's what people believe that she believes because she has put out the information and formatted it and engineered her messaging in a way that where the people that are following her are going to come to a conclusion that she wants them to come to. All right, look, folks, we're going to end this space. Great
I knew he
discussion.
was going to end it.
It was good.
I knew he was going to.
Thank you all. You're welcome. Thank you all for tuning in. It is the dead cutoff was going to be 2, and here we are, 2:47.
He's
I was
rage
trying to
quitting.
end it
He's
an
rage
hour ago.
quitting.
Great discussion, everybody. I appreciate everybody tuning in. For those of you who are watching us on YouTube, again, we appreciate you guys as well. Make sure you like, subscribe.
Backed
Make sure
himself into these
look,
arguments.
I got
Yeah,
super
yeah.
chats real quick.
It ain't not wrong.
You really had everyone fooled.
Um,
But okay. Uncle Tom and them are waiting for you to get back to the space. Uncle Tom, shout out to you not letting me in your space because you're too scared of facts.
Who's speaking?
Oh,
Oh, this is the bitch that was talking
Holy
I
shit in our
shit.
comments, and I told her to go
since he
fuck
was in here, I
herself.
don't know if he still is, but every time I've gone to Uncle
I
Tom's
am
space,
in here, dude.
talk, and he just says, "You know
What
what?
the
You're a
fuck? He's talking about me?
And then at the same time,
Oh,
he's like,
God, he just
"You
was
guys,
talking shit.
you guys don't want to let Candace Owens speak." No, she can speak. I want to
Apparently
suppress
not.
anybody's speech, but I'm going to call out the lie.
Yeah. You're allowed to ask questions, and we're bad saying that. If you
All
want to go
right.
in their space and ask questions, we're not
Well,
allowed.
Ruth ain't fucking
What the
around.
fuck? Oh,
Didn't
yeah,
actually think
Riss?
she
I
was
don't know
gonna
if
do
I let
that.
her. Actually, she's crazy.
Doesn't seem like it, but it would be cool if everybody can come to like an agreeable consensus on things. I don't have a problem with that.
Wait.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with anything except.
Sorry, I don't mean to make.
I'm gonna leave and come back again. I don't think he sees my fucking mic. This fucking guy. Oh man. I think he's ending it, but I think they also saw me because they started talking about me.
I feel like Gary
She
could.
said something that
Bruce's
was scary
definition
as
is
fuck.
measured by
Him
what
and
the
Uncle
original
Tommy
listener
wouldn't go more than
understands,
10 minutes.
not the speaker's literal words. It's called defamation by implication.
Yeah.
Oh, Gary's a
And by
lawyer
the way,
now.
go watch the whole video that I did with Beard Lawyer. We actually did it twice. We did the original lawsuit when it was filed, and then he actually came back.
Nobody
after,
cares.
I don't remember the guy's name, but he was a YouTuber in Tennessee that was sued for defamation successfully, and his victims were awarded, I think, $18 million. And it was actually a Beard Lawyer says what Candace did to Brian Harpool is actually far worse than what he did. So take that for what it is.
What?
MTX 485,
Far
I would
worse than
respect
what
these
who
people
did.
a lot more if they had the decency to say they don't care if
He was
Candace
negligent.
lying equals bad. Calling out people for lying equals good. If you're going to be trash, just own it. All right, folks, listen, we appreciate you.
All right, he's not bringing it. Yeah.
Brian's
All the other
trash.
platforms. I appreciate everybody in this space. Thank you guys for keeping it mostly civil. I think it was good exercise in civil.
Back in earlier next time.
There you
Shout out to Leslie talking about Erica being a good mother. Everyone, if you need mother advice, go to Leslie.
Sounds good. All right, folks. Until next time.
Wait, what?
Stay armed. Stay ready. We'll
What's
talk
up,
to you soon.
Jar the
What
Wolf?
the hell was her problem?
Oh, Leslie, she was talking about you.
I was like,
Have you
let
been
her
chatting? Did
fucking
you just
come
get here?
talk to me. I'll fuck.
Cat fight.
Erica's a fucking terrible mother.
Cat fight.
So wait, did we all catch that? That he only had what, maybe 5 super chats?
What's up, X Samurai? Oh, X Samurai's in here? Sorry,
He
GGB.
just forgot to read them. That's
It's
it.
hilarious that they're in your space, Uncle Tom, listening to what we're saying.
What's he
They're
gonna
in
do?
their space listening to
What's he
them.
gonna do if Erica gets sued into if Candace gets sued into oblivion, and then there he is with no money because he doesn't have anything without Candace.
Then he'll switch over to Baron.
He'll get
I'm
included in that lawsuit, though.
gonna take a wild guess and say that Alex Jones didn't pay $1 billion. And he's still on the air just fine.
You mean
this
like
shit is just performative.
I think these people actually think if I say something that is a lie, that it is a crime, as in against the law. It's all civil. Like they're not hauling me off to jail. Like you shouldn't lie, but it's not a crime. It's a civil thing.
This is my thing: is have they not heard of freedom of speech?
Well, yeah, but freedom of speech
Yeah, but
doesn't protect defamation, though.
Gary's followers are just
Only little
as
bitches fucking
tactical
sue
as
people
him.
for defamation.
I don't necessarily disagree. I'm not a big fan of suing people for talking shit.
Well, and libel and civil is real. That is a thing. I'm not disputing that. It's just not per se a crime. It's a civil matter. It's not like they're going to throw you in jail because I made something up.
Well,
Plus, don't they have to
Jar the
prove that
Wolf,
she
feel free to
purposefully
talk.
lied? That it wasn't just like she accidentally told a fib or she misunderstood something?
It depends on the individual.
Oh shit.
Some cases yes, some cases no. Someone will
Lene,
maybe jump
Lene's
in.
back. Lene, do you have a mic? Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Another thing too, I was gonna say real quick, um, the information that she was getting early on too, like how many of those
Yeah,
were
I don't
TPUSA
disagree.
employees were giving her tips that weren't correct tips? It's like he's
Is
not even
Wolf still
considering that
awake? I
fact
don't think
that
Wolf's awake, right?
No, he is. He just made laughy faces.
Oh, okay, okay.
But not only that, the whole thing about his parents recognizing him. Kash Patel was the one that came out and said that his
Where'd
mother recognized him
Eco go?
off the images that they put out, which were digitally enhanced. So it wasn't
Eco just
Candace that
dipped.
said that. That was media. That was Kash Patel.
I think it's awful funny that a lot of people in Gary's space like to talk about me. I have a lot of fans.
I know, right? Uh,
Like, and that whoever was talking about me, that they talked about me.
it was I think it was Riss, that like chick Riss. She's crazy as
Yeah, I was
hell.
like, shoot, hey, I was like, hey, bitch, come in here and talk. We'd love to have you.
Lene, what's up? You bodied Gary.
You
You
body,
bodied
Gary.
him.
I wasn't
Strong
trying
work,
to
girl.
do
Strong work.
anything.
Get
I
up
Bodied.
here, sis.
I'm they're gonna be like listening in the tunnels. Oh, see, we told you you're gonna come back, going back into Uncle Tom. Yeah,
Oh,
because I
what's up, Nikki?
actually agree with a lot of things that you guys say. That doesn't mean
Does
that
you
I'm
actually
coming
have a
here to talk
brain?
shit like
Does you have a
they
brain?
were
Oh
literally
no,
doing
we're
in that
talking
space.
shit. Oh no, we're talking plenty of shit.
Well, I went in
They're
there.
low. They're low IQ, but
Yeah, because you
100%.
have a high an IQ higher than Gary Testicle.
His IQ is less than
well,
Is that
70.
Matthew? Are you
Who
on a
is this?
different thing?
no, that was
No,
Keats. That was Keats.
that's
Oh my
Keats.
gosh, there's
He's
another
an
Australian.
Aussie. Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh wait,
I'm
Matthew
another
is here. I
Aussie.
see him.
Oh, that fucking makes sense.
So it's you, Muppet, and Matthew.
That
Okay,
makes
I'm always
sense.
gonna get you guys confused.
Fucking
So
Um,
you
Aussies,
but
went,
man.
so you dropped the mic, but then you went back and got a
no, he
mic
dropped
again.
me because I was kind of like talking over. I don't think he was trying to be disrespectful or anything. I just kept interrupting him.
No, the first
Um,
time you got done, the
Yo,
first time you
Riss,
guys had a back and
I did
forth,
not
and
think you were
then
actually gonna pop in
you
there
guys thanked
and
each
just
other, and
start
then I thought it
wrecking
was
shit.
over. But
I'm gonna
it
then
be
like an
was
honest.
hour
I
later,
thought we were
Amy came up and she was speaking. I
like
see her
kidding,
right here
but
actually. She came
no,
up
you.
and she was speaking, and when he stated that
I really didn't see that coming.
Candace accused Erica Kirk of killing her husband, I just jumped in and I said she actually never made that
That's a
accusation.
fucking good
Well,
question.
I said she
What
never
is
made the
with all these
accusation that she
awesome? Well,
killed her
they're all
husband.
like
And then he was like, "Oh, well,
criminals
was
by default, so they just have an interest in crime. Maybe I don't know.
read it was just she was making
specul.
speculations." Yeah.
That's it.
So
Exact.
then,
It
so
didn't
then
help him at all.
Yeah, so
Ah,
then
okay.
Amy was speaking on, her views and
So the audio wasn't super loud. Like how strong of an accent do you have?
Owens of murdering, or sorry, he never accused Candace Owens of claiming that Erica Kirk murdered Charlie Kirk. But then as he continued speaking with Amy, he said it again. I don't agree with people that claim I don't even want to quote him, but he said something along the lines of stating that
Fucking
Candace
random.
Owens claimed Erica Kirk killed her husband again. So I just
That's
kept chiming in
so
saying she actually
random.
never said that. And then it just got to the point where I was kind of interrupting. So he dropped me down and had me drop
Bronx.
down for a little
Listen,
bit, but then he brought me
I've been to
back
the
up.
Bronx
So
one time.
Hey, can you, Leslie?
I
Can you
spent
let
about
the pink lady back
I
in
think it
there?
was about 4 or
Did you
5 days
remove her?
there.
I did not.
I don't know
I
why
don't
she's
hate
asking
the
me to let her in
vibe
then,
in the
because if
Bronx.
she's not on the remove list, I don't know.
Literally, she literally texted me and was like, you called me a feminist or blah, blah, blah. You kicked me out. I was like, I
This is
didn't do
actually a good
shit.
point. Good point, Jackie.
But yeah, as far as that space goes, I've never been in his space, and I really don't know anything about him besides him and Candace
You
beef all the
should.
time. And
You absolutely
I
should.
don't know, I'm kind of like a stickler when it comes to people making accusations and things like that. But they definitely pay attention to Candace. They definitely watch her every move. I thought I watched her every episode, but I guess I'm missing a lot of shit. But either way,
Candace has a lot of views, and she's going about her investigation the way she wants to. That has nothing
Yeah, I
to
mean,
It's
it's
do.
not.
very, very one-sided. Gary, like Candace doesn't mention Gary
Listen,
at all.
so
It's
here's
Gary that
here was my
mentions
biggest
Candace
takeaway
every
from New York City, especially the Bronx, is just how freely everybody honks at everybody. Okay, where I come from, if you honk at somebody, like you're pretty much saying pull over, we're gonna fight. Like honking is just not that common of a thing. So I remember driving when I first got into New York City, down in the Bronx, and I was just honking to honk, just because it felt so freeing. I was honking at everybody. I honked at a cop. He didn't even do shit. It was great.
Without it having to do with like that space was a I hate Candace space. So of course there's going to be dogpiling. And then, I don't know. I've never witnessed Gary try to come into this space. I don't think people would dogpile, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Like I couldn't
I just
wait.
wish it would.
I would get up to a stoplight, and if I was behind a car, as soon as that thing turned green, I was honking. It was so awesome.
Just over
No,
this
no, it's not
fighting
gonna,
fucking
Lene,
bullshit.
it's not gonna do anything. You did the best thing you could do. You went on his platform, um, which you really even shouldn't have done because it's
Well,
still
I had a
you.
question. I wanted to know his thoughts. He was talking
You
about the
held your own, and you should be
30-06.
proud.
Thank
You
you.
Absolutely.
But
absolutely smashed it.
I didn't go to their talk shit. I don't know anything about ballistics. He was mentioning when I went in and I started listening, he was talking about the 30-06 and he was saying, I forget what he was claiming. And he mentioned that there was a handful, maybe 3 or 4 people that have gotten shot by a 30-06 and there was no exit wound. And
Was
and
eclectic in
so
here
I was
now
curious
too?
about that because my genuine thought was, were they shot in the neck?
The space
Because
ended
if they were
and
shot in the
the
neck,
teams
I mean, I would
scatter.
think it's different getting
Like,
shot in
what are we
your
doing?
jaw or getting
What are
shot
we
in your
doing?
chest as opposed to getting shot in the area that Charlie Kirk was shot. And he brought me up and he let me speak. He let me ask that question. And I think he could understand that I was coming from a genuine place. I wasn't trying to stir the pot or create trouble or anything like that. But I'm also going to be very clear that I do like
Same,
Candace,
Donnie.
and
Same. Like
it's that I
where
don't
I'm
know,
at, you
probably no different
honk
than him
like you
watching Ben
might be
Shapiro or
fighting.
something. I'm sure he doesn't agree with every single thing he says,
Yeah.
but
I mean,
Well,
catch
that's
catch a guy on the wrong day,
that's
you might get
different
shot
because
at.
You going in there?
he's using Ben Shapiro for like porn,
oh, I don't know if he
Yeah.
even likes Ben
that's
Shapiro.
different.
I just threw
But
that
you
out
going
there.
in there and being genuine and like not having 100%, your mind made up and just questioning him. That's what he couldn't handle. He could not handle having someone not agree with him. Like even though he thought that he was spitting facts, which he wasn't,
I
but
think
he couldn't
he
handle.
was pretty. He said to me he thought I wasn't being disingenuous, and I think he was
Yes,
pretty
right.
respectful to me. I think maybe
No, no,
along the
no.
line.
Here's the thing. You think he was, but
Yeah.
he's actually
I don't know
purposefully
anybody where I'm at that
baiting
doesn't have a
people.
firearm.
He's
It's
baiting
constitutional
you
carry state. It was like one of the
other people to come in. Yeah,
doesn't
if
matter,
buttering you up.
but a lot of guns where I'm at.
And it didn't go in his favor this time. And next time it could go in his favor because he's going to study what you said. He's going to figure out, and he just has these gotcha questions like asking you about, oh, well, do you think it's moral? Right. And so
Well, yeah, but
and
when you're holding a space talking shit about
What
Candace, I
was
don't.
going on?
It's
We're
no.
just
Basically, my
ripping on
point. It's the same
Australia
with the
in the
left and the
comments, guys.
right.
I'm missing half of these. So like apparently a lot of Asians moved on, Asian women moved to Australia, but all the Aussie men are into the blacks or something. Can I say it that way? Is it fucked up to say it like that?
and you can have different. You can have it
Real
might be
quick.
moral in one religion and not moral in
I
another
don't know the
religion.
rules,
So
guys.
you can't use that as a
Hey,
basis. But
simple.
Hey, so the entire you popped in earlier before talking
Who's
about like
talking
first
now?
with the text messages, right? Like how
Ooh,
they're
who's
weird,
this?
the way he talked and everything in them.
Sinful
Right?
Smalls.
Who, me?
Yeah, with the
I
Tyler
said
Robinson
something about the
text.
Oh,
text
CJ,
messages.
is this a homie?
Oh, yes, that I did not. That was one of the reasons why I was like super
Quintessential, are you
skeptical.
still in here? Are you trying
Or
to get back
skeptical
into
of the
the space
Tyler
here?
Robinson situation. Yeah,
Or
yeah.
did she like
Yeah,
block
and
you?
after you brought that up, I was like, oh, well, that's something I feel like even I saw before in the beginning. I was like, oh, he does kind of talk weird. But I remember back then.
Oh,
the reason I'm pointing this out
I
is it
thought
wasn't
somebody just
a,
said they do.
it's just about Candace and the things she's saying and how we think she's just lying. It's
I
also when
just
people
don't
like you
I
and
don't
others
I
who
don't
don't
play
believe
these
there's a
games.
narrative
You know what I mean? I don't play these
that
games.
do have questions, or if you want to come up and you're like, well, what about this? What about that? You know, later and I think you saw those comments I made, or I posted
Yeah,
the
you
side of the
tagged me in
info.
them and you shared me that thing. That's cool. Thank you.
Are you talking to me, CJ?
That's part of that. That's
Are we with the
at least with
blacks?
me and
Is that
others
what
on
we're
there
talking
too.
about?
And I think with Gary is it's not just about what Candace is saying. It's about, hey, yeah, come on, and if you got a question, well,
Okay,
here's what I
stop watching
think.
Candace.
Because like specifically with the text messages and everything.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's what
Is
I'll
that
say.
is that no?
I
Is that a
mentioned
no
with
go?
Gary, I can understand he has a beef with Candace. They were going back and forth at each other. Whether or not he continues on again, brings her
Wait,
up all the time
like
and she
no.
doesn't. I can
I'm not.
understand
I'm not
whether
playing
they
those
have
games.
a specific beef, but
During a
like someone
shot,
like
did I?
sinful in the space, he didn't try to throw me under the bus for my views. He just was like,
Fuck, I don't
hey,
remember.
so I could probably help clear your confusion up, or I watched this and this helped me. I appreciate that. That's kind, and it's understanding that I'm not like,
I'm all
basically,
black
you're
in
not trying to
spirit.
stir the pot and judge
Don't
me
get it
for,
twisted.
I don't know, watching Candace or whatever the fact. But it opens that kind of discussion when your title is Candace's lives. And of course, you're going to get people that can't
Right.
stand Candace and come in and start dumping
I
trash on her. But most
Well,
importantly, people that support
okay.
her.
How come Ben? Why didn't you give Uncle Tom a mic? You should have just gave him a mic, unless Gary was like, just I am tired. I'm done.
That is leading with thinking that there's something else to happen, right?
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
think that plays a big part of why he's saying that Candace lies. It's not, oh, let's just trash on Candace just
No,
because
he
this
believes
or
that she
that.
lies. He
But
genuinely believes it.
Yeah, and I do too. I do.
Oh
he
shit! I should
also
be listening,
does
guys.
it.
I'm sorry. I'm
But it's
totally
just
not.
not for
I'm
the
so
fact of
focused on
talking
chat now.
trash. It's like it's misleading. A lot of it's misleading. A lot of it's just inferring. That's
He,
what I
he,
think as to why he named that space that. It's not just saying, "Oh, Candace is a doo-doo head. She's a dumb," and
No, you're right, but
That's
it
fair.
is
That's
definitely
fair.
going to attract that. That's just my
it could.
point. It's
he
not. It's
also does it because it gets him
But
attention and it gets Candace followers on there, which gives him more likes, more views, more everything else. He does it for attention.
What?
Well,
Yeah,
I
it's
will
rage bait.
say.
It's rage bait.
I don't think
And
it gets
so
him
Exactly,
Gary
rage
put
likes.
out
bait.
like,
Hold on, real quick,
well,
just real quick. Being someone that was just in
Definitely
there, I
doesn't get him
will
likes.
say if his intention was to just smash on anyone, and Uncle Tom can be right. He could potentially be just trying to be butter me up, but I didn't get that
oh
vibe.
no.
I
No,
think he
no.
was
Oh
just.
my god.
I
Yes.
think if
he's
he
able to have someone
wanted.
on like B who's got like
He
100
knows what
followers, and I'm a
he knows
nobody.
what he's doing. You heard him with Blake Neff. He knows what he knows. This is
He
like it's
I didn't
all
100%
hear
was
him with
laying
Blake
you
Neff
up.
actually.
You know what Blake
yeah.
Neff's willing to do? He's willing to go into space.
And
Watch and
it's
see.
actually working. You see how good it's working, Lene. You
Well, why
actually
can't
think
Candace
that,
pop
oh,
into
he's
space
like
then?
kind of a nice guy and like, oh, he just
No,
wants to get to
Candace
the
can't
bottom.
pop
Oh,
into
hold
space. I
listen.
don't
on.
see
No,
Candace in
no,
any
no, no.
spaces
You
anywhere.
listen.
Sorry,
You
sorry.
listen. You guys listen. No,
Jar the
you're
Wolf,
thinking
things are a
like,
little
oh, like
more
he's
Real
pretty
quick.
chill over
reasonable,
here. You know
and
what I
I
mean?
want to
We're a
kind
little
of
bit
hear
more
what
low
he's like saying the
profile, right?
ballistics, and
Right.
I
We're a
I
little
like
less
this is kind of
aggressive.
interesting what he's saying, and I might
So
need to look
interesting
at
things
like
tend to
the
happen
things, and I'm
Being
not
sometimes.
saying,
condescending.
I'm
Ari
not
being
saying
fucking
for you,
condescending about it.
Lene. I'm saying the general audience
You know
and
what I mean? We're
anybody
not
else
on
who's
we're
questioning
not like Gary.
that.
We're not on people's radar a whole lot.
Listen, okay, let me just say this. I am an adult and I have
So we're sort of
discernment,
like underground.
and I really trust my discernment, and I also am a very open-minded person. I don't like echo chambers by any means, and I don't necessarily think joining your space is one. I
Oh
like
shit! Did Ben
like pretty much
reply?
all of you people in these space in your space, and then all the spaces I join, that's why I join them. But when it comes to information, I do like to hear other
Is
sides.
Adri
I
checking
do
out?
like to hear information, and it's not to even
Or
form an
what is
opinion
that?
on
I don't know.
people.
Those
It's just to
emojis are
say,
so
I
small.
mean, someone else had brought up something during that space about uh, Tr- Trump's son leaving school at September 9th. And I was like, oh, shoot, that's crazy. I didn't even know that. Like, that's just how my brain works. And
No, no, but
maybe
you're
that's not.
moving. You're no, no. You're moving the goalpost. You're saying we're not. The claim wasn't that you don't like information. The claim was like I
Noah,
don't
did you
think
ever
that
reply to my
he's
question
trying to
about
butter me up,
like
and he
I
how
have
your
no idea
personality
what
is?
his intentions are. Just like
Sure,
I don't
sure.
know
So I feel like
Candace's
Right.
real
we need to
intentions when she
get
has her
you
show.
We need to get you on camera. I need to fucking learn how to run this and have guests on.
Gary, I've never been
I
in
think
his
it'd be
space
so much
besides
more fun.
today. I got some information. It's just while I was up there, there was a lot of like, not from Gary. Well, actually, no, he was also saying things here and there, but definitely not from sinful. But there was a lot of like these just personal digs from people against other people that watch Candace Owens, and
Of
that was
course,
why,
yeah.
so
Yeah,
that's
I don't know, Riss. I
Well, to be
think
fair,
you did
Candace
fine.
takes a lot of digs at people
I think you
too,
did
and
fine.
jokes around and
Quintessential was hyping you up.
yeah, I don't personally. So that's, I'm just saying, me personally, I didn't join the space for that. I kind of just, I went there thinking, okay, cool, like I can have this conversation and he can answer my questions, and he was super respectful about it. And yeah, that's all I went there for. It's
Yeah,
not
and
to.
I don't like echo chambers either. I don't think anybody in here does, but this in here has been tonight specifically because I was opening space just to hang out. I wasn't looking
Yeah,
for
yeah. When we were here, we were hanging out.
adversarial.
We were all just
Yeah,
talking.
so sometimes
Yeah.
sometimes it just depends. But like I would agree with you, but it's okay. I wouldn't be offended if you said this is an echo chamber because tonight it really was, and that's. But I'll welcome
I
anybody
have
like this
no
That's
guy
not true. We
idea.
had
sinful.
Bronson in here.
Oh,
Yeah, well, that's true. Bronson was in here,
It's
well, I'm
more of
still
a
here.
meeting of like-minded
he
people.
didn't
I'm
get
still here.
muted. Bronson didn't get muted.
Hold on.
Sinful's
You know,
here, and he
Tom, are you
seems very
doing? Do you have anything
sweet. I don't
coming
know
up with
his
Andrew at
thought.
all?
he's at debate con.
Yeah, I know.
So
Coming up at
yeah,
all?
yeah. After that, yeah, after debate con, yeah.
Okay.
I just want to make it very clear, though. I have never. I'm telling you, when I saw Charlie Kirk get shot, I hadn't been on X for a while, and then I saw him get shot, and I couldn't believe my eyes. And I immediately joined a space, and it was Trillion Space, and I'm pretty sure he was the first one to have that space. This is before Candace said anything
Wait a minute.
besides Charlie Kirk. Everybody pray for Charlie Kirk. Immediately we were like, what the fuck is going on?
Is
And
that
we were
legit?
creating our own thoughts. I thought it was France. I was just like,
It's
okay,
kind
you
of
know
fucked
what,
up.
I went back to the conversation she had with Charlie, whenever Charlie told her to stop talking about Brigitte Macron, and I was like, okay, this is a message toward Candace. And then people were like, you're a fucking idiot, and we were just bouncing shit back and forth.
Well,
it
they're
was just
blind.
like
They're not.
immediately
Ah.
we were like, this is something big.
You were
Bigger than.
basically doing what Cash Patel.
I see what you're
Yeah,
saying.
it was,
You
or
mean she
I just
listens to
immediately went. We
Candace?
immediately went
I
to this idea
gotcha.
that it was not going to be a lone shooter. Just like I didn't believe when Trump was shot at. I
I
didn't think he
doubt
was
it.
a
There
fucking,
will
like, I
probably
thought that was
not
an
be
inside job
any
of
uniting.
Trumpis's. Like, and they just
Yeah.
dropped it and stopped talking about it. But that is just to clarify, and you can go find that space just to clarify. I have
For the most part, guys, at this point, I'm sort of along for the ride, and I want to see where this goes. I just want to see how this ends.
And so we all just kind of started watching her because, that's basically it. And then, yes, she went on her own tangents and has her own ideas of certain people and stuff. I don't really pay attention
Jewbot.
to her personal
A
beefs
lot
with
of
people. I
Jewbots.
just look for more evidence to try to understand things.
Yeah, and I mean, she
A
could
lot of
have
Jewbots and a lot of
done
Qatar
some
bots.
defamation or slander, and that's I
How
think
did
I'm not an attorney.
how have we gotten to this point? It feels like politically you're either like pro-Israel or you're like, I don't know what, pro-Palestine.
Like I just care
Like,
about what
we're America first, right? So all these America first people, but yet you're either pro-Israel or pro-Palestine.
That's her prerogative.
I don't know how either one of those equals America first, but it's a weird fucking spot we're in.
Doesn't care.
I think she made that
just this
statement.
funny feeling she doesn't give a
Yeah.
shit.
Well, I think Gary Testicle, didn't he just prove that he was a lawyer and he knows what defamation is and
Did you just
everything like
Well,
that?
from Grok. Yeah, Grok.
Well, did you notice also that there was one of their complaints, their problems was not specifically what Candace said, but the fact that people are led to the conclusions. So maybe what Candace says is okay, but when you listen to it and you fill in the gaps and then an audience member, a listener makes a claim, then that is a big problem for them, is because she's leading you to. So she's not making
Ninja's
the
going to bed. Good
conclusion.
night,
You're
Ninja.
doing that, but Candace is the one to blame for that.
I
is
think he
something I
was.
picked
I
Yeah,
up.
think
but
he was
Candace
trying to
is very
say.
careful in what she says.
I think
I
he
Candace
was
think
is a
trying to
lot
Candace.
say that
smarter
he.
than what
I'm sorry. Go
people
ahead.
give her credit for. Candace,
I think
yeah,
Candace should
Candace is a
sue
lot.
Gary for defamation.
Well, she could,
Just putting that
Right.
but
out there.
I don't think she even. Honestly, don't think Candace even recognizes who he is. Like she,
No,
you
she
know,
does.
she
She
might
does.
seem,
She just knows
She's
he's a
just
joke.
yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
she wouldn't waste her time
Schoolers.
with him.
No.
Whereas he is absolutely fixated on her.
And she won't waste their time with him because it doesn't
Does
help
that
in
mean
solving
what
the
I think
case for
that means?
Charlie. Everybody lose sight
100%.
of that's the whole fucking
Yep.
point. People want to get
She wouldn't waste
like
her time with it.
like even him, he's spending all this time on spaces. It's like, dude, like why don't you like look into something about the case? Why are you trying to convince people of shit?
Because he believes the official documentation. And but like
Yeah.
my thought is too. I
It's
mean,
funny.
No,
maybe
even
I
if you
just had this
believe
thought.
it, it's already in question by even the Fed sloppers that Lance
Like
Twigs could
I'm
be.
barely even paying attention to their conversations. Like I'm just talking shit with chat. So I just got to thinking about being stream sniped. I was like that would be really boring.
And to prosecute him later on down the road after
No,
what's done to
not
his
No, no,
that.
I'm
son.
saying the Fed
That's not how
sloppers
it
aren't.
works.
No, I'm saying the Fed
Oh,
slopper influencers
okay. I thought
online
maybe
aren't
that was
looking into
like
shit. They're just
some new
talking shit
slang
about
for school
Candace.
shooters or something. Call them schoolers.
They should be looking into that. Other people, the truthers, are looking into Lance Twigs and looking into the family history and seeing why the family all of a
Being
sudden
against.
got a bunch of money and went to
No, I know, but a
Mongolia
lot of
to
like the big
terrorists who bought
time
property that they weren't part of
anti-Israel
history to buy property,
accounts
by
that
the
I
way.
see
So
tend to either
they're
have like
looking
an
into doing that.
Iranian flag in their bio or it says something about Palestine. I'm not saying it's all, but it just seems like we're in a really weird spot politically.
Yeah, I
Like
didn't think you'd have a response to
Well, no,
that.
there's two. No, there's two Turkey Tom. No, look up Turkey Tom on. I shared
and
this with
even
Lene.
if you are
Sorry if I
like
said your name wrong
anti-Israel,
again. My
like
no,
bad.
you said it right. You said it right.
Awesome.
that's not
But no, that's not
like
true.
wouldn't just
There's two Turkey Tom
pro-America be a
videos, the
better
YouTuber,
stance?
who goes over the initial shooting, what happened, the assassination, kind of covering what happened with that, and Tyler Robinson, kind of a bare bones things on that. And then the second
One
video
random
was
guy.
the
Dude, I'm
No,
talking about he's
I've
talking
stopped
about the
thinking
yeah,
now.
and I'm talking. So
Ben, while you were off farting around in Gary's space, I was in here talking to these people.
I'm talking about a bigger platform.
Now I'm
right
chilling
Okay, so
and
one guy.
conversating with chat.
One guy's
Can I make my case?
Waiting
well,
to see
just say
if
it.
anybody
One
has
guy's
any
looking into
I'm
questions or
trying to
Lance
anything.
say it. You're
Twigs.
talking
Is that
over
your
me.
point? Is that your point?
Your point
That it's
stupid.
being talked about. Yes, that it
I
goes
sure,
Like
over
one guy. One
the guy.
guy's
Yeah,
looking into it.
one guy that
Okay.
I sure hope so. Quintessential. I hope they're pro-America.
discussing the Discord messages, discussing the life of Tyler
I think
Robinson.
there's a
where he
real big
lived
disconnect there
and
too.
all
Is a
those
lot
things. So
of yeah,
someone that was
Savs. Like a
that
lot
knew
of
him
people
from
have
people.
I
the
don't
idea
believe
that
based on how you
Israel as
put
an
it.
ally is pro-America.
Just look at
And
I'm
it's
talking
like
about
that
specifically
gets to
Lance
a
Twigs.
place
Lance
yes.
Twigs.
where
Okay.
I personally
Okay. So
almost
you're
kind of like bow out of the discussion because I think we start maybe getting like maybe there's geopolitical reasons to have them as an ally that we benefit from. Not real sure, right? I don't know enough about geopolitics to make that claim one way or the other. But then there's also like religious aspects to that I don't necessarily agree with that a lot of people hold. Like, I feel like we get real violent when it comes to this topic.
Candace Owens. So, like, why do we weigh his opinion more than
Well, Turkey
Candace's? Like,
Tom didn't give his opinion on anything. He was sharing information that he collected with an interview that he had with a guy that was close with Tyler Robinson and or Lance Twigs.
so,
He
like,
wasn't
third party
creating.
information. I'm just saying, like, according to
Well,
Gary,
Candace uses
though.
third party
Yeah, I'd be
information.
I
down.
know,
Set
and
that up.
according
I
to
don't
He
know
puts
Gary,
on
shit
her
that's
about
little
not
emu
Zoom.
system for
credible.
that.
I know,
not really
according to
third
Gary,
party
that's not
when they were really
credible.
good friends and they
I think I
have
have a Zoom
direct
account though. I think I
text
had to have
messages
one back during
between
the
the
COVIDs.
like the victim Charlie and her. It's not really third party anything. That's first party. Literally, they're friends. Literally spent months and years
traveling
Do you think friends are
together.
always truthful with each other? That they're
Oh
always
my
like,
god. Your friends aren't.
I don't.
so, so
I
your
don't
friends
know.
have always been 100 of you, or you've always had
No, no.
friends
I don't.
before.
I don't know
Friends have
what.
always been
I don't
100 of you.
know. I don't know why you're just wanting to switch
I'm asking you a
the
question.
subject.
I didn't bring up the friends thing.
No,
But that's why I went in there,
I'm
was just
saying
to
it's not
show
about
that.
whether they're truthful or not. I'm just saying it's about she's not third party. Candace is not third party. She does get some info,
I mean, I don't know
obviously
if
third party,
I
but
don't know if I
like
would say that Riss was talking
you're
on Gary's
basically
space. She sort
excluding the
of went in
fact
the
that she
end
does
and
have
just
she is
stirred the
first
shit.
party as well. Access to information that fucking obviously Paramouse testicles won't have.
I am not
But
ignoring S files.
anyways, I can tell
I'm
you're
not ignoring
playing
you.
devil's advocate. I don't know where you stand on it.
No, I do
Somebody
believe in
did. I
official
came in
merit.
here
I'm
and
not
they were
playing devil's
talking
No,
about
I
Candace being a grifter, and I was like, "Oh fuck yeah, finally we're getting somewhere." that's what I'm talking about. Like, I don't give it. Ask your questions. I'm all for questions. But like, if we're to a point where like, you know what, this Candace is some bullshit. This Baron is some bullshit. It's like, all right, now we can talk.
Video. Somebody.
It's like, okay, we'll admit the government's bullshit. It's like, you got it. Done. If we can see the government's bullshit and Candace and Baron are bullshit, I'll take that bet. I'll take that deal.
And where
Good deal.
The rifle or the safe was. There's a third bedroom in the home, and someone was thinking that the quote
That was a movie
anonymous
reference, by
person
the way.
from the Turkey Town video
See how many
was
of you got
actually a
that.
third roommate that is no longer their roommate based on all the photos, and a lot of the photos were in this roommate's room.
Was it you? Was
So for
anybody
the
else
feds
saying that? I don't remember. It sounded like there were a few people in agreement, but I could be wrong.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I thought you said you were.
Oh, well, I was the one that brought the Turkey Time video, so I figured you were referring to me as the feds.
I seen
No, I thought you said
I think
you were.
Trillion was like dogging on Baron the other day. I thought that was pretty fucking cool. And I don't even like that dude. But like, props for calling Baron out. That's legit.
Not just because I watched this guy or that guy. Does not mean I trust whatever the government has to say about
And I think it's just his voice, I guess.
Like,
I didn't mean to insult you.
No, it's the internet, whatever. I said worse, but you know,
Sinful's
that's where I
talking.
stand.
What's he saying?
So
yeah, I got you.
I think that just gets it just gets thrown around. I mean, that's all. Yeah.
How nice must it be just to have like just rely on all the Fed info and then you just come on X and just talk shit to actual people who want to look into things.
It
And
makes me laugh when they
You're
say
right. I
they
just
don't.
want to be
They don't.
manipulated. I just want to be spoon fed everything that I've heard.
It makes me laugh when people
That's
say,
what
"I don't
happened.
question. I don't trust the government, but I'm going to trust everything that they tell me in this narrative."
Well, I mean, like
that's the
Tom sounds
dumbest
like he kind
fucking
of relies
shit.
on
I
Candace
don't trust
Owens
it.
for everything. So
That's
what the hell is the
Gary
difference?
Mouse testicle right there.
Hold on. Just because there's a lack of info in a case does not mean they don't have that info. They want to wait till they get to the trial to present
Again, you
that
just said you don't
jury.
understand.
Well, they needed to no, they needed probable.
And you question them.
That
Okay,
Like,
no,
okay,
that's
what's
an easy one when we like the answers that we find.
best information and evidence at the preliminary hearing. Otherwise, why would they bring the firearm in the first place? That's like one of the best things that they have. So they're going to
owns that rifle.
to get probable to establish probable cause.
I think Tom's tired.
Obviously, they're going to bring important information to have, and their
Do you think
prosecution
that's all the
doesn't have
evidence they
shit.
have? Do you think that's all
No.
the evidence they have?
No, there will be more that will come out.
I didn't say all. It's the most important evidence they have. The most
So you don't
important.
think that's all the evidence?
That guy sucks.
No,
But
I
if you
think
wanted to get it to
whatever
trial,
else they have
you're
is
gonna bring-
probably
I don't know.
inconsequential.
Maybe
Yeah.
I don't know.
If
Both
if you're wanting to get it to 100% going to trial, you're going to bring more than blurry footage and a testimony from his furry gay fucking roommate that can't even pick him from a photo. Like, surely they've got better evidence than that.
What would be better evidence for you? Keats.
Well, I don't think that they necessarily need him to pick him from the
metadata,
photo, right?
like
The
flock camera
fact that he
footage,
allegedly, according to
testimony.
Lance Twigs,
places
told
him,
him multiple times, even said that he regretted doing it and was crying. Like, if they're just like, what do you think of these photos? And he's like, yeah, it definitely looks like him. I feel like they don't really need any more than that.
Yeah,
Yeah, license plate.
For
Well,
probable
we were
cause,
promised certain
anyway.
things that didn't show up. Like we were promised the parents are going to testify, and so Uncle Tom and the alleged Fed slopper are both correct. Yes, there's some that's being held back, but we were promised certain things, by the Gary types that we're going to hear A, B, and C, and we didn't hear A, B, or
There
C,
was a
like
ton of that, Savs.
testimony or a couple.
So many people were bashing him, like even right up close to the end, for him supporting Israel. Which is, I mean, whatever.
Question for Tom. Has Gary ever been mean to a woman in his space, or is it typically the guys that he beats up, or the people who are known people like Muppet?
If has he been mean to a woman?
He's mean to women all the time.
Super mean.
No, I mean on Spaces.
Super mean. Beats them hoes. Smacks them around. Bitch.
Right, meaning
versus you said something about Muppet also, and I didn't understand.
No, okay. Meaning if it's a
Shut
known
up,
person
bitch.
that Gary has a beef with, he's definitely going to go harder and stall and turn it into a monologue. Versus tonight, I forget your name. I don't want to say it wrong. We know who we're talking about. Starts with an L.
I don't know.
If you come in and you go,
I feel like Gary is consistent regardless if it's a woman or a guy talking.
Has he gone hard on has Leslie jumped in there, and if so, did he beat up her, or is he a little bit nicer to the females? Because
no, I think he's pretty consistent.
Tries to pretend to respect them a little
no,
more.
he's pretty calculated, and this is a recorded space, so it's sad I got to say this, but he's to be respected. Sadly, only for the fact of he is.
He literally called him an F word,
which
like not that long ago.
He is. He's taking it seriously, and he is having conversations. There's
Gary Tate.
many, I would say tens or maybe hundreds of people.
Somebody's got to call him that
with the case that
in his chat, in his next live.
Even if
somebody's got to get that
those
going.
Conversations
Gary
in bad
Tate
faith,
for
like
beating
Gary
women.
mostly is. They're not even having the conversation in bad faith. They're not talking at all. So he's actually having conversation. He's talking, and he is, I'm saying respected. Kind of I got to use it a little bit loosely, but in that he's not just rolling out of the bed in the morning and just
no,
pushing
he
shit.
organizes it, and he tries to have some decorum in there, and every once in a while he'll go on his rants, but he is trying. I'll give him that.
Yeah,
he's very.
I'll tell you what, Case psycho. That's what Candy
in
is.
The way he
psycho
to viewers.
Yeah,
James, fuck off.
I'm curious. Why do you guys think he's bad faith exactly? Is it something that he's like?
Oh, James is in here.
Because like with
we got James May here.
Why can't I just ask questions, man?
James is here.
Come on, James.
Tonight
he's got a belly full of
fucking
belly full of Paramount's testicles.
James, how does Gary's nuts taste in your mouth?
I'm not James.
No.
He claimed that TPUS. Okay, here's
James
one
Mays.
example.
He
claimed that TPUSA has never lied at all. Yet he is the one that reached out to Andrew Colvett when he was looking for an interview or to fact check or whatever, which I do believe based on the text messages, he reached out to Andrew. Andrew fed him a lie or a very, very sketchy story that Erica was with her kids, and then a photo of two kids, one of which later was proven not to be his
I think
kids.
I think that was confirmed just recently that those both were her children.
What?
Well.
No.
Oh, well, you have the floor. I want to hear all about this.
I could be wrong, but I feel like
I want to hear from that.
Is
that Bronson?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I heard
I could be wrong.
I heard that the biggest kid the story, the last update that even Gary admitted is the biggest kid, the boy, based on, even seeing you without the face, that this kid is bigger than a kid that age should be just on body size. And so Lisa and Gary and maybe even Andrew is like, no, that was like a friend. That was a friend of their kids. The boy was. And so Gary was pushing this off that both were the kids, and then Gary found out that the boy was not the
Oh,
kid.
I wish I
None
could
of
give
this
you a
matters
timestamp.
anyway.
So if you go to Gary's live stream yesterday that he did, he brings it up in there. I was a little preoccupied at the moment when he was talking about it. If you watch the live stream, you'll know what I'm talking about. But I wish I had a timestamp for you. But he brought it up in there.
So Bronson, you're telling me the story changed again? They were both the kids, and then the boy wasn't, and now they're both the kids again?
I could be off, but I believe he said that it was confirmed that it was her kids.
Both, boy and girl.
I believe so. Give me like a 30% space there for being wrong, but I believe so.
You're giving me a reference point, and especially if he's got the AI transcript, we can find it, even if it's a long space. So
yeah, I think so. Well, it wasn't a space. Wasn't a space. It was his live stream on his channel.
I get you. So if that happened, then that's even more suspicious to me. But based on what we knew before yesterday, Gary is on record of saying the boy was not Erica's kid. And, we figured that out because, of course, Lisa knows very little to nothing, confirmed this through Tracy Martin. And Tracy Martin really has got the scoop on all of this. So it was reported that the boy was not Erica's kid. It was just a family friend. And they were having a play date. So if I was Gary, the thing he's doubling down. If he was fed something that was a half lie or a 3/4 lie, and then he goes on record, does this, it makes him look dumb because he read the text he wasn't supposed to read. Okay, that happens. But he was fed a mistruth or a lie, and he doesn't even admit that TPUSA has never told any lie ever. That's a little disingenuous, in my opinion.
I don't recall. Didn't he come out and say himself that even if the photo wasn't her kids and blah blah blah, that it doesn't matter? That's
Yes, yeah, I believe so. I think like
the photo doesn't create an alibi. Like, what?
Well, it kind of does. She was the one taking the photo on that date and in that space wherever she was. Because it came from her phone and metadata. I'm not 100%. I'm just saying
the metadata on that.
Don't know.
Oh, the metadata.
There was no metadata. Why do Fed Sloppers do this? Bronson, I thought you were going to be good faith, bro.
I am. I'm not saying it's a fact. I'm saying that's what Gary has said.
Oh, you're taking Gary Testicles' word?
That's what Gary said. But if you think about it,
I kind of like what you have to say, mate. I'm not gonna believe it, mate.
Unless Erica is in the photo, it doesn't really prove that much. So Gary is kind of right. If Gary did say it didn't prove anything.
Well, yeah, Gary's right in the fact that it doesn't prove anything because we've got.
Remember when Candace
a
said
possible female finger?
Well, if it is Erica taking the picture, it kind of proves that she wasn't at Fort Huachuca.
How do you know it was?
Oh, wait.
I don't, but you're saying it doesn't prove anything. And I said, if that's the case, it definitely does prove something.
So when Candace was told initially in the beginning that she was told, confirmed, that Charlie was shot in the front, in the neck, but now she's saying that he was blown up by the mic. Does that mean Candace was lying in turn?
Am I just saying these things wrong?
Information changes.
Oh, but she said 100% confirmed and sources told.
Maybe I'm just not being clear enough when I say something.
Work.
Oh, okay. So she gets the benefit of the doubt and grace. Okay, I got it.
What?
I got you.
Oh, so you believe Gary? It's like, well, so you believe Candace? Like, what the fuck? No, that's just what was said.
Discussed is in relation to defamation and slander. That's the lying that Paramount's talking about.
Oh, a very high standard,
if you mix
a little
up,
white lies,
if an investigation, if you mix up your theory, it's not lying. You fucking retard.
That's a mix-up. Saying 100% confirmed. That's a mix-up.
I don't.
Bro, it's a woman in the first place. Like, How much you even expect out of these people? Like,
You know, everything
if you depends on what you
we got to
want.
get these people on peanut butter French toast. I'm telling
I know.
you,
I
that would make a
good.
world of difference.
a lot
I think.
of somebody that says they're a journalist and has 6 million followers and has been in the game for 10 plus years. I would expect a lot of discernment and accuracy out of them. But
well, okay.
Oh shit!
So bouncing off
Oh
that, then,
shit!
if she's got 6
Sinful.
million followers and she's been doing it for X amount of years, if she's so terrible at her job, at what she does, why has she got so many followers?
because people
Whereas
like drama, they
Gary,
like reality. It's like reality TV. Why does anyone watch reality TV? Because it's
How did he confirm
why
it?
doesn't Gary Testicle have
Sorry,
more followers? He brings more drama than
S
she
Files.
does.
How did he confirm it? I was like in that live stream,
He's got-
and I only remember
I'm
bits and
bringing
pieces.
you back up,
not a
Leslie.
bigger platform, I guess. I don't think that necessarily means that just because you have more or less followers. That's
Yes, you do.
a
You
way
absolutely
grade
need to try
who's
peanut
right,
butter
who's
on it.
wrong. I think
It's
that's
so good.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Well,
Whatever kind of peanut butter you
why
like.
is Gary coming after her, saying that she's got X amount of followers and she's
Can you even
influencing
say
so many
Hitler
people,
on
Leslie,
YouTube?
I got to
when
reset
it
the
doesn't
space
matter?
to bring you up.
Tracy Martin confirmed it. That's what I thought, right? Didn't he have her on prior to was it prior to the same day
Go ahead
before
again.
we went on, or was it the day
I thought you
before?
was ending it. My bad.
Oh, he just confirmed it with somebody.
His
He didn't
face
say
might
who.
be cooked.
Okay, Nikki, what are we
Come
doing
on,
here?
Yeah, as
I can
far
still
as
hear
Somebody's wrong.
as far as popularity and stuff, I mean, no, it doesn't
Oh
mean
shit! I already did.
that so you're basically your fellow citizens, right? That's what this comes down to. Like your fellow citizens, that men and women that watch her,
I'm not gonna
you're
lie, guys. This might
doubting
be one of the most
their
fun
competence
after
completely. You're
darks
just
I think I've
saying that,
had.
oh, okay, well, these people must be stupid. It's
I
like,
really am just having a good
if
time.
people feel like this case or is
I
suspicious,
don't
it's like, hey,
feel
why not come together
I
with your
don't
fellow
feel
man? I mean,
frustrated.
the opposite would be
That's
I don't feel
sure.
Because
anxious.
Before I was usually just on. Because before I like going on Gary's space because I do enjoy his spaces. I do enjoy.
I had a moment there when that fucking Aussie was talking.
I'm talking.
But it was fleeting. It was a very fleeting
Yeah,
moment.
before I was just going to his spaces, listening to them, and then every now and then he'd get maybe 2-3 people at a time that, like you guys that don't believe the official narrative, whatever.
But I think it's just the accent. It's nothing personal. It's just the way they talk.
So I thought it's only fair, right?
Like I said earlier, I'm very petty.
We
I
appreciate that.
had to
petty.
look at your bio. Anytime somebody's like, "Oh yeah, I enjoy Gary's spaces," I go right to their bio. Like, okay, what's going on with this fucking this guy?
No, look, I appreciate it, and again, and I've said this many a times. This is exactly what Charlie would be doing. Like he invited people that disagreed
Yeah, but
with him.
if it's not confirmed that Tracy was the one who confirmed, I don't want to spread stuff that's incorrect.
What he would want, and that's exactly what we're doing. Like we don't agree with the narrative. We don't with what we've seen. We're not agreeing with that.
But honest,
definitively means that Tyler did it. Like there's just so many holes in the story that there's many people.
And I'm a little
Like,
jealous. I'm a little jealous of Aussies because you guys can just freely say the C word. And we can't.
His
bullshit.
One podcast against say Candace. Like the amount of people that agree that
CJ
Tyler
is
100% did it.
Like completely supporting
shows. But
all of this.
It's not that.
Big
There's
W's
so
in
many
the chat for
people that
CJ.
agree with that. There's not.
Happy time tip.
There's not enough evidence that
Happy time. How many glasses of tequila are you in,
blah, blah,
CJ?
blah. Like it's just there's so many holes in the story. I'm sorry, I'm mixing my words up.
I swear, if you go search any of these people's
there's no way
profiles.
And
Holy crap,
then
this dude
when
is
people
cutting out so bad. They either hated Charlie or never even knew he existed, but they'll tell you what he would have be thinking right now. Yeah, I know that sucks. That's
for what? We're just questioning the
I agree.
narrative.
You find that quite often.
If Tyler was the one that did it, 100%, send him to death, and so he should be. But when there's so many holes in the story that say that.
Yeah, but what can they not say? I would be willing, I think, to give some other things up for that one. Especially considering it's used as like a term of endearment. Like I don't know how often you've said that word, but it feels really good. It's really same with the F word and not fuck, the other one. Like if we could just change the meaning of that word and be allowed to use it, that would be great because it's so good. Feels so good. No, we're not going to talk about other words. We're ending it on those two.
He's
seen it
I know somebody in the chat is like, "Uh-oh, where's he going with this? Where's he going?"
So, but Sinful, I will challenge you. Not even challenge you. I just want to show you this. I guess it will be a challenge of the mind because this came to me one day. I put it in the nest, and I thought to write it out. I thought to tweet it out because it just came to me.
The July 15th
And
one? Sorry,
what's up?
I just want which one? The July 15th one?
Yeah, July 15th. Yep. So this is kind of the state of things and where we are at and why we're like our heads. We feel like the truthers feel like they're just slamming their head against the wall, and this is it. Right? So the argument could be made out of respect for your fellow citizen. Take a closer look at the Kirk case. So what does that mean? Take a closer look. What I mean by that is take a closer
Did my
look
space
at
go
the
to
different
shit now? Am I going to have to leave and come
anomalies
back
compared
in?
to
They're
other
not going to let me
cases
talk
and
again.
potential issues with it and whatever, whether it's paving the crime scene.
Can I refresh? What happens if I refresh? Uh-oh. Oh, that's so dumb. Why does it boot me?
Issues with it. The feds work on it because you don't need to
Well, that's
make that
fancy.
argument. That's already happening no matter what. So you don't need to come in and start arguing and hey, let the feds do it or here's why the feds are right. That never needs, in my opinion, never needs to happen. All it needs to do, we would have twice as many people just looking into the Kirk case just by default, just to kind of do honestly to do the widow a favor. This is all just doing the widow a favor by looking into things. Now, obviously, accusing her of things is not doing her favor.
That's too corny.
But it comes with the territory. If you are married, it actually does come with the territory. So you kind of have to expect people are going to think it's you, and you got to expect that they're going to look at your phone records, your bank records, your whereabouts, alibis. Like that's just pretty standard. So does that make sense, Sinful?
Okay, so you agree that going after people based on from jumping to A to Z isn't the way to go about things without any evidence, without anything that actually backs up pretty big claims.
I would say that to that, I would say Sinful doesn't need to police that. Nobody needs to police that.
Well, what are we policing?
That should not be anywhere on the priority list for some random woman who you know nothing about. There's no reason to do that. It should be the priority list. If you had a list of priorities, it should be number one, like I put in this tweet.
When I'm just not needed. That's when the hat and gloves come out. When I find myself in a situation where I can tell that I am just not needed. I just start entertaining myself and give you guys something to laugh at while the crazy's happening.
They're ethical even in their reporting, or that they're not slandering or defaming, or like why?
Like there's no reason. There's no reason
Well, if
for a
you want to
random
trust our
other.
institutions, journalism is an institution that we should trust in
I
also.
think it is. I think it is, and I think we do need to trust
I
it. I'm
think
not saying.
Candace
I
completely
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
disrespected
it was
that on all
absolutely a net
ends,
gator.
right?
Dude,
And
Right
but
made
here.
you
it a big
don't give a
deal.
fuck
Hold on.
about
Come on,
that,
America
Who gives
bro.
a
flag.
You
fuck, dude?
literally don't give a fuck. I
Gator.
get you're for the
Oh, man.
sake of this debate, and you're trying to
It's not for
save
the sake
face.
of debate. It's for what I believe in.
Dude,
I'm not debating just to debate.
Dude, who?
If you don't like
Yeah,
what
it
I
was
say,
the
that's
it
fine.
was
But
the
don't
same
tell me
one that
No,
I
I just think
put
it's
on my face for the thumbnail when I covered that that one fucking crazy dude. I forget his
Hey,
name.
Not saying
guys,
that.
let's fix journalism.
He's not.
Stand
He's
up
his
for
opinion is
journalism.
that he doesn't
Journalism
think that
lives matter.
Yeah,
his
journalism does
Yeah,
opinion.
hold
matter.
on,
It
hold
is
on, hold on.
important to.
Let him speak.
Dude, I'm gonna be. I'll be honest, Riz, and everybody. Like that whole shit with Posobiec coming out and Johnson coming out and Tatum coming out and talking about what they saw in that video. Like they had to know people were gonna be like, "Fuck these guys, they're full of shit." Like, why even talk? Just shut up.
Yeah, but
Like they're not helping anything. They really aren't.
speak. He's coming in
Yeah, like
here with
If you
Just my
genuine,
opinion.
what you're
like
doing is
just
really no
let him
different
speak.
than the kind of things they were saying to me when I joined Paramount
if
Yeah,
Spaces.
you're willing,
let's
if you're
not
willing to,
turn into
Thoughts
Gary
on
Testicle and shut
post
down everyone's
Posobiec?
speech.
Not a fan. Not a fan.
No, I
if
didn't
you're
shut down his
Seems
speech.
really fake.
I'm making a claim, and I think I'm
you're
right
talking
about
over
it,
him,
and I'm calling him out on it.
if
No,
you're
I'm just
willing to
getting I'm
hold,
just getting lectured from 4 different
Guys are
people.
drama
It's
queen. Yeah,
like
I agree.
I want to
oh,
hear.
You're not. I'm
I
just
want to
saying,
hear
be
how
fair.
this. I'm not being unfair. Literally
Come
not being
on.
unfair.
Okay, so
He's just
Gary
sharing
just
his
said we
opinion.
cleared it up.
Okay,
He
I'm not
didn't
trying
say
to.
Yeah,
if you're
specifically who
willing to
confirmed
and
it.
call into
Okay.
we're
question,
here to listen to it.
I
So
mean,
and then debate it afterwards.
Okay, okay. Hold on, because I feel like I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone. So far, I
Oh,
let
Can't
okay.
him
mute me.
speak.
La la
I
la
got
la
your point.
la.
I
Just
don't
kidding.
want to mute you. I like your voice.
Aw.
I let him speak. He said the journalistic institution is under attack. Not in those words, but he appealed to that, and all I did was start laughing, and that's how I was talking over him because I was laughing over him, and he couldn't say any more
No, you started
sentences.
calling him
bro,
Right,
you were
which is
literally speaking over me. What
which
are you
is
talking about?
Yeah.
dumb.
What
No,
word were
sorry,
you using?
I wasn't
I don't
coming at
remember what.
you, Uncle
Well, I
Tom.
don't remember what I said then. I just know I was
Bet you
laughing.
don't.
But
Yeah.
Anyways,
okay, well that's fine.
if we're not going to
Go ahead.
trust the if we're going to question our government, question the authorities, stuff like that, right? Shouldn't we also hold journalists to the same level because they're the ones reporting, they're the ones giving out the information, they're the ones that get the sources, they're the ones that times they're on the ground. Can you agree with that?
Well, no, you
Yeah.
haven't answered. You haven't answered. Before I get to your questions, you have to contend with the
Yeah,
prioritization. What I
Luna
have
is
that
co-host.
tweet that I put in the
I think
nest.
Leslie, I don't know if Leslie was like
You're
getting ready to go to
pivoting
bed or
right
something.
now to the importance of journalism, and I'm saying what's important is investigating the actual all the details, every possible detail, all the ins outs, the SUV, under the SUV, on top of it, on every fucking rooftop, every fucking place in UVU, in the library, and I'm saying that is before. That should be
Or
the
they could have
topic of
said, "Hey, if you
discussion
guys read the
before
charging documents,
journalistic
it very
effort.
clearly states in the
And
charging
you're
documents the video
wanting me
that
to
we
go
were
down this
played in
rabbit
court,
hole
and
of
you can see
journalism,
somebody running on the
and I'm
roof,
like,
hopping over the
no,
ledge,
let's stick
taking a
on the
moment,
topic.
running
The
out,
topic is I
going into
wrote
the
a
prone
tweet.
shot,
This is how I
time
feel.
stamped at the exact
This is
time that Charlie Kirk
logically
was
what
shot,
I
gets up and
think
runs
is
away."
happening and why
That's what we saw.
we're at odds. And I want you to contend with
So
that.
stupid. It's like, how clear is it? Well, it's clear enough to see
So you're
there's
saying that
somebody
I
on
don't
the
have
roof
the right, or it's not morally
running
right for
out,
me to call out
taking a shot,
people
and
that
leaving,
think that X,
or
Y, and
laying
Z is
down
going
in what
on when
looks
it
to
comes
be
to what's
for
inside the
no other
car
reason.
or
No,
whatever that I
no,
was
no,
taking
not
in.
at all. No, no, I'm not saying, I'm not talking about morals. I'm saying, um, your answer could be that, hey, I've heard what you said. I see the tweet. And actually, I think that journalism is actually number one for this
Why did I
reason.
think Jarbot was
Or
in
you
here?
might say, hey, well, you're right. I would think that we'd look into the details before we'd start attacking Candace fans and people and start calling out the Candace. Or you might say, actually, I'm not that invested in any of this, and I'm a journalist myself, or I really appreciate journalism and I'm more passionate about that and I care a lot about that. And I'm not that invested in who killed Kirk.
Well,
This is the kind of thing I'd expect to hear.
that plays a part in when you say here, take a closer look at the Kirk case. Not a lot of people are going to be doing their homework and look into these things. They'll go to someone who they like to watch or listen to and everything.
When I say
And
look at the Kirk case, I meant what I meant there was like look at the actual like who killed him and what
yeah,
happened that day and the
yeah.
days leading up to, before and after and all that. Yeah.
And a lot of
Yeah,
people
Uncle
don't
Tom is
care
a
to do
big
that extra
Candace
work.
fan.
It was like when Lene asked about
And Baron.
I
No,
keep
I
referring
haven't done that. I'm sorry. I keep interrupting. I want to make sure I'm
Like
clear.
that
I haven't
that
done
dude
that
wants
extra
to
work either.
defend
Part of
Candace
that
so
is also
bad.
look into it, meaning just you
Like
watching
for
something
me, like
about
he
it
tried to get
and
me to debate
looking
like
into it.
if Candace was a net negative. Like it wasn't even a net negative to the investigation at first. It was just, is she a net negative? And I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna fucking debate on whether another human being is a net negative just in general. Like specifically a net negative to what? Like to society? Like that's, I mean, listen, I'm not a big fan of Candace, but I feel like that's pretty harsh to just be like, yeah, this person is a net negative to mankind. Like that's, I don't know that I stand in any place to make an argument or pass on a judgment like that of anybody.
they lived two different lives. On one hand, they looked like
Like that was,
average
I was like,
high school
geez,
dudes
dude.
that just had friends, and that was that. They did film stuff in high school, and then on the inside, it was you
But
go back
then
and read their
also like,
journals and what they were
and then
going
he
through.
tried to like close it in a little bit, right? By is she a net negative to the investigation? And it's like, I don't know. Like it's not done. Is the case solved? Is it over? Like maybe then we could talk about whether or not she was a net negative. I don't know what's going to happen. Like right now, I would say probably she's caused a lot of chaos and hasn't really done any good. So I think that would just automatically make her a net negative.
Me at work, I talk a certain type of way at work. I have a different kind of tone than I would with friends, family, that kind of thing.
I don't
And
know. I
that's how
think
I
you
kind
went
of
off the
explained
Nobody
it to
thought
them.
that
subject.
that those two were normal.
I think you went off the subject. I think you went way away. I don't. Yeah, but Rabbi, what did you have to say?
I was just going to join in on the whole, because I've heard people, and people come to me with this too, with this whole Erica Kirk widow sob storyline. And well, I mean, yeah, I have sympathy for her. She's actually said that Charlie Kirk died. I have lots of sympathy for her. But you got to treat this like any other murder investigation. If you had a regular, non-famous guy get killed, and then you saw the widow who had taken out $1 million life insurance policy on the guy, and you saw her driving around car with new furs and a beautiful, brand new convertible with like a new guy and like laughing it up, going
Didn't
out to
Charlie
bars,
take
singing
out the life
karaoke,
insurance
right?
policy on himself?
You
Wasn't
would
that part of
rightfully
the
add her
whole
to the list of
what?
suspects, right? And you
Erica
can
did
be
all
like,
that.
what's that?
Erica did all that.
It's an analogy, Sinful.
Just
I
making
don't
shit up.
know. I don't really
Just
have
like,
the
hey,
bandwidth
so
to
in
back up all the ways to explaining what an analogy is to you.
scenario
Just trust
over
me for
here,
now,
we
okay?
would definitely
But the
suspect the
point
woman.
is,
Okay,
if
how
this
does
was
that
a,
Can you
relate to what
explain to
if this
me
happened?
was
what
a
being ironic
smaller,
is too?
hold on, Sinful. Like I don't go for this heckling shit, okay? If you were to go for
I'm
a
just gonna
smaller
make up
investigation,
scenarios and
if you
relate
were
them
going
to
for
the
a smaller
Charlie
investigation,
Kirk
she would
case,
definitely be a
even though they
suspect.
don't
The only
match at
reason
all.
they're not making her
Like
a suspect
again,
officially
this is
is
my
because
issue
she's
with these
famous
fucking
and it's a
people.
huge investigation. And anyone who's going to come in and say, "Oh, but
Has
it's
nothing to do
horrible,"
with
don't
asking
you think about
questions,
the
guys.
feelings
I've
of the
never
people
been against
involved?
asking questions. This is not asking questions.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's great, but what about the feelings of Charlie who got shot? What about the last feelings,
I
the
think this
last few
What about
goes
the
seconds
like
of
evidence?
his
way
life as he was
whatever is
shot
past
in
the
the
straw
neck
man.
and was bleeding out and had to very quickly come to terms with the fact that he was about to die. Okay? Now, again, this guilt and innocence
I don't
thing,
know. I
right?
have no
At the
idea.
moment,
I have no
we don't know.
idea.
It's 50-50.
The man
We don't
probably would
know.
have become
We don't
president.
have
She would have
any
been the
evidence
most
that points to
powerful
Charlie
woman on the planet. Like, No. I'm
something
just
Tyler
gonna
from
settle for this
Robinson.
measly.
Robin.
What was
You
I don't
have
even
no
know.
proof
Was
he
it
was
like
shooting.
20 million
You
or
don't have
40
any
million?
link to him
Like
being there on
I'm
that
gonna
day.
cash
You don't
in
have any link to him shooting a gun.
potentially
You don't have anything that
hundreds
says
of
that he was
millions,
on that rooftop, right? We
maybe
have fuzzy,
billions
grainy
for
footage
this
of someone on the
pesky little
rooftop.
40
We have funny,
million.
grainy,
Oh,
grainy
and by
footage
the
of
way,
someone jumping from the
completely get
rooftop
rid of
to the
the
ground
father
with
of
no
my
gun in his
children.
hand.
It's
And
so
then someone
stupid.
finding a gun
She
on
was
the
married to
ground, which
Charlie
means that the
Kirk.
gun
She
never made it
already
to the roof.
had.
All right.
Do you guys think that anything Erica wanted in the world, Charlie would have been like, no, you can't have it? So stupid. So dumb.
And shame someone into giving up an avenue of investigation through emotional means, for me, that
And
rockets
furthermore,
that avenue
I
to
don't know
the
if you
top
guys remember,
of the list.
Erica had done live events with Charlie before. A few times. If she wanted more live events, I think Charlie probably would have gave it to her. So dumb.
Which makes me wonder what's going on behind the scenes.
You mean that she doesn't want people to be thinking that she's a killer and calling
Well,
her
no
that?
one wants people to think they're killers, especially killers.
Holy fuck. Good one. That dude nailed it.
Well,
As
what
a
do you
matter of
mean? What
fact,
people are?
killers
What do you mean?
want
What
it the
people?
least out of anyone.
Okay, well, what do
They
you mean? What people she's
did.
having come out for her to?
They sure did,
defend her?
Noah.
Who exactly are you talking about?
Dude,
Come to
I
find
have no
out,
idea.
Charlie
All
liked
I know
pyrotechnics.
is people are coming up out of the woodwork and saying, "Oh, don't consider her."
I don't
a
blame
possible
him. I like
suspect in
fire
the murder
too.
of her husband." Most
Wouldn't you want
murders,
some
by the
evidence
way,
for
are
that?
done by someone who knows
So
what
the
they're
gun's
doing.
not good enough for you. The DNA's not good enough for you. The car being there is not good enough for
Hold
you.
on.
Lance
The host
Twig
wants to
saying, "Yeah,
speak.
that looks like Tyler
Sinful.
Robinson," isn't good
I
enough
know
for
you're
you.
excited.
But
I know you're excited, but Uncle Tom went off mute. He cleared his throat. I think he wants to say something.
This is why I
No,
like
no, no. I
Eco.
just was laughing. It wasn't that.
Yeah,
Even though it
look,
takes
I
Eco
don't think anyone
an
in
hour
here
to get
thinks
a
that
point out, he gets a point
Erica
out.
France or Kirk or whatever you want to call it was actually the trigger man. Like, I don't think she was up on the roof.
Yeah.
Or, like we no one thinks that.
Neither
But
does Tyler.
No one
Yeah.
thinks she was up there
Well,
with a black
Yeah,
cap turned
of course he
backwards with a
did.
scope and gun. No,
Of
nobody
course
thinks
he
that.
did.
how can you tell? It's
Yeah,
grainy
Eileen
footage.
Marsh,
How can you
Stop,
tell it's
Charlie.
Erica?
You know, like I don't mean to be like rude. All right. Look at Charlie and then look at Erica. There is nothing in this world that he would have denied her.
No one
Nothing.
thinks that Erica was the one that killed her husband. No one thinks that.
We have, but here's the crazy
Whether
thing.
she had
We have
foreign,
more.
whether she had knowledge of it happening, I'm yet to decide on that.
Yeah.
But
No, I got
no
the
one,
definitely
not
got
even
the point.
Candace, not
All
even
right,
Candace believes.
Rabbi, what else did you
that-
want to say?
Right. I was going to say, we have more photographic evidence that links Erica Kirk's parents to the Church of Satan than we have that proves that Tyler Robinson is the shooter. Literally.
And what would that have to do with anything? What would that have to do with anything around the case?
Well, that's the thing. So if you are willing to guarantee that Tyler Robinson is the shooter based off of less photographic evidence than we have for Erica Kirk's parents being linked to the Church of Satan, then you have to accept that Erica Kirk's parents were linked to the Church of Satan.
What does that have to do with
Whoa,
anything
what?
but the murder?
Joe, well,
Are you
how do we
ready
get to the
admit
Church
the
of
lie?
Satan?
No, I'm asking what does that have to do. I'm not saying I believe
missed that.
or I'm
I'm
accepting it.
establishing
I'm
a
asking what
standard
that
of,
has
a
to do with
standard of
anything.
proof here, a standard of evidence.
I
okay?
missed that.
So if you're
Isn't she
if
Catholic?
you want to say that Tyler Robinson definitely was the shooter of Charlie Kirk, then you also have to say with your full chest that Erica Kirk's parents were definitely linked to the Church of Satan.
How? Why?
What
Why?
evidence of that?
What I missed?
We have
Where are you
photographic
getting that
evidence
from?
with her parents, with the wife of what the guy's name, Michael Aquino, with the wife of Michael Aquino in the 60s, I believe, or the 70s. And those two people were the creators of the Church of Satan.
Okay.
What?
You gonna
Yeah.
stand on? You
It
gonna stand
tracks.
on those?
What does that have to
What's
do
going
with
on?
anything, though?
It
What does that have to
tracks.
do with anything?
Oh, he doesn't get it. He's being purposely obtuse right now.
I'm trying to
No,
figure
I've
out how
legitimately
intellectually
never
honest you're
heard
going to
that.
be with us.
Don't know why it matters if it's true.
I know, but Sinful.
Wait, you
the
don't know
point is-
why somebody that you're concerned
to
if
me
they're
like I'm
being
God.
falsely accused, you're
Explain
concerned they're being
explain it
falsely
to me like I'm
accused
God,
of something,
please.
were raised by Satanists, satanic worshiping people.
Yeah.
So
Like,
because they were next to somebody in a photo that was the creator of a religion.
But see,
means
here's
they
the
also
thing. This
believed
is
in
the
that
reason I
religion?
did it, Sinful, is because I wanted to
I'm
see how
friends
much
with people
waffling
that
you
are
would
atheists.
do.
Does that mean I'm an
Sinful?
atheist?
Sinful. Listen, I wanted to hear how much waffling you would do, and you did it. Okay, you did exactly what I wanted you to do. I wanted to know what kind of logical buffoonery you would engage in to avoid the conclusion that I brought you to, based off of more photographic evidence than we have for Tyler Robinson. Okay, because that tells
shit,
me
I forgot
how intellectually
who did
honest
he
you're
say
being
they were
with
friends
us.
with?
All right, what you're saying, what you're telling us with this waffling you're doing, is that your conclusions are not based off of evidence. They're based off of mainly by your feelings and emotions. Because if they were based off of facts and evidence, you would be able to immediately admit and accept that, yes, I agree with you. You have photographic evidence that her parents were linked to the Church of Satan, and I have no problem with that. But you can't do that. Okay? There's some
I've never
emotion.
seen or heard of that before. I'm not going to take your word for anything.
Okay, but let's assume that evidence
Let's
exists.
assume.
I don't want to assume it exists.
Well, that's
I
the
want
emotions
proof
again.
of things, and I want to know what the connection is. It's not emotions.
You don't want to assume because you are approaching this topic emotionally, not logically.
should I throw up? I'm confused. Should I throw up a heart emoji for that?
Sure.
Maybe. Yeah.
The crazy thing is,
Emotion.
like, her parents' affiliation with the Church of Satan doesn't have any bearing on the trial at all, and he
Then
still
why
can't
bring
give
it
it
up?
up. He still
Then why
can't
bring
give
it
it
up?
up to prove that you're not even willing to give that much up.
Oh yeah, no, this dude.
It doesn't even
Honestly, I really don't give
It
a
wasn't
shit. I really
Michael
don't care.
Aquino.
There
I'm
you
sure,
go.
But I don't think that
there
they
you go.
had.
sure
You
there's
don't
people.
care.
I'm sure there's people my parents were friends
I
of.
think it was
that are the type of people I wouldn't care or like. But
like
does
an
that mean
acquaintance of
it would make me
Aquino
a bad guy of
who
some
was on the
kind, or make
board of
implicate
Teep
that I
USA
could
at
do
one
Okay,
point.
so then it's the
something wrong, or
former. It's the
Like
former. The
doesn't matter.
he had
pictures mean
intelligence
nothing. The
assets and
pictures
shit,
in the
or he was an
Robinson case where they
intelligence
don't.
Where?
asset
The
or something
the
What are you
along
pictures
those
talking
lines.
of
I
about?
that
forget.
are allegedly Robinson that we can't even tell it's him. You
Hey, let me
also
give
don't
me a
believe
percentage.
those.
0% it's not him whatsoever. 100% it's him of Robinson. What do you think?
And the point is, you can't tell. The picture's too fuzzy to
you
say
can't
one or the
Give me a
other.
percentage. Give me a percentage.
Dude,
50%.
Okay.
It's exactly
Yeah.
50-50.
I
All you
wouldn't
can tell
even
is that
say
he's a man.
50.
Okay,
Yeah, I
what would
wouldn't
you
even
give
say
it?
50. That is Tyler. Okay, so when
0%
logically,
it's not, 100%
yeah,
it is.
just zero. Yeah, just zero.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I would say that photograph proves, actually doesn't even prove that. I mean, literally, it could be a female dressed like a man, but she would have to
I
run
didn't
like a
see no
man.
boobs, but
And they're flat
It was
chest. Are you saying
Paul
that
I
Vallejo.
know. I'm
boobs
just
are not women?
I'd be.
He
Hey,
held
she would
advisory or
have to be
speaker
able to run like a
connections
man,
within
which
the
there
broader
are some that can
sphere
do that.
of
So
TP
I would
USA
say
and a few
flat
other
50-50.
organizations.
It's a human,
But I
but
don't
there's
think that
literally nothing in that photograph to prove that it's any specific human.
that
Someone
like.
in the courtroom actually said it
I mean,
could
you
be
could
a
make the
cow.
argument that you could probably tie.
Yeah.
Wow.
But at the same time, I don't think so because Charlie Kirk
Yeah, that's
was
crazy.
it's like Charlie Kirk
But for me, the
was
crazy
in
thing is,
charge
like,
of
you
the
have the video of this guy
messaging
coming
at
off the roof,
Turning Point
right?
USA.
And you've all seen this. The video of the guy coming off the roof. Does he have a rifle in his hand? He doesn't have a rifle in his hand. Where's the rifle? The rifle that was found in the bushes, right? Not on the top of the roof. Where'd the rifle go? Does anyone
So
know
you don't
this?
think he took the rifle with him possibly and ditched
No,
it
I'm
in
telling
the
you, look at the
woods?
video. He doesn't have the rifle with him.
How do you know that's not right?
So hold on. What's he holding then when he's jumping off the roof? What's that long, rigid item that looks like it's wrapped in a black towel? What is
Nothing
that?
looks rigid. That's the
There's
thing.
nothing
It
rigid.
doesn't.
It looks very
What's
rigid.
the long?
Listen, either it's that
long
that dude either had a rifle on the
he's
roof or he grew a third ass leg when he jumped off that bitch.
Show me the video. Put us a link to the video so we can look at it.
Oh my god.
Put up a link to the video. Because when I watched that video, the guy did not have a long, rigid thing. I think you're fantasizing a bit
You,
here.
you don't.
There was
you,
nothing long and rigid in his hand.
You don't have
You're the
links
one
to the
saying it looks
video.
like a chick. What do you mean?
You've watched the video so much. Just pull the link up.
You think that's a chick? I got questions for you, dude. Like, hold on.
If you think Brigitte Macron is a chick, I got questions for you.
Oh, I
Even the cop
don't
on
care
the
about the
stand
French.
couldn't even say it was for sure a gun. He said it was a black object.
Well, wouldn't they, if this is all set up, wouldn't they say 100% that is the case then? If they really wanted to sell this,
Like, no
bed
kidding.
slop,
They can't
wouldn't they have
100%
the right bullet,
100%
right
say
rifle
it's a
or
gun.
weapon, so
It's
that
so
no one
dumb.
could question it, nobody can deny it. It
You
wouldn't have
can
all these little
deduce, however,
holes.
that this guy's on the roof. Charlie gets shot. He runs and jumps off. They find a rifle wrapped in a black towel. You can look at that video and deduce that very well, more than likely, is a rifle wrapped in a
The way
towel.
trials work is you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the person did the crime.
Yeah, we're not at trial yet, so.
I know, but the point
Well,
is...
they also take into its totality of the evidence. It's not going to be 1 or 2 or 3 singular pieces. It will be the totality of the evidence that they look at to determine whether or not he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
We look at the totality of Erica Kirk's behavior to decide whether
To decide
more
what?
questions should be asked.
What questions?
It's not
More
evidence.
questions should be asked.
Rabbi, check the nest.
Check the
What
nest?
questions?
Because I'm looking at the video now, and the guy doesn't have a rifle. He's got a duffel bag. Yeah, that's not a rifle. I'll look at the nest.
But it's you can say for sure it's a duffel bag, but it's not a rifle. That's crazy.
Well, it could be.
That you can for sure say that's a duffel bag, but that it's for sure not a rifle.
No,
Get the
or
fuck
like
outta
a
here.
hoodie or something. Or
Yeah, it could be all kinds of things, including a rifle wrapped in a towel.
Not
Crazy.
a rifle. And Rabbi, what we determined today, I did a little mini poll of the audience, and getting off that. And I'll just do it with you. How would you exit that roof?
Ben, gross.
I know this is a weird.
This is
I know it's a weird
dumb.
question.
This is
I don't
such a. I
expect
was
you
listening to
it's
this
not a trick
earlier. Chat, I'm
question.
gonna kill
But
these guys
like,
with this argument.
You're on the roof. Picture yourself on the roof. It's 16 feet high. You have a firearm. You have whatever backpack, whatever that's the firearm can't fit in. Most likely, maybe it can. But either way, how are you getting off? Are you getting on your knees and then holding your hands and then lowering yourself down, or how are you doing it?
I don't know, man. I'm not exactly Spider-Man.
I'm getting off the roof as fast as I fucking can.
I would.
And I'm going to be really concerned about damaging the rifle that my dad gave me. He even references that in those text messages. That was his main concern, was how his dad was going to react. His dad was more scary to him than the feds were.
Well, I'm going to tell you.
Up on the way down.
I'm going to tell you what
he's
most
going to do
people
everything
said,
he
which is
can,
something
probably
that I
not wreck
thought
that
of, and
rifle.
This is why I posed the question. And once I say it, you're probably going to agree as well.
Okay.
I would throw the gun down. I would not want an object that size, a steel object. You're not Is it heavy?
Yeah. If it was that heavy, yeah, I'd toss it.
Yeah. I mean, not just that, but you're jumping from that distance with the firearm. You could it could discharge. You could land on it. It could fucking go up
It's
your
a
ass.
bolt action rifle. It's not going to discharge.
Yeah,
you would leave the evidence out in the open.
Holy fuck!
But the first thing that I do, like if I was going to a fence with a rifle in a bag, the first thing I do is throw the bag over with the rifle in it, so I don't have to carry the fucking thing up the fence. So the same thing would hold true if I'm coming over this roof. I would throw it to the ground and then jump after it.
That'd be my instinct.
Do you think he was concerned about damaging the rifle at all?
I'm fucking running back down the stairs
He
that I
just
fucking
killed
went up
somebody.
on. And climbing back over the little
Allegedly,
wall
he killed
and running
somebody.
back
He doesn't
down the
care
same
about damaging
stairs.
a rifle.
You don't think he's worried about damaging the rifle? Why was he so concerned about what his dad was going to do if he couldn't get the rifle back? If you don't think he was concerned about damaging the
We
rifle?
don't even know. Okay, so here's the thing with iMessage. That can be sent from a computer.
Great, but let's just assume that that's correct. That would explain why he got off the roof the way he did and not just throwing the rifle down.
Yeah, he didn't want to damage the $2,000 scope.
I mean, yeah, I'm not saying it's not plausible that somebody would do it. I'm just saying it wouldn't be most people's instinct that I've asked so
when
far.
you say that you're
if
more
I
worried
just
about
shot
your
a public
dad's
figure,
reaction to the rifle than you are the feds, I would say that's
if I had
pretty good
just
reason.
shot a public figure, the last thing I'd be worried about is the damage to the scope. I'd be worried about getting my ass out of there.
Which
I'm
would
sorry.
explain why he was just running and jumping off of the roof.
But that
Well,
doesn't.
why was
That
he
doesn't
so
go either
careful with
way.
getting it off the
That
roof
doesn't go
then?
either way. That doesn't go either way. I'm sorry. Like I don't
I
see
feel like
him
I just
having a
gave an
gun in that
explanation
shot.
for that.
I don't see him having a gun in that video. We're not discussing whether it was Charlie or not. We're discussing whether or not that behavior of that person lends itself to the theory that there was a gun in the bag, and it doesn't. Not the gun that they were told. It's possible it was somebody else.
Yeah, but
it
doesn't say, it doesn't prove that it's not a gun either.
It doesn't. We don't need to prove that it's not a gun. All we have to show is that it's not the gun that we're told killed Charlie, and it's definitely not the gun that killed Charlie, or we're told killed Charlie. If it was like one of those fancy folding guns,
That doesn't work because there are plenty of murders that are convicted without any video evidence of any gun being anywhere near the scene.
Yes, exactly. And they have metadata. They have the cell phone tower data placing people. They have license plates. They have all the other corroborating information that we don't have with this case for some odd reason that should be very easy to get.
Well, I think we do have it. And in fact, I think
no,
that's
we don't
been
have cell phone
stated in
tower
the
data
paperwork.
Maybe they're waiting till the trial.
You
to
guys
show
should
all
really
that.
follow
That'd be crazy,
Andrea
wouldn't it?
Burkhart. She has laid all of this out.
We
She
have.
has a
laid
whole
out cell
archive.
phone. She hasn't laid out. What do you mean? There's no cell phone tower data.
There is, and it goes into explanations of how they got it.
In many of these cases that go unsolved, they've either got a bullet wound or a weapon, or neither.
They have striations. They have striations on the bullets.
They don't even have to connect the bullet.
But in this case, they've apparently got both.
bullet.
They've got parts of the bullet and the weapon.
No, they don't have striations of the bullets.
And they don't
They
match.
have a bullet.
Nor do they have fingerprints or DNA on the weapon that match Tyler to it. That was in the preliminary.
And why would you have a towel and not wipe your prints off the firearm?
Well, that too. But there's nothing that ties Tyler to being on the roof with that weapon.
Yep.
There's nothing in what we've seen so far. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, as I've said before, if Tyler is the person, I'm 100% for him getting the full penalty of the law. But
Yep, me too.
I don't know.
I'm questioning that. To me, so far, there's just as much, if not more, evidence that Riggs was up there. Well, sorry, Twigs.
Twigs, yeah. Because all the genetic.
What evidence do you have that
evidence
puts
points to
Twigs
both
on the
of them.
roof?
All the genetic evidence
Well,
used in the trial points to both people.
The same
There's
evidence that they've
The
got
same
of
evidence that puts
Robinson.
Tyler on the roof? What?
Not on the roof.
Well,
all the evidence they
what the
introduced.
fuck?
All the evidence, none of which came from the roof, by the way. But all the evidence they introduced to say that Tyler Robinson killed him, DNA on the towel.
What evidence do you have to
whatever,
put Twigs on the roof? The same evidence that puts Tyler on the roof.
DNA
Well, thank you.
So if the
100%.
evidence that they're putting forward is enough to convict Tyler, it's also enough to convict
Somebody
Twigs,
clip that.
which means
correct.
it's not enough evidence.
Fucking
to convict
Aussies.
anyone.
If you put Twigs and Tyler side by side in a grainy ass fucking
Robin
picture,
Page. What's up, Robin
with
Page?
Twigs having his hair up in a bun or whatever, he could definitely cover that with a hat and cover his face with sunnies.
Yeah, it's uncanny how much they look alike.
They
in
don't look
certain
alike
pictures,
at all.
But so he drove there the morning,
I mean,
and then
I suppose if you're
they didn't get the
blind,
license plate.
maybe
for
they
some
kind of look
reason,
alike.
But he met with a TPUSA representative
Do we have
allegedly.
definitive
another
evidence
thing,
that
like,
there even
Then
was a roof?
drove off. Then changed. I guess he
CJ,
changed. And
CJ,
then
what are you
walked
in this
back.
space
He
right now?
drive back. He walked back.
Yeah.
And
He was
then
trying to conceal his identity.
CJ's just like, I'm going
It's
in.
almost
Fuck
like
it.
he's trying to
Or
get
has he
away with
just
the
been in
murder.
here this whole time?
Oh man.
Oh no
No.
way!
Groundbreaking,
So
dude.
imagine if
But
Twigs
then,
was the one
but
that
then he
walked back.
shows up with 4 people, and then he's on a Ring doorbell with a bald man.
Yeah, I
and,
don't-
like 3 other people in
I
the
don't get it.
car.
It's like, well, what about Lance Twigs?
And if
That-
he's trying to
that's
get away
weird.
with it, then why
Like,
is he
throw
texting
him in there
people
too?
and leaving notes in Discord?
What are they? They're
So is he trying to get away with it?
do they do the
Yeah,
lethal
exactly.
injection there?
Can you?
Yeah.
Pop
I
him
wanted
too.
to take
Get 'em
this to
both.
my death. I'm sorry I've got you involved. Oh, well, why is he?
You're trying to
Why is he
rationalize
involved
the
then?
guy that's with a trans dude. You're trying to
That's
rationalize
right.
why a guy that's with a trans dude believes what he believes is doing one thing or another. A lot of people do stupid, crazy shit in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, like lie about
Wait,
In the heat
committing
of the
crimes.
moment.
Wait.
In the
They
heat
did.
of the
They
moment.
heat of
Come
the
on,
moment where
dude.
they plan.
In
They
the heat of
plan
the
out
moment,
the
this bloke
assassination of a public
apparently
figure.
takes
Come on.
the shot of his life, like the biggest political assassination in our lifetime, and
This guy's
Definitely
guilty.
made up.
casually
We know that because Gary was there.
jumps off the roof, runs God knows where, gets in his car, drives
No,
2
It's just
hours
total
down the
Fed
road,
slop.
gets a
UVU doesn't
steak
even
dinner.
exist.
Keats, it's better than that. It's not. It's like he's asserting that in the heat of the moment, Tyler Robinson happened to have his grandfather's 38.6 on him, a black cap, black shoes, black clothes, and in the heat of the moment, based potential of something Charlie Kirk said on stage, he decided I'm gonna go shoot that motherfucker, and so he climbed onto the roof. He didn't have to scout or anything. He climbed onto the roof, was
When
able
I
to
say
find
heat
the
of the
one
moment, I'm
spot
talking
the
about
security
everything that
wasn't able
happened
to look
proceeding
at.
afterwards.
And then he
You're
took a
trying to
shot on Charlie and then managed to escape. That's not heat of the moment stuff. That's planned.
Yeah, but he managed to escape and goes
Did he
2
ever
hours
go to
down
a
the road,
shooting
gets a
range?
steak.
When
Has
you
he
say
ever been to a
climbed, I'm
shooting
sure you
range
mean
ever?
walked up, right?
He owns the gun. What do you mean has he ever? He's obvious. Oh man, you're trying to
He doesn't.
rationalize. You're trying to rationalize an irrational person.
Okay.
Okay.
Whether
He
he's
got
irrational or not
he
doesn't
got
matter.
the
It does not
he
matter.
got
You
the
don't know
Well,
he got
rational
the
people
gun
don't just
handed
shoot people in
down
the
to
fucking
him
neck. Can we
from
agree
his
on that?
Again,
grandfather.
you're going to
Okay.
emotions, sinful. You're going back to
It's
emotions.
not
And
about
by the way,
emotions.
his
You're talking about
grandfather
what's
says it
rational,
wasn't
what's
the gun.
irrational.
His grandfather
Yeah,
said, "No, I don't believe he shot that gun. I don't believe," and it would be
that's
there'd
not
be an
my
exit
gun.
wound.
That
Yeah,
makes
it's
sense.
not my gun.
Yeah.
Prove it.
I mean,
Prove
Your
it.
grandfather spent more time with the gun than
prove
you.
Oh
what?
Okay, so
well,
you'll
yeah.
believe anonymous
Prove the
If we
grandfather
of
said any
alleged
of that.
if we
grandparents,
go
but
if we
you don't
go
believe
back
Yeah,
that
to
maybe
you
a
want
Gary
the
homicide was
recording?
Tedeschi,
turned
Is that
Oh,
what
in.
you
you
have a
what
you
you're
have a
asking?
recording? Is his
Okay.
face in it?
Yeah,
Jesus.
sinful.
yeah,
Listen, the
Billy.
Oh
reason
my
why
It's
the
god!
so
reason
cute
why
that you
people
play
Okay,
these
so
believe
little
we could just
games
got
of
to
what
take
is
somebody
real and
else's
not.
word for it. You guys don't like
Billy
doing that, I
has
yeah.
thought.
Fucking
Billy
stupid.
has recorded evidence that the grandfather said that that's not his gun, and
Yeah, but you
he
Well,
guys
doesn't
that
don't
could have
like
believe
been
that.
it. You
me.
get.
That could
We
have
need
been
to
me
know
that
for
said that.
sure that was them.
That
We
could have
don't
been
know.
me
It's just
that
an
said
audio
that.
recording.
Well, wait.
Yeah.
So I thought so.
Ah,
I'm
Now
Tyler
you're
Robinson.
claiming yet
holy
another
shit! So
journalist. Wait, you were the one coming in here and saying it's all about the journalist ethics, and now so you're just falsely claiming now that this
I'm
other
assuming that's
journalist
sinful.
is not ethical and got a fake recording and she's lying about her
Oh, the
whole
same guy that thought he
career.
did height comparison correctly, but he actually debunked himself. That guy. Oh yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's a woman. It's a woman. Her name's Elizabeth
Oh,
Lane.
oh yeah. The one
Oh
that
yeah,
got
because
No, dude,
she's
caught with
you're
trustworthy.
just
weird shit.
you're just making shit up, bro.
Yeah, I'm just
But I
making up
would
shit.
like you to
Making up shit.
contend with, or Bronson, you can. I'd like you to contend with what I was saying. That tweet I put in the nest.
I
And
already
Rabbi,
did. You just didn't like the answer. So
well, no, you didn't. You didn't actually answer,
no, I did.
unless you're.
I
Well,
did.
no, unless
Now
you're.
you're calling a
Well,
question to what I
I don't know what
believe.
tweet. There's so much shit in
oh,
Hey
here.
guys,
you.
listen. If everyone's over
Slopper.
talking to
Must
each
be a
other, no one's going to be
slopper.
able to answer anything. Take time.
No, Rabbi, you got
Clean.
the guy. You broke this guy. He's dealing
I
with
know I broke.
cognitive dissonance right now, big
I know.
time. He wasn't
I know.
acting like this
Break a lot of things
before.
down.
Now he's just like
No, I think you
broken.
just don't. I think
He's
you
a
just don't like
broken
my
man.
answers to your
all
questions.
right, hold on.
He's
Stop,
angry.
stop. One at a time. Come on.
All right. No, this is for anybody. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be sinful. But probably would be good. Like Fed Slopper would be good to answer. It's in the nest. It's the second one in the nest. But Rabbi, I would like your opinion too. So, because I'm just thinking out loud when I wrote this tweet, I didn't think it through. It just came to my mind. But I'm saying that I'll just read it. So the argument can be made out of respect for your fellow citizen, your fellow man, to take a closer look at the Kirk case, meaning take a closer look at the evidence, take a closer look at just the circumstance leading up to, after, all of it. But the argument shouldn't be made, let the feds work on it, because that's being done by default.
Which guy?
So I can explain it further, but basically I'm saying I'm confused at why there are people who care about taking the Fed side when they're just
trying to
are
listen.
the feds that's the Fed's responsibility. It should be the citizens looking into all the ways that it could possibly, like, what could have happened that day, what could have happened to Charlie. And so that's the conundrum, I guess, or
Yeah.
So what
Well,
do
the
you
thing is,
yeah.
the thing is this, if your line is just let the feds take care of it, you're
I have no
essentially
idea.
saying don't think, right? Don't form any opinions. Just wait for the government to give their opinion and then adopt.
Don't these
that
guys
one
understand? Nobody cares if
which,
they have
I mean,
opinions. But they
sorry, guys,
they don't even try to
communist China, right? That's like Russia.
do they run these opinions by each other, and then if somebody go, hey, no, that's fucking retarded, that doesn't make any sense, or they're just open to every opinion? Doesn't matter how crazy it is. Just doesn't matter.
We don't know about it.
We have to take it all into consideration. Like, no, you have to eliminate some things based on logic. Oh shit!
Someone with something to hide. Someone who wants to manufacture a fake cover story. Those are the only people that really do not want you to think about this for yourself. If someone is actually interested in figuring out the truth, they would want everyone available to be putting their minds towards the problem of who shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and it will either help convict the guy, because you should want more information, because that can help you get what you want. If it's
I
to
know
convict
people
Tyler,
have
that's what you
convicted with
want.
less.
You want more information.
I don't
and
even
more
have
clues,
to
more flock
specifically
camera
look up
data,
a K.
and
I'm pretty
license plate
confident
data,
in that
and
statement.
cell tower data, or you might help exonerate an innocent man. That would be,
but also,
I've heard people speak
say
about
that there's been
morals so
people
far
acquitted
tonight. That would be the
with
morally
more.
right
I feel
thing
like
to do as well.
I feel like there was quite a bit of evidence against OJ.
All hands on deck looking into it. It should never lead to, oh, I can't wait for Gary's space tonight so I can go in there and shit on people who listen to Candace Owens, or like talk shit to people looking
Lene, did
into
I
things.
shit on you for looking into anything?
I didn't
Lene?
say you did.
Do you
bro.
remember? This is just like the Boston bombing. Do you
You
guys
didn't
remember the
need
Boston bombing? Do you remember the
Well,
Boston bombing?
can I just
Boston
say,
bombing. I
I
told
think
you.
everyone in this space, whether
I
they
told
think
you
that
guys.
Tyler did
I
it
don't
or
remember.
not,
It was
I'm
one of
pretty
these
sure
spaces that I
everyone
did.
that's investigating
Guys, somebody here
wants to
remembers.
know-
I was talking about the Boston bombers, and these are those people.
Tyler or not.
Right.
We like
guarantee you, if you go back on some of these people timelines far enough, you will see some free Jahar shit.
But anyways, Rabbi, yeah, I remember the Boston bombing.
Remember the Boston bombing? This is just like that. Remember what happened with the Boston bombing? Is Reddit got a hold of all the different photos from the security cameras, right? And so Reddit started talking about what was going on. And that went all fine and good until Reddit found these two military-looking guys with these huge backpacks walking around the crowd in the vicinity of the bombing. And they tracked them before.
Fucking called that shit.
And they started making theories like, wait, why are these guys doing this? And then this guy with the backpack, why is he doing this? And they started formulating.
I remember
theory.
following that,
And then
following the conspiracies on that, watching Alex Jones. I remember that shit.
Opinion makers,
going,
the influencers,
nah.
the feds, the news. They said, oh,
they were different backpacks, and it was wild.
Conspiracy theorists on Reddit that are making these harmful theories about what happened in the Boston bombing. Like, give this nationwide campaign to like silence them. It's the same thing you're seeing here. It's just a much more subtle campaign, right? And so it's like, what it seems to me is, and you could say the same about 9/11. You say the same about.
They didn't silence anybody. That shit was running rampant all over Twitter
with these events,
and Reddit.
These flashpoint
Nobody
events,
was silenced.
And you have a period of time after they happen where everything is confused and chaos, and people naturally begin to formulate an opinion about what happened. And then at a certain point, that opinion becomes radioactive. It's made radioactive by the media and the government, right? And the reason it has to do it this way is because if the government came out with a theory about what happened too early, it would be conspicuously manufactured. They have to wait, which means they're forced.
Yeah, I know.
This
like,
is like strategy. They're forced
like,
to
don't
allow
they
the public to make their own opinions for a
the
certain
people
amount
who
of
were
time,
on
but then
this
they have
side
to step in and they have to demonize any theories that come.
I mean,
too close
nobody's
to the
being
truth,
silenced, but
right?
their
Or
voices
go too
are
far away from what they
far
want
louder.
the narrative to be, and then they have to impose a narrative on us. And that's what's happening with Charlie Kirk. Same thing, exact same thing. I think this the only thing this time is they didn't expect people to have this much video evidence.
And by the
quickly.
way, George Zinn just happened to be calling in threats that day, wasn't he, or something?
Some random Jewish guy happened to be at 9/11 and the Charlie Kirk assassination.
He was not at 9/11.
No, the Boston bombing. He called in a threat or something. He was arrested or
was he at the Boston bombing?
Yeah.
No, he was not at Boston bombing.
No,
it was the Salt Lake City bombing.
Why do people speak? Wait, hold on.
It was the Salt Lake City marathon.
Hold on.
Oh, it wasn't the
Why
Boston?
do people
No.
speak
Oh, my bad.
indefinites? Do you definitely know that George Zinn was not at 9/11, Bronson?
Yes, that was all been clarified months and months and months ago.
By Zinn himself?
Holy
No,
fuck.
he we'd have to look it up or try to look it up. I
By
can't
Zinn
remember.
himself. No, Bronson saying that it was clarified. Was it clarified by Zinn himself?
Feel free to look it up.
Yeah, it was. On Diligent's phone call, he said he wasn't at 9/11.
So wait a minute.
He was in the news for some reason.
No.
In regards
right here in this video. So Ryan Matta has.
Now all of a sudden you guys want me to do your work for you? Thought you were the investigators.
As a joke to the Salt Lake City Marathon.
Can't even get the George Zinn shit correct.
He was detained in question as a person who's
I'm getting fucking mad.
3 events, or he's part of 3 events. The Salt Lake City thing was a bit indirect, but still.
Well, that's still.
I can claim that I haven't been somewhere that I was yesterday. Does that mean that it's proven to be a true
exactly
claim?
Shit.
Exactly. It's like no one's gonna be like, oh, well, she said she wasn't there, so she wasn't there. That's not how this shit works.
Right on.
And that's leaving aside the whole thing about what.
Okay, so prove he was at 9/11. How are you gonna do that?
The real payoff with Zinn is not that he was at the event. It was that when Charlie was shot, he dropped down to the ground and started shouting, I did it, arrest me," over and over again until they arrested him. And then he was like, basically, I was just kidding. I was just fucking
with you. He dropped his pants.
He dropped his pants, right? And again, like, what is that behavior? Like, that is the most conspicuously, it's not even guilty. It's like conspicuously decoy behavior you could
Sounds kind of crazy.
It does.
I don't think a crazy guy would take advantage of a terrible situation.
I've got a bit of an eyewitness account with George Zinn in that. Apparently, that wasn't his first response. George's first response was that he thought Charlie was faking it. If you know Skylar Baird, the other weird witness that was to Charlie's left, Skylar Baird told me directly that George approached him and they had an encounter before George was arrested, and George said to him that Charlie was faking it. And Skylar told him that he just watched Charlie's neck erupt. And then George paused and then said, it was me, I shot him, arrest me, or shoot.
So he thought Charlie Kirk leaking a full liter of blood out of his neck in about 5 seconds was faked?
That's apparently what he said to Skylar Baird originally. Yeah,
I find that difficult to believe.
Yeah.
You have to ask Skylar Baird. That came directly from Skylar.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I find that disastrously difficult to believe.
If you watch the video closely, George does. They don't have a face-to-face encounter, but George and Skylar Baird do look at each other. Can't hear what they say. And then Skylar actually says that he notions to the copper to arrest George after George starts yelling out, it was me, shoot me. So, yeah, that's...
They did.
It's
That's
a
funny.
little bit
Where's your
different
proof,
to the
Muppet?
original story that George just jumped up immediately and said that it was me. There was a bit of a time delay.
It's still a bit of a distinction without a difference, though. It doesn't really change much about the implications of the activity or the behavior. And
No,
the whole
and George was also with Phil Lyman 2 weeks before that event, supposedly sitting in a courtroom
Wait, are you being
with Phil
serious,
Lyman.
Robin?
And yeah, Phil Lyman's got a lot of associations, but he's with George Zinn 2 weeks prior. So
yeah. So, and again, we have footage of him right now. Everyone
don't
else
know.
is fleeing from, like, this is after Charlie's shot. Everyone else is running away because they just heard a man, saw a man get killed. And George Zinn is,
so Charlie was
according
shot?
to this video footage, he is waving his white hat and moving forward.
I'm telling you guys, we're getting there. We're getting
Towards
there.
the stage.
We're getting there.
Like, he's walking towards the stage while everyone else is running away from it.
yeah, and Skylar
That's
Baird's
weird.
climbing up out of the fountain at the same time, and they're a few meters apart if you've studied the footage.
And
Yeah, I'm
anybody
gonna
saying
Tell your mom to get off the internet.
I was
Go
just gonna
ahead.
say anybody saying he's
clearly
just some
not
crazy
healthy.
lunatic. I watched another interview, courtesy, I think it was Diligent as well. Some other interview that he's done in the past in 2023, I think, where he was perfectly coherent. He's articulate, perfectly.
That doesn't mean he's
Just
not
like kind
fucking
of a
crazy.
normal guy. Like, so
Doesn't mean he's not completely batshit.
Here's something. Apparently, he was on that day. He was charged. I think it's that day. He was charged not only with obstructing justice, but possessing child sex abuse material.
YouTube, we're fine.
So
we're fine.
you have an
YouTube.
old pedophile that dropped to the ground, loosened his pants, and began shouting, "It was me! Arrest me!" After Charlie Kirk was shot. That is interesting.
Yeah, sounds crazy.
I didn't know about that. I didn't hear this angle at all.
He didn't know about this CP?
What do we know about pedophiles?
Oh, boy.
Are they in any way, like, are they easier to control and make them do things that maybe, they wouldn't want to do otherwise?
I don't know.
Easier
Are
to
they?
control them through blackmail? Is it easier, like, if you have evidence that they've engaged in some of this stuff, they have these videos on their phone, for example, is it easy to get them to flip and do something they don't want to? Is it easy to get them to participate in some activity that would get them arrested and charged?
Is it easy for the feds to plant that on your phone?
Possibly.
Or
but again,
or
we're
let's
50 now.
assume none of that though. Let's assume that they were working with the feds. Do you think they would be the first person to want to be arrested and have their phone be gone through?
Yeah. Why would you want your phone to be gone through if you have child sex abuse material on it? That's weird.
I agree. Sounds like an idiot.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's didn't happen. That he's working with the feds in my opinion.
I don't know if he's working with the feds per se, but it does look like he's working with someone.
Fair.
So if he was a distraction,
After the Salt Lake City
didn't really work out,
incident where he wrote in and asked, "Do you want me to help you plant bombs at the finish line?" He got charged with attempted terrorism and got convicted of attempted terrorism. So he should be on a federal watch list, as far as I'm aware.
Wait, George Zinn got charged with trying to plant explosives of the Salt Lake City Marathon
Yes,
finish line?
he got convicted for attempted terrorism.
Damn.
And I'm pretty sure he took a plea deal to get out early. And then it was only a few weeks before Charlie's incident, he was arrested again outside a courtroom with a scuffle that turned violent. And with his priors, I think he probably should have been locked up.
Oh, no. That's one of those, the way you're describing this, that's one of those situations. It's where when they have to bring an informant in, they'll fabricate some kind of, like you said, a scuffle or something. So police
He got
can come
charged
pick you up.
with criminal trespass for that one.
Gotcha. That's so they can get picked up in public and have it not look suspicious.
Yeah, okay. Because
I would like them to
think he
move on
even
to the
got
next point.
any prison sentence.
Let's say
for that
that
one.
George Zinn was absolutely
Colin Rugg has him saying
involved.
that he
What did
actually
George
told
Zinn
cops
accomplish?
That he's the one that he says. So Colin Rugg says that
I rule. Thank you for the
told
$10
cops
super chat.
that he had told cops that he shot Kirk.
Thanks, Bronson. It's been fun as always. Good night, all. Have a good night. Yeah, we're probably going to call it soon.
And
this
he
is
apparently also told hospital staff that he
I
was
do
meant
want to
to
see
get
where they go
paid
with the
for
George
doing it.
Zinn stuff, though.
That's very interesting to me. It's very interesting. Like, this is actually stuff I didn't see. This is only stuff. This is crazy.
George Zinn definitely played some role and seems to have some sort of prior knowledge of what was about to happen. So.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, people. I'm reading. People are calling him an intelligence asset. He used to work for TPUSA.
Yep.
What?
Very interesting.
The year before, he caught a bus down from Utah to Arizona, and that TPUSA paid for his accommodation and his travel to go knock doors for them in Arizona. So.
Is this legit? Oh,
and then
I
Google
thought he was a
Trends
liberal.
analysis shows that George Zinn and Bo Mason were searched from DC IP addresses in July 2025, and Hunter Kozak was searched for from Israel IPs in early August. So you have these spikes in searches for these names, and it's his his full name, George Hodgson Zinn, right? So you have this huge spike in searches of this guy's name from DC on July 21st, 2025. So, like a full 2 months before Charlie Kirk was shot, you have this huge spike in searches for this guy. And then these other two guys, Bo Mason and Hunter Kozak.
Yeah, I think George's role was just being a decoy. And the other guy, David Sprague, who jumped up yelling USA, USA, he was a distraction. I think there was a few people that played different roles.
They flooded the zone. They flooded the zone with maroon shirts.
Black shirts. Yep.
George Zinn, he's like Building 7, right? Because he's like the detail
Holy fuck.
that stands out as really conspicuous for the event, but like people forget about it and because of all the other stuff going on. But he's the thing that really makes you.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, he's the one thing that makes you really wonder out loud about what the hell actually happened there. Go ahead.
There's a lot of things, but yeah, that is a big one. Bronson, what did you think about Building 7? I kind of got to hear this. I should have did this litmus test a long time ago, honestly, about 2 hours ago.
Nah, bro, I'm all in on 9/11.
9/11, all in what?
That shit was definitely not what they told us.
Yeah.
For sure. In fact, if you just go watch Empire Unmasked, I think Ryan Dawson cut it down to like just under 4 hours now. It used to be 5 hours. But if you haven't watched that, I highly recommend that you watch that.
And what about you, Sinful?
Well, I know that. So I guess during the election when Clinton and Bush ran, or not Clinton,
Come
Bush,
at me with
Bush
conspiracies. I'm a
Gore
vet
ran
in
against
this
each other.
bitch.
Sorry, I'm going way back, but
No, it's okay. We remember the guy who invented the internet.
yeah, but no, the so the election was so close because I guess Florida had to be recounted since it was so close, right? And so there wasn't really like a very easy like transfer of power when it came to intelligence, whatever for the next presidency, right? And so the most that I find weird or like kind of an issue is that like there was intelligence that something was going to happen, something terrible was going to happen.
I'm not
from that
giving
terror
Islam
attack,
a pass.
but it got
I'm
lost or something, or it
saying
just wasn't being read
our
into because they were
government,
still trying to
Islam,
catch up.
and the Jews were all in on
That's the
that
most
shit.
I know. That's the thing that I saw or I've read into, and I thought, yeah, that's a little fucked up and weird. And you know, I never read the 9/11 report thing or gone
You
any
don't need
further
to
than that. But
read
when
it though. So
Pretty sure the
you realize
Saudis were
that
pretty
war-
involved in that.
I was
I'm just saying, yeah, that was weird though. Like there was intelligence reports that something was coming, and maybe that got lost. And who knows? I mean, there's been intelligence failures before.
But you know what? When we say Building 7, you know what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, the build, not the towers falling. One of the other little smaller towers that fell
randomly
nearby. Yeah, I honestly have no idea. I've seen that, but I personally never looked into that part of it. Like I said, the only thing I really But yeah, no, I do think it's weird that there was probably intelligence reports saying that something was coming, and then maybe he got fucked up, something like that. That's the most that I remember.
So. Building 7. Building 7 is the building that fell down for literally no reason. It didn't even have.
Well, they blamed it on fires, I believe.
Right, which makes no sense.
I agree. Yeah, no. If you guys have not, I highly recommend Empire Unmasked. Yeah. If you guys are all about like follow the money and shit, go watch that.
It's also
so why? So is it? I know I'm interrupting, Rabbi.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I know I'm interrupting, but it fascinates me, Bronson. That's why I'm giving you probably a difficult time this evening, is because it fascinates me that you would have. What causes you to have so much faith in the investigation into Kirk? Like, and now I understand if you want to look at things, objectively, and you just want to be fair about everything and be charitable, I guess, to the government, I guess. But it's just, yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't completely understand it. And I also don't necessarily agree with the other side that is completely cynical about like every conspiracy on planet Earth. But
I don't know if I have a good answer for you. I don't really understand it either. Like I said, I feel like I'm on an island all by myself.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's the media. It's propaganda will do that. It's the media. You've mentioned
I don't know, because I listen to you guys and the other side more than I listen to anything else.
Well, you mentioned some attorney that you listen to.
Can I?
Yeah, Andrea Burkhart, but she's pretty unbiased, man. Like she looks at everything she's a defense attorney, so she just goes from a defense attorney perspective. I don't know. You might watch her and think she's like incredibly biased. I don't know. Maybe you should just check it out. But to me,
I'm not sure. It's hard
to me, she doesn't come across as biased at all.
Most attorneys are, Goldberg, Friedman, Cohen. So,
I'm just going to jump in here, guys. Thank you very much.
Oh fuck! I think she might be Mormon though, huh?
Cheers, everyone, for
is Burkhart Mormon?
And debating.
Maybe not.
It's been absolutely awesome, but I'm gonna go chill out with the family. So, good night, all. Stay safe,
man. Good night. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up unless other people have some things to say as well. It's 4:30 my time, and I'm doing a live stream tomorrow, later today. So
yeah, I gotta get bed too. But to answer that post you were talking about and everything, it is okay to like look into. I'm not saying people can't look into a thing like a certain event and like everything
that's not the question. That's not the question. What I'm arguing here, just to correct you, so you understand what I'm arguing.
The argument could be made out of respect for your fellow citizens. Take a closer look at the Kirk case. I'm saying that is okay.
No. Yes, but I'm trying to clarify because it's just I have a character limit when I'm typing these things. I'm saying that my position is that there is no circumstance in which you should advocate for the official.
It's kind of funny because I feel like these guys would really like Ryan Dawson.
Circumstance and
Ryan Dawson hates Nick Fuentes
because that's the Fed's
totally anti-Israel.
It's already being done,
right? And even Ryan Dawson,
with it.
The guy who did Empire Unmasked, he's done so much shit on the JFK. Like, the dude's not an idiot,
whatsoever.
Right?
That's the position.
Even Ryan Dawson is like, you guys are retarded. Tyler Robinson's the one who shot Charlie Kirk.
Defending the official narrative or defending the
government.
If I can just paid to do and is their job.
Them. Oh, and he defends the Tates. Like this, Ryan Dawson is like these guys.
If I look into something, right?
Except just like really, really smart.
Brings me to conclude, I believe, the official narrative. And maybe there is more.
I mean, I guess you can make an argument. Maybe
I'm speaking for me,
but whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. My position. No, my position is if you come to that conclusion, then you just basically just shut up. There is no reason that you'd be hypercritical of the people looking into it or any. No, I'm not saying you're doing this, but any kind of shaming.
I was, however, I did skip school that day, and it was kind of a bunk deal. I think trying to remember. I think I was a senior.
Again, not saying you're doing that, but obviously there's
Skipped school that
people
day,
doing it,
and everybody ended up
are
getting sent
actually being
home like
paid to do
right
that.
away. Anyway,
So
so I
I'm
was like, well,
saying
that's
that
fucked.
there's no logical good reason that that should ever really occur.
If you're looking into the Kirk case from the standpoint of just you're curious, you don't get it, it's confusing,
On the
whatever,
Sabin
and not because
civil
you want to be
engineering.
malicious, hateful, bully, whatever, then yeah, I get that. It's why I brought that point with Lene when she asked about the text messages thing, and I brought up, I said, gosh, I'm so sorry, it's 3 a.m. But I brought up the Columbine
I
thing as to
don't think
comparing
Alex
why
does
or
believe that,
how
does he?
people talk a certain way or whatever. I was trying to explain that part of it and everything. That's why I give that example. But no, like I said, I don't think there's anything. If you're genuinely just curious, don't get it, and would rather not just watch whoever you want to watch to get your info, but just look into it yourself, and so there's no bias. Yeah, that's fine.
So I guess an example would be like when truthers get together in a space or as part of a community, they will be critical of each other's theory. So they will say, "Oh, I think that it was exploding Mike." So another truther might say, "No, you're stupid. I don't think that's it. I think it's this." But they're all on the same page that
Basically,
they're
we're open-minded to other opinions, other thoughts,
yeah,
things
yeah.
of that sort.
Yeah, but they're all on the same page. None of them are saying, "Hey guys, like you guys need to shut up because the Fed said this and this is what it is and like we
And
shouldn't
because
talk."
Bullshitters.
even though
Bullshitters.
Paramount might have some compelling evidence or something, and I just don't like him, so therefore
Oh yeah,
don't
yeah.
fucking talk
Alex
about him.
definitely
In the
changed his
same way
mind
that it's like
for sure.
Candace could
Alex got a ton of
never have
pushback
compelling
and
evidence
saw
to the people that
what
don't like
little
her
amount of dollar
because
signs he
they
had
don't
left
like
going
her.
right
And
down the
plus,
fucking
you guys
drain.
all watch clips of hers, so I wouldn't
So
expect you
I
to
don't know.
actually
It's with Alex, like,
understand or believe
and he got hit
anything
with a
she's saying.
1.5
Just like if I were to
billion dollar
take half
lawsuit,
of the shit that Paramount out
and
of
I've got a
context, if
soft
I were to
spot
just
for
get a
Alex,
clip
man.
from here or
I
there,
just
like
I've got a soft
that's not
spot.
going to do me any better, but support my own
Robin,
bias. It
soft
just,
spot.
that's how most
Well, low
people
key,
move.
But I am a little
Yeah.
bummed
And
out.
one thing is
yeah,
really
no, I was
important
gonna say
about.
low key, I am
Go
biased.
ahead.
Like going back to 2016, I never liked Candace. I thought
Of
she
course
was
you
just
are. It
fucking.
shows
I
because
could
you can
not
hear
stand
the
her.
disdain in people's voice when they speak about her, and it just
Well,
the way that she
it's from
speaks
life
about Erica
experience of
Kirk.
other people I've
Yeah,
met
that
with
was
in life. I
that
can
was a
just.
little
Sure,
that was a
it
little
Yeah,
doesn't
left
and
matter
out.
where you
so
come from with it, but
I agree
But I
though.
never
hold on
thought.
That
just
was
real
a
quick.
little
I was just
left.
gonna say
Sorry.
it
But at the
shows
same
it just
time, I'm actually
helps you
really glad that
guys
they did
feel
that because
more
it showed
compelled to feel that
how
way when
fucking
she
wrong
doubles down on
Valhalla
how she
is
feels
about
about
almost
Erica Kirk,
everything.
or the more
Like I don't even.
she
I wish I
she
would have taken
challenges the
a
narrative. And to me
tracker
that's
count of
sad
how many
because
false
even though you
things
don't
he
like
said.
someone doesn't keep
So
it shouldn't
it
keep you
kind of
from
worked out.
challenging a narrative. It really
And Alex
shouldn't.
was just like,
Like
yep,
I feel like
yep.
that's a lot of what's happening.
And sinful. You should just. I mean, why don't you just come out and say that you hate
So
black women? But the point that I was trying to make
whoa,
was
Wow,
basically
goodness,
one thing we
what
don't do. One
what
thing we
just happened?
it's
definitely
gonna take my
do
word for
not
that one.
do
Retarded.
when we have these discussions is that we do not say we do not lock down into one theory
True,
and say it was definitely
true.
this. All right, that is the one thing you'll find in so-called truther discussions. I don't like that name. It's literally just people's the ability to think objectively, right?
He's
But
using it because that's what the Paramount people were saying in Paramount
was
space.
right,
So he's
right.
just saying it to be funny.
But one thing we do not do is lock down into one theory and devote all of our energy to one theory.
Yeah,
Because people talk about 9/11.
That's what I'm
There's
saying.
like
Like
4 or 5
it's
theories.
these
Charlie Kirk. There's at least 3
these are
theories. There's the palm gun.
terrible,
There's the
terrible
exploding
theories.
mic, and there's some guy with a rifle. Okay, there's at least
Yeah.
3
Oh no,
popular
no. There's
theories.
another one.
We'll talk about all of them.
Some people think that he's
Yeah, but the
still
fact that they're
alive.
still
Some people
talking
think,
about some
and
of those
you can
theories
you
as
can
if
shake
they
your head
are
and
valid
laugh
in any
about
way,
all of
shape, or
those theories,
form
but
is the problem.
what's not happening is people parading this narrative because Candace always is saying it, like most of you are trying to
Or
claim. Like
Paramount
just
Makes
people.
no
because I
sense. Yeah.
watch
The
her
Paramount
and
people.
I've been watching her for years does not mean that I advocate for every thought she has, every theory she comes up with.
period. She's
I
just
wish they would go back
the
to the
biggest
drone
voice
theory,
in this
to be
movement
honest
of
with you.
not following the official narrative.
And
Like the
people,
Unfortunately,
exploding mic, I
other
can't.
people
That
aren't,
blows
you
my
know?
mind that that's the
yeah,
one they
and
landed
people don't
on.
matter. That's what these guys don't get. Okay, it does not matter. The person does not matter. Okay, an idiot can speak the truth. A genius can lie. Okay, you do not base the veracity of their statements on the personality or how you feel about them. That's not how this works. Okay, and if you are going to make that your argument, you are engaging in a fallacious argument that is either so obviously fallacious that you are, let's say, deficient
Fucking
somehow for
ditto.
believing it, or leads us to believe that you are being less than honest with us. Those are
And
the only
you're
two
all
possibilities.
no, and then you're also kind of like you're being willingly ignorant to possible other, alternative
Well, that
theories and
yeah,
alternative outcomes and things like that. Like,
that falls into option one for me. But yes, also possible.
and
Very
I'm
much
not saying
so.
that to you, Sinful. I think I personally don't think that he's being disingenuous. I
Did
think
he go in?
he was extremely respectful, and I do appreciate that because yeah, walking into a space where you're surrounded by people that is going to disagree with you and
Right.
looks at the person you watch on podcast as a devil is not the easiest thing to do, and him coming in here isn't probably the easiest thing for
Okay.
him, you
I'll
know.
walk it back. I'll walk it back. But the point that I'm
No,
making
No,
is,
no,
I'm
I
just
don't recall Jack Ruby
stating
being
that
I
MK
know.
I don't see
Ultra'd.
him as someone
I
that
assumed
would
I
he
know,
was
and I
just
don't either. I
mob
don't
tied
either. But
up, and
again, the third option then would be something along the lines of
he had maybe a
someone
couple
who
of
is so
choices,
devoted to emotionality that
and the
they
best
are
one
going
was
to
to do what he
prioritize
did,
it over logic.
or the
Can we say
least
that? Because that's what it appears is going
right,
on with this
right.
whole
Yeah,
Candace Owens
that's
thing.
how I
the
feel
least
about it for
painful
sure.
one.
Yeah.
It's not even out of emotions. It's based on life experience why I never really liked the chick. It's not because she's black. It's not because she's loud.
No,
It's
no, but
because I saw a pattern over 10 years since I got out
Okay,
of
man,
trade school
talking on Candace.
and
You
watching
just don't like her
conservative
because
stuff,
she's
kind of,
black.
you know,
Like, come on,
getting
really?
more and trying to get more informed at the time
2026,
because, I
guys.
was becoming interested in it and everything, you know?
right. But the point that we're making is it doesn't matter how you feel about somebody. It doesn't change objective truth. Objective reality is not adjusted by how you feel about somebody else who's telling you about it. It's
Holy
still
fuck.
objective reality. Adolf Hitler could tell you objective reality. It wouldn't
Sounds to me
stop
like
being
this guy
objective reality
is
just because Adolf
all
Hitler told
about
you.
subjective reality, not objective reality. Pissed that the mom connected president of all time.
Yeah, I think that it would be in my view, it'd be fine if somebody came in and said, "Oh, my mind's made up, and I believe the official narrative, and I hate Candace," and then that was it. That would be fine. That would be actually honest. Or if they just came in and said, "Oh, I don't care about the case. I just came in because I don't like Candace." That would be honest.
Well,
But
I've personally said that I think it's possible Lance Twiggs knows more than what he's letting on. It's part of why I think he got partial immunity because it does not mean that they're not going to go after him later. I think he probably knew
So,
more.
can I ask you real quick, Sen? When I went in there, I was like, the question that I asked Gary when he had said that when he was talking about the bullet and how 30-06 bullets
S files. Yeah, I agree.
haven't
Hate,
there have
hate
been
is a really,
scenarios where they
really
didn't
strong word.
exit after
I
being shot at
think
a person.
personally.
When you hear that and then you think about what happened with Charlie and you saw what you literally witnessed it, there's nothing inside of you that tells you it's
But I'm
hard for
not
me to believe.
like
It's hard for me to believe that that
I
kind of
can't wait
bullet
to
would have
never
never
hear
exited
the
his
name
body.
Candace Owens again.
You don't There's nothing inside of you that
That'll be
questions
cool.
that, or do you decide not to question that because Candace Owens is the
So
loudest person that
you're
questions
asking
it?
initially after it was told what kind of gun it was. You're asking
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I
yeah,
thought
exactly.
immediately.
And then after
Well,
finding
to be
out that it
honest,
never exited.
look, I've shot guns here and there. I'm not like I'm not formal military. I'm not a vet. Any of that stuff. So I didn't know, right? I just didn't know. So I looked into it. I saw that there's what full metal jacket. There's soft point. They're saying right now that it's a soft point. I've looked into what a soft point is. I've asked relatives who are in the military, who have served, who do serve, friends that hunt. And it even says on the bullet itself, or on the what's called on the description, what that bullet is designed to do. So initially, I didn't know. I was like 30-06. I was like,
It
yeah,
is
okay, what is that?
oh shit.
Because I like guns, but I'm not like super into them. You know what I
Smalls.
mean? So
Oh, he follows me. Shit, I should probably follow him
but when I
back.
looked into it, I said, well,
Does Muppet follow
if
me?
it was an FMJ, yeah, it'd be,
fucking Aussie.
Bullets can do weird stuff, but when I don't know. That's going way back. I can't remember exactly what I thought of. All I can remember is I do still easily remember the day Charlie was shot and everything. I just couldn't believe it because I turned on the news when I got home, and I was like, "There's no fucking way." Hopefully it's a prank or someone just being stupid. Got on my phone on
Yeah.
X, and then sure enough, I could fucking see the graphic.
Who
I was
else
just
is in
like
here?
fucking sick.
Who else
Like
we
I
got?
just
Who's lingering?
I had to get off my phone for the entire day, and then the news was like, "Oh, yep, he passed away," and I was like, Jesus Christ. And
Well, if
yeah,
you
but
think,
no, when that
yeah.
initially came out and everything, sorry, I keep going on, but
No, it's okay. I was
when
just gonna
that
say, so
I
either then or
I
even
half want
now,
to
when
do
you
a
think
clip
about it
and
now,
throw it up on
does your
YouTube and
logic
be
tell
like, I
you
bodied Uncle
that
Tom in
given
the
what you
title,
learned about the bullet and everything
just
else,
to
that you
fuck
could,
with him,
you can soundly believe
just
that there was
to
no exit room
troll him. You'd be like,
from what you know now?
that's what these guys do.
like
They
that, I
just
can
come
trust
in
that.
and then
Yeah,
they
because
clip
the
shit.
bullet is designed that way. According to hunters, according to people I've talked with, personally, yeah. And I believe those people. I don't think, my family would lie to me about that kind of an opinion they would have, or friends, and that kind of thing. So yeah, because like I said, I'm not a I'm not a military marksman expert kind of thing, and but yeah.
And the same for like the text messages and stuff. Like none of those things, nothing has rang you. I mean, I know you mentioned Lance Twiggs on whether or not he's involved. You've questioned that, but nothing else.
About
You're
how
kind of
they
just, yeah. Go ahead.
you're talking about how like he spoke weird on the text
Well,
messages, the way he
yeah,
was
you sent
talking.
me that thing. I haven't looked into it yet. I'm kind of like in and
How
out,
come
but
I
I will
never
I will
hear
definitely
them
look into that when you
bring
get a
up the
second. But
argument
you
of
so
why the
basically you're
fuck
saying that any questions
nobody
you
was
have
at that
had,
staircase
you've
making sure that
kind of researched
nobody went up to the roof?
and formed your
They
opinion based off
like,
of your
I don't
research.
understand. Like, I still have a problem with that.
Thank you for answering my questions. I
And
don't know if anybody's
they
up
don't ever seem
anymore.
to bring that up.
Nah, I'm about to pass out. But nah,
Me
thanks for
too.
having me
I'm
on.
so
Sorry if I got
tired.
too emotional. I wear my heart on my sleeve. But
It's okay. It's a common thing. It happens all the time.
If I
Especially in
could
these
just,
discussions.
if I could jump in real quick, I will tell you something, a problem that I do have with the official story. And I don't ever really hear too many people talking about this. Not saying that they don't. I don't hear this brought up. I have a really big issue with how it is that I believe it was the UVU police department who were doing security for campus that day. How it is that none of them were standing at that staircase that just led right up to that rooftop. I feel like that would be a decent point of interest, POI, to be like, oh, we should probably have somebody there to make sure no crazy person just goes up these stairs and gets roof access.
Well,
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Officer Bagley found what seems like a rifle case, he decided to hop right up there immediately. It seems like with 5 other people too.
I'm just saying. Are we talking about UVU? Is anybody like trying to get a hold of UVU security people and find out why the hell nobody was guarding that fucking staircase?
And yeah.
Yeah.
I think they did, right? Yeah.
And was the answer
people
that
have
the
been,
previous guy was waiting
people have
on
also
the
been
seventh?
people have also been talking to the landscaping crew and everyone that's in charge of remodeling and trying to figure out
I don't really
who
care
put the
about
order
that.
in to dig out all that dirt within a day.
That all came out. I shared
No,
it. I don't remember what day.
No, it gets deeper. No, it was actually the messages were sent to the landscaper within 24 hours. They were looking at changing the land. They didn't even have a
The order
paver
was
yet.
placed on 9/11. The order for the cleanup was placed on 9/11. I forget what media outlet did
Yeah, so it wasn't planned,
it
right?
wasn't a FOIA, it was a gamma request. So they got a bunch of stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that or not, Tom. I tagged Viva in it.
Barron talked about it on Redacted yesterday.
Okay, but you can like I'll try to find it and post it again, or maybe I'll just
I
tag
haven't
you in
seen
it,
the
Tom.
gamma
There's
request.
a receipt even. Yeah, there's a receipt, like a purchase order.
Yeah, and there's like a
And
bunch
then
of text messages,
to follow up with
like
what you were saying,
screenshots of
Baron,
text
or
messages.
sorry, not Baron, Bronson. To follow up what you were just saying, and like I feel like it kind of goes along with it. Frank Turek had mentioned that Charlie was watching footage on his phone. I think it was the first video that he came out with on his podcast. He said that he was watching um what is it called, the drone footage on Charlie's phone.
Like, I mean,
He looked
if you
over
want to
Charlie's
talk about
shoulder and
like
was
a
like, "Oh, what are you
conspiracy, were
watching?"
there people
And then
who
Charlie
were
had
just
told him that he was
placed
watching
out of the
drones,
way
and it was
to
showing the
allow,
aerial footage of
just in case
UVU.
somebody
And
decided they
that's when he had
wanted to
mentioned
go
to
up to a
Charlie
roof? You know
that
what I
he
mean?
was
Like,
concerned of his safety and that he
talk
probably should
about
be
that.
wearing a vest.
You guys want to
That
reel me
statement
in?
right
Let's
there
talk about that.
includes that whether they had the drones flying during the event or beforehand, there was some kind of drone footage, and you should have been able to notice that that area should have been covered, like you mentioned, Bronson.
Yeah, just the fact that there's nobody at that staircase, just standing there. Just be like, I'm sorry, no, you can't come up here.
You know, originally people were saying that that area was locked and that you needed a code to get in. I remember like a
No,
week or
that's
two after that, people were
When
saying
people
that kind
started
of stuff.
questioning it, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. There,
and
no, it was there was
that's when Gary went over there to go map the place.
yeah, there was no code needed to get it. It's a completely wide open staircase that just leads right up.
But it's interesting. It's interesting that it's roped off still. Like right now, that place is roped off with caution tape. If you go up there, people kick you off. People were
I
just
think
up
they
there.
put a fence up. Like they
Yeah,
fenced that up.
but yet the other place is completely cleaned up, right?
Well, I don't know the reason why they put a fence up. I don't know if it's just like, okay, if we put this fence up now, nobody can just run out to this roof ever again.
And maybe put a laser pointer right into that specific direction to see if there's actually if that actually works the way they say it works.
Well, I don't know if you guys have you looked at that 3D modeling that was done at all?
Yeah,
I
Gary's.
haven't.
Well, I mean, I think it was
Yeah,
somebody
Gary
else who
said he
did it
paid
for
for
Gary,
it.
but yeah. Yep.
Well,
That
I have
big dummy.
something. Sorry, I was just going to say that I have something that don't hear anyone talking about. Maybe they have, and I just completely missed it. That I find odd, and I still don't know where
Yeah, it's
this fits
fenced up
in. But
now, right? Like,
those X
but that makes
posts
sense. They're
of
like, oh
someone
shit.
saying
Shit.
that something was
People
going
can
to
just
happen,
run
or
out to
I
this
don't
roof and
remember
shoot
the
people.
exact
Maybe we should
wording
block
that
this
they
off a little
mentioned,
bit.
but they said
It's a
something
weird
about
design to begin with, isn't
wait
it?
till the
There
specific
was
date,
even
right?
remember there was even like SoundCloud or something, like there were
The
songs on this stuff.
song and the
No, he
So
called
book, and it
Gary a
was
so
big
this
dummy,
is
weird.
something I
CJ.
wanted to say. So Uncle
I
Tom,
didn't say
I
you.
don't know like the nature of your apology, if your thing is just a troll or whatever, but I do appreciate that you're talking about 9/11. And I like that people are making the COVID similarities, the COVID-19 similarities, because the way COVID-19 worked is they did come up, like the Trusted News Initiative was
Got
all
another
of these media companies coming up with the
broken COVID
specific
brain here.
narrative for the way COVID happened. And the way this conversation
I'm
works,
blown
it's
away
like
at
you
like
could
how
believe
shocked everybody was about COVID. Like nothing about COVID surprised me at all. At all. I remember hearing about it like real early on, like, oh, this COVID shit's coming. And I was like,
like there's so many ways to go about this.
Yeah, yeah,
But
I
if you
believe that.
just question even
this sounds like
the
bullshit.
car, or you question the way the event happened, or you even question if you question
Well, that,
anything,
I
they're
mean,
going to
maybe
call you
that
an
too.
anti-vaxxer essentially.
But so here's my problem with this, Noah, is like and he kind of brought this up, is they kind of gives them the argument sort of like with the JFK assassination, right? To where if you go into that library, you don't get to go to the floor where the shot was actually allegedly taken from. You get to go to the floor, I believe it's above him. And I've been there. If you've never been there, you should go. It's interesting. Like that area looks so much smaller in person than it does on all the videos and shit. But they can use that kind of same argument, like, oh, they just don't want people running out to that roof to see that and lay down and see that there's no shot, that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
It doesn't mean that I believe that the vaccine is a bioweapon, but they lump it all in, and that's how you know these people are being bad faith and they're disingenuous.
Yeah,
Well, you know,
VC. Sorry, go ahead.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I actually noticed that in Gary's space there was a few people that had come up and they were speaking about I don't know, something to do with the left and how the left speaks about certain narratives
Oh,
and
yeah.
certain things.
Are you talking about?
And
No, I know
then
why they cleaned
would
it
in
up.
between that go back and forth about their thoughts on Candace and how she's a terrible
Yeah, no, they're
person.
like, that's
People
such a
watch the
stupid argument
Candace
on
is a
their part.
terrible
Like, why'd
person.
they clean it
And
up? It
I just
doesn't
thought to
matter if
myself,
they're in
but
on the
that
cover up.
I feel like I'm in
They could have just left
the
it and
X
covered it up.
Spaces 2 years ago when I first joined X, and I was
There's way
speaking about
easier, less
Trump
expensive
and in
ways
defense of
to get
Trump, and
rid of
all the people
evidence.
from the left were piling on me and saying all of the ridiculous thoughts that they
That's
had
right.
at the time.
You don't have to be a supporter
The
of Trump to
architect of the
tell them that their
design.
cases against him are bullshit.
Yeah, like I was just like in the same breath that she was making the
You know,
comment
you might
about
have a point, Robin. You might have a point.
democratic
Might be onto something
tactics.
there.
She was
They planned this
using
shit. When
those
was that campus
tactics
built?
in the space. I'm telling you right now, that's why I genuinely have a lot of respect for Sinful, because
The
I had a
school book
question and
depository
he
on
immediately
Dealey
ran to send
Plaza.
me a link. He wasn't trying to bash me. He wasn't trying to be nasty or anything. So I'm just throwing that out there, but I appreciate that because I just
Well,
yeah, it's
and I'll even admit I've been a fucking
They have
dick
this like
to a lot of
giant
people.
like
But
I don't remember if you have to
I
pay. I
brought the
think you had to pay
example as
for
to
the tour,
why
but you take this
when I
tour
saw
right and you
Candace,
get
and
this like
just hear me
it's
out.
like a cassette
But
player,
when I
but
saw that
not.
initially, that
It's like this
excuse me,
brick
that
with
link text
headphones, and like you
saying,
walk
we're supposed to
through
know
the
this,
entire thing, and it sort of gives you
why'd
like
you
a
kill your husband?
play-by-play kind of story,
That
right?
does give me kind of a.
I want to say that we
a little
took
bit
that tour,
emotional.
and there was
Hey, but
probably
if
like
Charlie's
That does
allowed to
kind of
I
joke,
don't
but if
know,
Charlie's allowed
8
to
of
joke
us
about,
in the group. And as soon as we're done, we go outside. There's 40 people on the grassy knoll, like walking around and taking pictures. Like more people were interested in just going to the grassy knoll than they were like taking the tour of the school book depository. It's like, that tracks.
anyone can take things, throw it out of context, the whole nine. You genuinely can, and I'm almost certain that she was not talking about Erica
Oh, did she?
before that
I
text
missed
message,
that.
before she had the meeting with Erica, and
I
you
missed that.
don't
I mean,
know
we compare
what
them
her
to the
claim
left
is
too, I
that when
guess.
she made that comment,
All
it
was
was
fair in love and
supposed to
war.
be funny because before she had the interview with Candace or with Erica, everybody was making the claims that Erica Kirk was involved and Candace was
were they
not.
just joking in the Epstein files when they're talking about Goyim?
Goy.
No.
Definitely
But
not right.
yeah. So just real quick, I just wanted to finish this.
That's
When
so
Candace
that is
made
also
that statement,
interesting. Like, so the Jews have a derogatory term for the people that aren't Jews. Why does it bother them so much? Like, oh, when they say goy, they mean not human, less than people. It's like, so what? Okay, cool. Like, really? Is that you've never been called worse? Goy? Goy is just like, ah.
yeah, Gary Tactical or whatever his name is, he can definitely use that as a form of stating that was her omission,
It's
but
derogatory.
that in true reality, it's just taken out of context.
It might mean something, but I think it also has another meaning or a few other meanings. Words have a tendency to do that.
Support your opinions, but
Well, I personally, for me, I wasn't taking that as like, oh, that's her saying she did. I think in other ways she's implied, heavily implied, whatever.
yeah.
Not a
But
Goyim, a Gentile.
but that text alone, that pisses me because
Care
you
what
know
it-
if it were me,
What derogatory
you know,
terms Jews
I would
have
not
for me?
joke about my friend
Like,
being
we
killed.
win.
If it
Really,
were me, I
we
wouldn't
win.
either.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you're
No,
not
no, no.
Jewish, you got them beat on the derogatory slang terms. I'm telling you right now. And you know what one I'm talking about. Let it rip. See how put them in a cage together and see which one wins. Goy's gonna lose.
Or whatever it's been.
So
like,
dumb.
time is
Oh
kinda
my God, he
weird
called
right
me a
now.
goy.
This space has been
I
open
know, it's
forever,
like, how
but
Anybody
long
who's
has it
Jewish, I don't mean to
but
offend.
like there's confusion.
However, you know
because
I'm right.
and this isn't really even about you, but it's just anybody who's coming in as, well, I'll just call them detractor, that is like Rabbi pointed out, it's kind of like an emotional thing, and they're getting their wires crossed. They're coming in with hate for a person, which is absolutely fine, totally fine for you to dislike Candace, but then they're mixing
What's
that
going on
in
with
with
Roseanne?
investigation.
I feel like I
And oh, well, what
need to
about
follow up
this?
with
Or what
Roseanne and see
about
what's
like,
going
oh
on.
yeah,
Last time I paid attention to Roseanne, this was months ago, and she was going off about Candace
Uh-huh.
Owens. I got to see what
So
she's been up to.
let me
Thank you
bring
for
that back
bringing
up
up
real quick about
Roseanne.
Candace. Yeah, initially when she first came onto the scene and everything, yeah, I didn't like her. I didn't fucking hate her immediately. I didn't think she was like a demon or like. I just thought,
Well,
this chick's playing a part. Whatever. I'm just gonna ignore her, not watch her stuff
they're
or
not
anything.
using the
The only
biblical
time I
term
ever
for it
really
when
watched
they're,
Candace a little bit before any of this was the
it's just Ari
Macron thing,
Shafir
because I thought that was hilarious, and I was
spells
like,
it
"What
out
is
pretty
she
clearly.
talking about?" Like that was it, like legitimately it. So my little opinion of hers going back 10 years ago was, I think this is just a person
Roseanne,
that's
I
just
like
told.
Roseanne. She's a little crazy though. She's a little crazy. She was all in the Q-tard shit, all talking about the white hats and Trump was still in charge and it was going to be a military takeover and he's actually still the president. Like,
Some people would
she's
say, "Oh, she's easy
she's
to
a little
love,"
out
and
there.
then some
Pretty sure
people
she still owes Michael Malice like a ton of money.
I can't
No,
deny
I'm
that.
telling you,
I just
I'm telling you that I didn't have like a huge opinion on her 5 years ago. I just
no,
didn't watch her just 'cause
I
I
know,
just didn't
but
think she was real,
like for some
whatever.
reason this puts you over the edge. You've said in this space already you dislike her.
Because
So
it's really,
something
yeah, I think, my opinion is I think she's leading people astray to think something else that I think even she doesn't believe, and that's my opinion.
What?
Because I just was, dealing with people in life. We've all had people in
right,
our life
right.
that
But we're
think
all
that
in here. We're all in here by your definition. We're all in here leading people astray. Every one of us, but you don't necessarily
Mm.
dislike us. You dislike
No.
her, and that's
Yes, I
okay.
did
And
watch
again,
it.
this isn't even about you. I'm just saying I
Or
think
yeah,
that
I
it's
think I
across the
avoided
board
chat
and
on
this
that
is what's
one. I'm
happening.
pretty sure I was like DMing Ben back and forth just because I was not gonna talk in that chat because nothing good was gonna come out.
America, right? Some people,
I was
there's
like, I'm
plenty of
just gonna
people
let
and
this
a
run.
lot of women that don't know anything that's going on with the case whatsoever, but they just chime in and like, yeah, I don't like her, right? They're just same thing happens to her.
Well, you can
And they
also.
don't have any idea. And so they need to be honest and say, look, I don't have any idea what's going on with the case. I don't care what's going on with the case, but I just don't like Erica. And they need to be honest. Same way people need to be honest about Candace. Hey, I don't know what's going on in the case. I really don't care. But I just don't like her and I do want to talk shit about her.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's fine
But
because then
it's one thing
people
to get
that
caught
are
off guard.
around
Like
you in
there's
a
different
space like
off
this
guards,
can know,
right?
okay, well, you're not going to get a
Like
lot of
take for
speaking time
example
because you have no
the
value to
the
add
insane
except for just to,
contrast between
talk
the
about
off guard of the Q-tards versus the off guard of like Nick Rekieta.
whole rabbit hole of explaining the case and the details of the case to someone
Very different
who really the
contrasts
entire time just doesn't like
or
Candace and has nothing.
contrasting.
They don't know. They don't
He's
even want
not
to know
saying
about the
you
case.
sinful.
And
He's
you're
just saying
saying,
a
okay.
person that
Oh my god, I
can't
don't
hear
remember their
Yeah,
names. Noah,
I'm
with
sorry,
fine.
certain
man. Good
fill that
terms.
morning.
in.
I'm tired.
It's fine.
No,
But
go
no,
ahead.
gosh, what was I gonna say?
You were saying you were talking about Candace. You were talking
I know I'm
about your
almost.
reasoning for
But
Oh,
yeah,
we're
I'm
still
not
talking about
even
Candace.
somebody who's been a big fan of Candace. I liked her at first.
Oh,
She's a
lies.
conservative woman, and I
Tom,
like
stop.
that. And
You're
then she went on Joe
love
Rogan
Candace.
back in the day, and then she kind of made a fool of herself. And then I really haven't liked her since then because I was like, she just kind of has canned talking points. She doesn't think outside the box. I stopped watching her altogether. I can't even remember when I started watching her again. I think it might have even been the Macrones. It might have been as recent as the
Yeah, I
Macrones
saw a clip
thing.
of that, and that shit was just like, whoa,
Yeah,
okay,
I
and
live in
that
I live in
was
California, so when she was going in on Kamala, I was all over it.
okay, and maybe it was BLM because she did do some
Uh,
good reporting and on
I
that
will
and like the
agree, but the
documentary
Bears are
on
better
that.
because they tend to
Or
have at least
so
somewhat of a
I
sense
just
of humor.
I think she developed over time. She got a little bit better with her journalism, but
That's
prior
not
to that,
saying
her
much,
like
but it is
speaking
something.
events and all that seemed to be like just canned conservative talking points. Wasn't really interesting to me, and
If I can
yeah.
say real quick, I think for me it was kind of the opposite than you guys, which I think is pretty funny. Back in 2020, so I had always seen her around with Charlie Kirk. Always really liked Charlie Kirk and his views. And then I started to see what she was talking about with George Floyd, and I was just like, yeah, why isn't anyone saying that? Like, and this was before I even really understood my views on the left or the right. I always knew I hated feminism. I always knew I hated fucking the hippie era. I think it ruined America. But So then I came across her, and when I would watch her, I
What ruined
found
America?
so many things she was saying during that time I agreed with, and I was just like, "Holy shit, she's taking the words out of my mouth. This is
Yeah, but
crazy."
Candace wasn't coming up with
But
anything
when
new.
I
She was
started to kind
parroting
of
all
fall out of
shit
it
everybody else
was
was
when she was
saying,
talking about the Macron stuff.
except
It's
for the
not
Macron
because
thing.
it's not because I didn't like it's because I think there's something important there. You know, he or she is definitely a fucking pedophile,
Yeah.
but I just was like trying to
Yeah, but that goes
understand why
like
she was so
so
compelled.
Owen
You know,
hasn't
I was
talked
just
about
like,
Jay
so there was
Dyer
a lot
for I
of
don't know, like
situations.
3 or 4 years. But since Jay Dyer was on Tucker and started getting a ton of attention, all of a sudden Owen came back out swinging against Jay Dyer.
Continued following her after she got fired by the Daily Wire,
So that's
and
like sort of back
yeah, I don't know. I'm
bubbling
not
up.
very big on
I hope they debate.
pop culture and stuff like
I don't
that. I
think
was
they will,
more
but
on her side with the political stuff.
it won't go good for
But yeah,
Owen
so
at
sorry. I
all.
just wanted
Like
to throw that in
he
there.
debated Jim Bob, I don't even know how long ago, and that didn't go well for Owen. A Jay Dyer debate is not going to go well at all.
But you know, the thing with Candace is, and the reason why I followed her is because she's talking without any evident logical fallacies, right? That's she's one of the, there are very few, and especially from the Daily Wire, there are very
This dude
few
sounds like
podcasters
Eco's
or
retarded brother.
journalists that you can watch their entire presentation and you come away and you say that person didn't use one
No offense,
logical
Eco, if you
fallacy
see
the
this.
entire time.
I'm not calling
Candace
Ego
is one of
retarded.
them,
I'm saying
right?
his brother
There's
here
a
is
couple others,
retarded.
but like
In the most nicest,
almost every
non-aggressive
single
way
thing he
possible.
says, everything, like every single episode he makes has some
It's
number
like the
of
C
logical
word
fallacies in it,
for
right?
Aussies. I use retarded.
Even who was the other guy that was on the Daily Wire? The Christian guy, I forget his name, K something, but what the hell was it? Anyway, Matt Walsh is like 50-50. Matt Walsh, sometimes he makes some points, but a lot of times you'll find a logical fallacy in there. And Candace,
I think
the
so.
reason I like
I
her
think
is
he's pretty
because
serious.
her content is clean. Like her presentation is clean. She doesn't engage in this shit.
Very
And I
thorough,
respect
very
She doesn't
thought
engage in
through.
what shit?
Like
She's
just very
engaged in
thorough, very
shit on
thought of, very thought
X all the
through.
time.
And
That's all she does is engage in
it just
drama and back and forth.
emphasizes she is who she is. She is her own
And then
person.
she'll
She thinks
randomly
how she
post
thinks.
about
And me personally, I
why
can relate to
the
that
ice isn't
very,
melting at
very
30
strongly. And
degrees.
it doesn't matter who the fuck's around me. I'm gonna think and feel the way that I want to think and feel. But sorry, I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, that's exactly it. And again, it's not like I'm attached to the person. I don't get involved with people. I don't get attached to people. If she just changed and
Everybody
started doing
gets
something different,
attached to
I'd drop her in a
people. That's
second.
bullshit.
Right?
Why are they so
But
dishonest? Everybody
she
gets
is
attached.
one of
You
the
find a
very few people that
personality you like, you
exhibits
cling on.
good faith discussion on a
I don't
consistent
get
basis.
attached to people. Okay.
And
You
I
don't
think
like
it's
Gary though, do
conspicuous
you?
that so many accounts
That's
came
weird.
out calling her crazy at exactly
Yeah,
the
they're
same
fucking.
time.
They're just full of shit. They're
Like,
not
for
even
me,
But then it
delusional.
also
They're just full
speaks
of shit.
volumes how much her following has grown. And there's nothing
Yes.
that anyone can do about that. You know, as much as they
Yep.
try, at the end of the day, that's not millions and millions of retards that are watching this retard queen. It's people
Exactly.
that are compelled in some sort of way. And that doesn't mean it's a cult either. It just I
Yeah.
seem to think that it's people willing to think out of the box and think freely, to be honest.
And that's honestly, that's it. Like the retard thing, like everything, like if you ever see yourself in a situation where someone is trying to convince you that you are a retard or you are a racist or you are an anti-Semite for listening to somebody speak, okay, then you know immediately that you're being manipulated. And what that person is telling you is probably very false. And you need to be very careful what comes out of that person's mouth in the future.
What they're
That's
telling
like,
you is no
yeah,
different than what somebody from the LGBTQ is telling you. I want
exactly.
you to think and feel how I think and feel. And if you don't think and feel the way that I think and feel, you are
Yep.
going to be criticized and ridiculed, and I'm going to
Yeah.
make you pay for it.
It's the same thing with like the anti-vaxxers thing. It's like the anti-vaxxers are horrible human beings and they're probably racist too. And it's like, hold on a second. Okay, I get it. I get it. You like your vaccines and you want to have them, and I'm not trying to take it out of your arm, but this doesn't make any sense. Like people have very valid reasons to be suspicious of a vaccine that was developed in what, 2 months? Wasn't tested, right? This is not some crazy kooky loony bin stuff to not want to let someone put something into your arm that has gone through a grand total of 6 months of development and testing. I'm sorry, that's just common sense.
Common sense.
All right. And so if someone's going to tell you that you're crazy for believing that, I'm going to look
Common
at you
sense.
very, very
Totally
sideways
just common sense.
and be like,
And
hold on a second. What are you trying to do to me?
and
Go
just to
ahead.
point out, like Blake Besniff, or what, I forget how to pronounce his name. I'm tired, but he's in these spaces. We're in his spaces. I mean, me recently, but no, he's always actually been in these spaces, and I think for a while he's been in disagreeing with Candace on a lot of things, and then they had their little feud with each other. But you still see him come into these spaces, and you still see that he's not just completely abandoned
Did
his
Andrew
views.
did Andrew train him to do that?
I have no idea. I
Freedom
don't
toast. That's right.
know
That's right.
really. He was
We
just
got to say freedom toast.
kind of explaining to me
Because Nick
what was going
Rekieta doesn't
on
eat
with that.
anything
I asked him,
French.
I think like 2 days ago, maybe, or maybe it was yesterday.
Fucking
And
Rackets doesn't like
I
French.
don't know. I don't know where or
What a
why
fucker.
they had their feud, but all I'm trying to point out is he is someone that vocally is in, like,
There you go.
I
Whoever
hate
was asking
Candace
about
camp right
the
now. But
Q-tards.
that
It
doesn't
was
mean he's
the
abandoned
MG show.
keeping
So
an open
Paramount
mind
Tactical and the
and
MG
questioning
show.
things.
Some shady groove guy.
He's still in spaces with us. He's still chatting it up. He still listens when we're talking about Candace and in support of Candace and all of that. So just putting that out there. It's not like it really isn't the same as people joining in, because it's not like Uncle Tom's title or um Blake's
Oh
or
yeah, he
anyone
took
diligence spaces are.
he did a
We
stream the other
love
day where he
Candace.
took
Come
he
in.
goes on X Spaces and
And
takes
then you
open
just have all these
calls,
people
and he was asking for the
jumping in
Bears to
and
come on and debate him on
parading and
I
supporting
think it was the
Candace. We're
Trinity, but
all
I'm not
really
sure.
just here. I don't even think we mention her name really ever.
I
Maybe
mean, and if anyone can judge a
You
coon, it would
just
be an
did
Uncle
though.
Tom.
Holy shit.
I did, because my point is
Later.
I'm
I'm
bringing.
You too.
being funny. I'm just
Are you
saying.
are you? That's what I was like. Okay, wait. Are you not getting what I'm trying to say? Okay, cool. Sorry, Uncle Tom. Go ahead.
I have
Oh
no
wait, no, I
idea.
didn't say anything.
I don't know.
Who was speaking? I'm sorry.
Somebody,
Don't know how they
BC, I
BC?
avoided
think.
Was it
COVID.
BC?
Oh, I just said if anyone could judge a conspiracy, it would be an Uncle Tom.
Oh my
Right,
gosh. Yeah, Uncle Tom.
right. Do you see what I said about that,
Yeah,
BC?
No, what'd you
that he doesn't
say?
know where he's at.
Oh yeah. If you don't remember your whereabouts before and after a homicide, that's like kind of the most coon thing you can do.
Let me smell your dick.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
I don't know what that has anything to do with anything.
Because you don't, they
It's
can't account
BB.
for where they've been, so they sniff. They do the sniff test.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about
Or
women?
for Blake, it
Women?
would be the sniff test.
Yeah, no, she was talking about Blake Bednar's.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I think.
yeah, he likes to freak out. It seems like I've been checking out some of the stuff he says on Spaces. He likes to freak out a lot.
She's personally called him out. They were having a little beef
He
sesh,
he did
but
pull he did raise a decent question with the phone call with George Zinn, I thought. Or yeah,
yeah, like how are they going, how are they
where's the
getting away
beep?
with
Where's the
breaking
beep?
the law and doing that? Yeah.
Where's the
Oh,
beep?
where's what beef?
Well, when you get
Beat?
phone calls, from a jail, they're put through on like a public line. And so even on the first one, you don't hear a beep. And it goes through on both things. It's like the call will end in 30 seconds. You get a prompt like that. Both sides get that. That's a good question.
When he
And
asked
so
that, I'm pretty sure Diligent said that George Zinn made it sound as if he went into their office and used their personal phone.
and
Like
so
they pulled
then
him in the
right.
office.
And
Well, I
so
don't
then
think
that's
that's a
again
thing.
that's a great question.
I
I
Because
agree.
that
I
would be
agree.
breaking protocol. That would be
yeah, I
breaking
don't
all kinds of rules, laws, especially if guys got CP.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't think he's just going to go into
Huge.
somebody's office
Huge.
while he's there and just
Huge.
use their phone.
So that's a really decent question, and I haven't seen that answer.
My
yet.
few little trips to the clinker. If you wanted to make a phone call, you need to buy a phone card, and they had phones, specific designated
guys.
phones to use, and they were like pay phones.
I respect you all for staying awake so long, and I'll try not to send you to sleep.
Oh no, this guy.
We had a space yesterday with Matt and Muppet, Leslie, and Amy, and a few others.
Do they?
That might
I don't
be in
know.
here.
I don't know if they do or not.
And I don't know if you've covered it because obviously you've been running a few hours, and it's
No idea.
morning here for me. But are you aware of the anomalies that we discovered as a result of analysing the state's evidence?
Yeah,
in their
good
video
question.
compilation?
I don't know why Candace hasn't turned over her source to the defense, where the source said that the assassin of Charlie Kirk trained with the
I've done a
French
thorough
Foreign Legion.
I definitely
I
heard you.
I feel like that's a smoking gun.
Follow, and he's got some good stuff.
Oh, thank you. So just to give you a brief overview, I tried to keep the space as short as possible, but you know how these things get carried away. I wanted to keep it under an hour, but we had technical issues to start with, and then when we finally did it, it still ended up being, I think, an hour and 50 minutes. So it's a bit of a nightmare because when people see the length of these videos, they very rarely
CJ,
want to
is
then
that
go
real?
back and listen to them when there are still active spaces running. But I would urge you, please, have a look at the space, have a look at the documents relative to it. It includes a 5-page transcript, or 4 pages of transcript, referencing the prosecution video compilation that they played in the preliminary hearings, mainly on day 2. So it's evidence that they are relying on. And what I did was I basically went through that until my eyes fell out of my face and started making notes of all the anomalies. And just to give you a heads up, I'm not going to go over all of them now because we raised well over 20 questions. But the things that stood out to us were, it believes that it looks like they flipped the video of both Shorts Boy and Limping Boy in the staircase. Now, we already have evidence that Limping Boy is bending his right leg when it
wasn't it just mirrored?
He's supposed to have
It was just mirrored
something
video,
down his
right?
right pant leg. But if they flipped the video, then he will clearly be limping on those stairs with the wrong leg, which would completely blow their narrative out of the water. So that's worth looking at. We believe we've shown that Shorts Boy is left-handed. There's a clip of him with a phone in his left hand, putting it in his left pocket. We believe that Limping Boy is being coerced. There's
Fun
clear
fact,
evidence of
I am
him,
left-handed, and I
signaling
primarily use
somebody,
my phone
texting
with my
somebody,
right
looking
hand.
over his shoulder at somebody, hesitating on the stairs and looking at somebody.
And
I actually
that's
use my
also
right
the
hand quite a
video
bit.
where that little white RAV4 or whatever disappears, right, Aiden?
Yeah, so at that
Yeah,
point
so
that you've just
stupid.
mentioned,
Because he
there's
had
1
his phone
minute,
in his left hand
16
means he's
seconds
left-handed.
missing, where
In
I believe
fact,
that he was
I place
literally
the
meeting with
phone
somebody and they clearly
in
don't
my
want us to see
right
that.
side pocket.
And then going on to Blurry
And I'm
Boy,
left-handed.
otherwise known as Roof Boy,
Cray.
it also looks like he's left-handed. Anybody that knows anything about parkour, or where people hang off and jump off buildings and so on and so forth, if you look closely, regardless of what you think he might be carrying in his other hand, he uses his left hand to hold the whole of his body weight as he
they must
drops
not
off
know
that
much about
building
left-handed people.
20 foot.
Anybody who's not left-handed in the chat, you'll be surprised to know this. Left-handed people have a tendency to be, ambidextrous?
In his left hand.
We can probably use our right hand better than right-handed people can use their left
left-handed.
hand.
We asked over 20 questions. Some of
a
those
lot better.
questions we have answers for now, we believe. What's hindering me is the size of my
In
television.
fact, I'm left-handed,
So if anybody
and I
has
can
a
punch
huge
much harder
screen,
with my
I
right
would
hand.
urge you to have a look at the questions as a minimum. If you don't want to look at the whole of the space, please look at the document. It's posted, it's reposted on my profile. It's 4 pages of the transcript.
I have no
with
idea.
the questions on page 5. And then, yeah, at your own leisure, just have a look at those questions. Have a look at the video that the prosecution have presented in court. And yeah, make your own assessment.
I can shoot both ways. It's awesome.
Me. Believe your own eyes.
Left and right.
Look, see what's going on.
It feels
and then the final thing I'll leave you with,
little
and this is
awkward
something that
shooting
really stood out
right-handed.
for me, is that the majority of the videos are daytime footage, and they finish at about, let's say, 12:30 p.m. after the event in the courtyard.
This is true.
And then there's a 12-hour
This
gap.
is absolutely true.
Now, regardless of what you think about diligence,
we're much more logical minded.
Sort of investigation and his interviews.
That's a fact.
At the smokehouse. Just set that aside for a minute, and remember that under cross-examination, the officer in the case was asked about a vehicle parked outside the noble's house, and when he gave his testimony, he neglected to say that there was a bald person driving and 3 passengers in that vehicle.
Just want to say that
when you
AI will say I'm wrong, but fucking AI is
the
wrong.
prosecution's compilation video, you will see that it goes from daytime to nighttime. And the video clock is in universal time, so it actually says 0636, but
I don't
know
think
that is
everybody is already half asleep from this guy's voice.
There is an interaction apparently between the driver of that car and Officer Goforth. And again, this is under testimony.
If he doesn't have a career in doing like audiobooks, he should.
Apparently within the 20
you would have to speed him up to probably like 1.5, but I think it's a very gentle, you know what I'm saying? Like I would follow along.
Detain him or question him. 27 seconds later, he lets him go, but apparently he takes a note or a partial registration, which he later, after Tyler has been turned himself in and they've seen that he's got a car, later identifies it as Tyler's
nothing
car.
What I said applies to the opposite sex, though. Like
27 seconds.
Sabs. Women are still.
We see the car disappear at
doesn't matter what hand they use more.
And 40 seconds. That gives
That's a
them
joke,
1
sort
minute,
of
20 seconds for that car, which they're also asserting is Tyler, to arrive outside the noble's house. So what you need to consider is if that car contained a bold driver and 3 passengers outside the noble's house, why did it only contain Tyler?
I don't know.
1 minute, 20 seconds earlier, when there was this interaction with Officer Goforth.
Holy fuck.
At 12:36.
Oh, he was really going to go through the 20
this
questions.
would even make the Panguitch situation, even if people wanted to quibble about Panguitch, that would make it somewhat irrelevant, right?
That's why I said disregard Panguitch, whatever your thoughts are about that.
That's right.
Great.
Look at the evidence. My whole purpose, and I've heard you speak in this space about emotion. Take emotion out of it. Look at the evidence. Look at the black and white. Believe your own eyes.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just carefully look at what they are saying.
You're gonna need. I'm gonna need you to find that space. I'm gonna need you to record that clip and send it to me, Noah.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for that.
Awesome, Hayden. Awesome.
That's awesome. We didn't listen at all.
I have to do. I told Gary I was gonna look at the documents.
She's like, great. Oh, thank you so much. That's
what Sinful
mind blowing. I gotta go to bed.
Stuff, Hayden, but this is all. I really am excited to look at all of this because what I'm going to do is take it and then compare it to the things that I've been told by pretty much everybody, and kind of continue to form my own opinion on it. But that's awesome that you did that, Hayden. Thank you so much. And Sinful, are you still here?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, no,
Oh no,
about
don't
that.
say sorry.
Oh
I
yeah,
was just
sorry.
gonna say
About
you
Shit,
the
I
should
was not
come
listening like
back
everybody else.
and have conversations with us and stuff, because I would just say a lot of the time when there are people here challenging the thoughts that we have,
Sun's almost up.
it's
Time for French toast
so
without peanut butter. Oh fuck
like
you.
just
Put some peanut butter on
like
that. Live a
almost
little.
just it's just difficult. It's just really, really difficult. And it is
Live a little.
oppositional and it just stirs a lot
You
of
have to counter
trouble,
the
you know. So
carbs
I think
with
it's
some
cool
protein.
that you're
Granted,
here and that
I
you've
mean
been here for
natural
as
peanut
long as you
butter is
have. And I
okay,
think
but
that
if
you
you're
should come
using
back.
that
yeah,
other
like
shit,
like I said, the only
still peanut
issue I
butter still
have with some
counts.
people, not everybody, and all that kind of thing, is the ones who are just
George
openly
Farmer's
mocking
pool
or
guy.
accusing others because that they take enjoyment in that, and that's just something that that they want to do.
Sure.
If people are
Honey
actually
roasted.
just genuinely curious, it's not
Absolutely.
because I'm a Candace fan, I'm a Baron fan, I'm a this.
We do
If you're
not
just curious, you
discriminate
don't get it and all that,
against
and you're
peanut
just looking
butter.
into it because you want to do that, I'm totally fine with that. And that's all it is with me. But yeah, when
Thank
you look
you.
into that Columbine stuff, I mean, it's a rabbit hole, man.
No, they didn't.
I
I mean, they
randomly
might
looked
Columbine?
into
have
like,
before I got into
yeah,
the
it's like,
space,
well,
but
so sorry,
I
we're
just
talking
asked Tom if he had
about
anything
something
coming
entirely
up with
different now.
Andrew, and
But
Wait,
he was
did
like,
he
"Well, Andrew's
mention
at
Columbine?
DebbateCon." It's like, yeah, I'm
no, no,
aware of
no.
that.
I mean me.
I mean, in the
But
future.
I was telling you about the text messages thing, like comparing like
Oh, okay, that has to do
how
with it.
people
Okay.
kind of hide what they really. Yeah, it's a rabbit hole, man.
Go
It's
for it. I'm
a
about done. I thought for sure we were
such
dipping
a
onto this
fucked up
space a
thing at
half
the end of
hour
the day.
ago, and then fucking
Because I
Hayden
Oh
remember
my
came
because I
in.
goodness.
went down the rabbit hole because
Yeah.
I saw a video on it, and it's just like, Jesus, how can again? It's always one of those things where it's like, how can you not see the
Nope, no
signs of
idea. In
someone
fact, I've
doing
got my own
something
fly
like
problems.
that? And
Well, careful. Don't look into
yeah,
Sandy Hook. Then you're going to get in trouble, right?
Holy shit.
uh,
Have a good night, CJ.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just talking about Columbine, but because that shit's just fucking evil. Well, what I'm referring to. So earlier, Lene here, she was in the Gary space and all that, and she was asking about the text messages. And I don't, if I'm getting it wrong, what you were saying or asking about, it was like you thought it was weird how the guy was talking, right? Tyler Robinson or whatever in the text.
I had mentioned that because
Yeah.
he was asking me what I thought of the evidence that what caused me to question the narrative.
Hmm.
And I had just used text messages as one of the things. It's
Yeah.
not necessarily that I believe he would speak like that. It just just doesn't feel genuine. It feels like a fake conversation to me.
Yeah. And like I
Oh,
said,
he has,
there's
Savs.
those type of people, those
Andrew has demolished
the ones
them
that think they're
bots.
outcasts, that they think they're the those type of people, and the freaks kind of deal. People really do talk like that to those weirdos and everything. It was the same thing with like, and I was using the Combine as an example because Dylan Roof and Eric Harris, they seemed like decent, not maybe not decent, but just like regular high school dudes. But on the inside, you look at their journals, their writings, you know, Eric's all about destruction and killing and blah blah blah. And Dylan's like this super duper sad boy. And, you know, yeah, that's what I was pointing out, is that,
Right, right.
it's possible that these
Savs.
there's
Oh yeah.
just
Yeah. There's
pattern,
been
these
quite a few
killers.
spaces.
There is
I
a
don't know if you'll be
certain
able to
amount
find
of
the
like
spaces.
internalizing what they really
I would
think and how
assume
they really
Tom has
feel.
Well,
some still up,
cynical,
Yeah.
but I'm sure he's put them on his YouTube, and I
I've
think the
been
Crucible has
questioning
put
things
clips up.
since well before I ran into Candace. And I don't really know too
Are
much
we
about
talking about Andrew
Columbine. I think I
Wilson?
was way too
We're
young
talking
to
about
know
Andrew
about that.
Wilson,
But
right?
Sandy Hook,
Yes.
the
Yeah.
Pulse
If you go to
shooting in
Tom's, I'm sure
Orlando,
Tom has some up,
just I'm telling you, I've always been the person to say this
and then
seems fucking
Crucible
weird,
has clips
and
up.
I don't know if I believe it. So that being
In
said,
fact, I think
because I had
Crucible
that,
left like an
and maybe a
entire
lot of
live
people
stream
here feel the
of
same
one
way.
up,
I don't know. I'm speaking for myself
if
though,
I
because I
recall
have that
correctly.
tendency of thinking that way. My mind may also say, were those people MK Ultra? Are they? And I could just
Hmm.
be a fucking straight up conspiracy theorist. I could care less what people think. That's where my mind goes. My mind goes,
Hmm.
are they plants? Was that also orchestrated? And was that narrative also the official true thing? Or, I
Hmm.
question a lot of shit, to be honest. I'm sorry.
No, and look, for me, you know, two things are, well, with Combine specifically, is
Okay, I
like
don't know
it's
what
so
they're
fucking
talking
evil.
about,
I can't,
but I think
it's
I'm
just
gonna
still crazy.
start cutting this. I'm probably gonna have to like hop in
Happening in
and be like,
general.
okay, guys, I'm out. I gotta go
But
to bed.
there,
I'm tired. But anyway, I will be doing at least one members only again later today. Maybe two, just depending on my schedule. It looks like there's 4 or 5 debates tomorrow. So I will post on X when I'm going to go live. I'm not going to advertise anything about it because I'm worried about TOS, but I will be covering some more DebateCon debates. Just a heads up. So I will post on X. And then just depending on time, maybe we'll see if we can hop into another X space and do an After Dark. We shall see. But I'm going to pop into here and say bye, and then I'm going to bed. Going to bed. If you guys want to hang out to watch me say goodbye and do all that, go for it. If you want to leave now, it's all good. But thanks everybody for hanging out. Thank you everybody who sent in super chats or liked the video or shared the stream or any of all that. I really, really appreciate it.
It's the website's called.
But more than that, it's always a good time hanging out.
Everything surrounding that case, and then yeah. So, but I gotta get to bed. I'm tired. I'm gonna
ditto
fucking pass out or something. But
Same, I do too. I don't know if Uncle
I
Tom's here.
agree.
Amy, real quick.
Yeah, just before you go, I just wanted to tack on to the end of what Hayden said, and let everyone know that those there are 4 pages. They're images. We've got them shared as images, but if anyone wants the actual PDF, which is all 5 pages, the 5th page contains questions, I'm happy to email them out to you. So if you just send me a message, I'm happy to email them just to make it easier for everyone if that's
Awesome.
what
Thank
you
you
prefer.
so much.
No worries.
I'm
I'm gonna pass off
right
and go to
now.
bed. Good night,
Amy,
guys.
do I count in that? Can I send you a message?
Yeah, I think she said anyone.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Also, I think it's awesome that you're here too, Bronson. I don't really know much about you, but it sounds like you don't agree with everything here too, and I think it's cool that you're here.
No, I'm just hanging out. I really like Tom. That's why I'm here. Tom's one of my favorite people.
Oh, that's awesome. I thought you guys were fighting the other day, or maybe it wasn't the space. I can't remember.
Yeah, probably, but I think it's mostly just shit talk banter. Nothing. I don't have any like ill feelings towards anybody.
Wait, what do they call that? Like gym. Fuck. Locker room talk or something. Maybe I don't know. I'm tired.
Is Tom sleeping? Somebody
grab her by the
Tom up.
pussy.
I think
Locker room
so.
talk.
Oh my gosh, yeah. They did refer to that as locker room talk. You're right. I think I'm sleeping. Tom. This space is gonna be going on for hours and hours, I guess.
Well, I do gotta hop off. Good night, guys, and go Chiefs.
Whoa,
Wait.
crossing a line.
Well,
on
who's your team, Bronson?
Nah, we're not going to talk about that.
Raiders?
No, but listen, the Chiefs are better by a lot.
Your team. Ooh, that doesn't really nail it down.
Well, I will give you a hint.
I won't make fun of you.
They're purple.
Vikings?
Yeah,
or Ravens?
Yeah. No, not the Vikings? I'd be okay with the Ravens. It would be a little less painful.
Yeah. Who's the quarterback right now? The Michigan dude?
I don't even know. I don't think they know. No, because we just picked up that the short dude from
Kyler
Arizona.
Murray. Kyler Murry, yeah. It's okay. We got Justin Fields as our backup.
It's a fucking mess.
Yeah, thank God
I was
Mahomes
gonna
is
ask you
cleared.
simple, real quick.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched the Y-Files?
Oh yeah. The aliens. Yeah, I'm kind of into aliens and shit like that.
Yeah,
I've
exactly.
watched
So
quite a bit of them.
he's
The
super
silly
awesome. I love the
nennies.
stuff that he puts out. But he had
I
this
like 'em.
guy on there named
From 5
Chase
days ago,
Hughes.
Secret
Have you
X
ever heard of
debate.
Chase Hughes?
I
Boom.
don't think so.
There it is.
You
I'm
should
assuming
watch.
that's for
I'm gonna send
Savs.
you the link, but you should watch the video that the Y-Files has with Chase Hughes. And I forget, he was in some kind. He was into
Have I ever had
he was
French
working with
toast
some kind of
casserole?
intelligence, and I think they
No.
worked
I
specifically
have
on
not.
psyops. And he
Is that kind of like a bread pudding,
story that
sort
was
of?
really huge headlines back in the day of this woman claiming something about
dead babies. I can't remember, but I'm telling you right now, like she sold this story
To
on
go, I
live
think we just
television.
sleep
She
all
was
day.
crying her
They
eyes out with the
must.
whole thing.
They must. It
And
is
then he
Friday
goes to
though.
show that it actually never happened. And people believed it
I
and they fell for
unfortunately
it
will
and
not
like
be able
the
to
whole
sleep
thing.
all day.
So his whole
So
thing that he does
probably be a little
now is he
goofy
tries to teach people
with
how
anything I
to
choose to do tomorrow. Just a heads up.
find psyops and how
Might be a
to
little
know when
sleep
something is a
deprived,
psyop or not.
a little
Um,
goofy.
so yeah, I don't know. It just kind of reminded me of the whole Columbine. Not saying it's a psyop, but just
Hey, unmap.
pointing out my kind of brain and how it works. It relates to how this guy speaks and the things that he knows as far as
Oh,
psyops go and stuff.
Kick
So
if
I
you're
just
still
wanted
here.
to share that
Good
with
night.
you and see if you
Yeah,
heard of it. And if not,
is it
I'll send it to you.
is it I think I found it. Is it one that says psyops from dead babies to UFOs? That one?
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The dead
I'll
babies thing.
save
Yep,
it.
that has to
Cuz
be
I
it.
do like Wi-Fi. So that dude's hilarious. I
Me
love
too.
Hecklefish.
Super
He's hilarious.
entertaining and intelligent. Love it.
Yeah, he's a good dude. I like him a lot.
You guys, I think I'm gonna go. I am so tired. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. It's not my space. I'm sorry for acting like it is. I'm sure half of you are sleeping. But I'm so tired too.
Okay.
Me
So
too.
call
Peace.
it
I'm
a
out, y'all.
night. Good
Yep,
night.
have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Later.
Oh, okay. All right. Wonderful. Okay. Whoever is not now up for the day and like starting their day, you should go to bed. Probably go to bed. And if you're up starting your day, I hope you have a wonderful day. And perhaps we will see you in some hours. Until then, have a good night or day, everybody.